Chapter 1175. It was snowing at the source of the Yellow River. Autumn rain fell in Chang'an, but it was snowing here. The city was still under repair, and it seemed like it would not be repaired in a month. The teams delivering cement, bamboo and supplies formed a line. The Shu people did not stop transporting baggage to the front. 500,000 yuan was enough to buy a lot of things. They even brought things back from here, saying that they would earn the difference in price and keep half of it. They would then buy more things and send them back. The Shu people were waiting for the military forces of the Tang dynasty to take control of Tubo and deal with Sulu's cavalry. Then, they would fight until the Arabs did not dare to move. That way, they could continue on the Silk Road to sell things elsewhere. The tea leaves of Shu were considered good goods on the Silk Road. Those who had horses organized themselves into groups called horse gangs. Those who did not have horses walked in groups, carrying more than 100 caddies of tea leaves and holding crutches. Under normal circumstances, after the tea leaves were picked, they would be pressed and dried. They would not be stir-fried and would just be placed in baskets. They would also bring food, water bottles, bedding and other things and walk slowly. When they were tired, they would use crutches to rest. This was called walking. They would walk 20 to 30 li a day, and if the road was good, they could walk 40 li. When it rained, the rain would fall on the tea leaves, and the tea leaves would continue to ferment. They would only walk once a year. When they reached the place, the tea leaves would be completely fermented and would be black tea. Of course, there would also be black tea. Every time they worked, they would be able to earn 10 years' worth of income in Shu. However, some people would fall on the road. They would fall sick, meet bad people, mudslides, rise in water when crossing a river, wild beasts. High risk came with high profits. It was hard work, but people had to give it their all to not live in vain. However, this kind of situation was rare. The Shu people traveled in groups and were loyal to each other. They were like this to outsiders, let alone people in their own village. Moreover, the Shu people were very good at fighting against outsiders and were not afraid at all. The most interesting thing about the Shu people was that they were good at fighting against outsiders, but always cowardly against their own people. They were experts in external battles and outsiders in internal battles. Now that the Shu people needed the Silk Road, and the soldiers at the border were fighting fiercely, he had to support them and earn some money at the same time. The main thing was Chinese herbs. Now that he had the snow lotus, he could bring it back and sell it to the medicine shop. The new medical book listed all the herbs from the source of the Yellow River. There were animals, plants, and even minerals. When the people from Shu County took the money away, they would write down the name of the item and how much it cost, leave a fingerprint, and leave without paying a single cent. When they returned to the Shu lands, they would sell them and buy some things before sending them over. Up until now, there had not been a single case of a Shu person taking away something and disappearing. Since the Shu people on land gave them gifts, there were even more boats on the water route. There were also some rich families who bought things and then went to the relay station to spend money to deliver them to the soldiers on the front lines. For example, a birthday, the birth of a child, a full moon, an anniversary, or a marriage. There would be people who would fork out money to buy things for the soldiers, even if it was 10 caddies of yam or 5 caddies of raisins. They gave their own money to the couriers at the relay stations for good luck, and to send things to the soldiers for safety. The couriers would gather a batch and send them over, one station after another. There were no fresh fruits or pigs, nor were there any live chickens or fish. Most of the time it was rice. When a wealthy family married a wife, they would directly put 1,000 caddies of rice in a sack and send it to the relay station. When the courier encountered such a situation, they would look for animals to transport the goods. This was the current trend. It was better to help others than to worship God. The more the front line was pushed forward, the more stable the rear. The soldiers guarding the banks of the Yellow River felt this powerful force. Baggage never stopped. A ship stopped. Everyone helped to carry the things on the ship and loaded the local products that they had obtained. There are words on the sacks. Who can read? Look. The soldier carrying the bags saw the words like, "Documents, documents. Why are you shouting for documents? It's too old. Just tell the bookkeeper over there." Hence, a ship full of sacks was carried away to the place where the military records were kept. There were clerks weighing and recording. They had to remember everything carefully every time to prevent people from being greedy. Old Lu, look at what's written. Other people add a note inside. But this is written on the sacks. The person carrying the sacks asked. The Lu family village of Wugong County. Each family donated 10 coins. Li Dongzhu only allowed ordinary people to donate this much. The 26 villages of Wugong County donated a total of 137,100 coins. The clerk read it out loud and took a deep breath. Where is Wugong County? The soldier carrying the sacks asked after a few breaths. The capital office. The clerk raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. Chang'an? The soldier turned his head and looked to the east. What about this? Is this canned meat? Another soldier ran over and carried the sacks. Obviously, the contents inside were not neat, and it was uncomfortable to carry. The clerk looked again and read. The Chang'an Pig Rearing Alliance donated 12,000 canned luncheon meat on the 1004th ship. What kind of meat is luncheon meat? Can you open it and take a look? Open one. It's all for us anyway. Open it, I'll open it. This is luncheon meat? You can see meat inside. There's a lot of meat inside. Old Lu. The clerk took one and read. It contains 90% meat. The rest is starch, spices, salt. It can be eaten directly, fried, roasted, stewed, steamed. Quick, take a pair of chopsticks and eat one. It's all open. Try it. It's delicious. It's better than canned meat. How is this made? It's all meat in one bite. I've never heard of the Chang'an Pig Rearing Alliance. They're rich. 12,000 coins worth of food. There's more here. The people from other counties also donated. What's Chang'an? I only know the word fu. It's for the princess. It's for Princess Jean Xian. She said she donated 1,000 coins worth of food. This is part of it. Who is Princess Yongmu? 80,000 coins worth of food. This is part of it. I know. Princess Jean Xian is Princess Yongmu's aunt. Then why does her aunt only have 1,000 coins and her niece has 80,000 coins? Where did Princess Yongmu get so much money? Qinli, what's going on with Princess Yongmu? In the main tent, Guojian also received the gifts and realized that Princess Yongmu was too rich. She's the owner of Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Any handkerchief she sells is worth more than 1 coin. Qinli told the people around him, who were qualified to know. What kind of handkerchief is so valuable? Zhang Zhongliang knew what a handkerchief was. He also had one. The handkerchief designed and made by the owner, as well as other things, including the fragrant orchid pavilion, were all built by the owner. Princess Yongmu probably took out all the money she earned. As a woman, life is not easy. She has to look at her husband's eyes. Qinli said with a look that said, if you don't guard this place well, you'll be sorry for a weak woman. Where does Princess Yongmu usually live? Wang Juankui couldn't bear it. A woman took out all her money. Of course she lives in Li family Zhuangzi. Dongzhu always cooks for Princess Yongmu, and takes Princess Yongmu to play. Qinli said matter-of-factly. Qinli, you've changed. You've become bad. Just say that Princess Yongmu is Li Yi's future. Ha! Wang Juankui stopped talking. She didn't dare to speak blindly. Zhang Xiaosong was curious. He ignored everything else and asked, is Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion very profitable? When I came out, the profit was estimated to be more than 200,000 coins. It doesn't matter if I take 80,000 coins. It's open for business for 2 days every 10 days. Qinli looked at Wang Juankui and said, just now, Wang Juankui was pitying Princess Yongmu and thought that the money was gone. Chapter 1176. Li Yi wants to marry a princess? Zhang Xiaosong was concerned. Marrying, not marrying. A princess is called marrying, not surrendering. Qinli did not agree. Why should I, Dongzhu, be the son-in-law of his wife? Actually, marrying meant marrying. A man had to obey his wife, or his wife's family. But in the end, it was just a saying. If the princess did not look for trouble herself, her husband was still the head of the family. Tubo married a princess of the Tang dynasty, not marrying a princess. In front of Dongzhu Li Yi, why should he marry a princess? Do you believe that Dongzhu will blow up Chang'an? Yes, Zhang Xiaosong quickly agreed. The government and the people along the way are all donating things. If we lose things here, everyone think about it. Guozhiyun did not want to care about Li Yi and the princess. He was the chief commander. He watched the people from Shu continuously send things here. Then take the things to sell for money. Then send more things here. The people along the river gave things, and the people of the government donated things to the villages and counties. The rich merchants of the government sent more than 10,000 taels of things at one time. He had weapons, bedding, clothes, concrete, and medicine. He had weapons, bedding, clothes, concrete, and medicine. He felt that the entire Tang dynasty was working for him. Someday Tubo would turn the situation around. He looked back at those things. How can we lose things? We've already agreed that in the future, we'll give 10% of the profits to the soldiers' families. Wang Juankui was not afraid. The soldiers guarding here had merits and benefits. Moreover, Tubo had not sent troops here yet. The highland barley had been taken, so why not fight? On the Tubo side, Princess Jincheng was having the best time recently. The Tang dynasty occupied the entire Yellow River Basin. She was the princess of the Tang dynasty, so the people of Tubo should be against her. No, the reality was not like that. The Tang dynasty was so powerful that the people of Tubo didn't even dare to offend Princess Jincheng for fear that she would be angry. The status of a person in a foreign country was determined by the military power of his home country. The more powerful his country was, the more stable he would be outside. Especially the princess. Princess Li Nunu of Jincheng was eating grapes and ice cream. Grapes could be eaten with the skin on. The Tang dynasty's reply came, telling them that they couldn't give up this place, but they could cooperate. Would they cooperate? Princess Jincheng couldn't decide. She only knew that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were too good at fighting. The people he brought with him straightened their backs and raised their chins, while the other concubines knelt down. Nu, do you want to cooperate with them? Qidai Zhu Dan is not old enough. He is more attached to Princess Jincheng. It was mainly because Princess Jincheng was dignified. She grew up in the palace and had a different temperament. I'll listen to my husband. Princess Jincheng brought the soup she made, which was boiled in a pressure cooker. Yes, she had a pressure cooker, binoculars, and a thermometer. When Qidai Zhu Dan came, he felt cold. Cold was right, it was snowing. He drank the hot soup, and then in less than half an hour, he declared victory on the bed. He thought he was powerful, but he didn't know that Princess Jincheng had drugged him. Princess Jincheng wanted a child. She could see that the Tang dynasty's attack was like a tide. The feeling was to advance, stabilize, keep up with the logistics, maintain normalcy, and advance. She didn't have love. She only had status, and it would be best if she had a son. Love was unreserved between men and women, not calculation. Princess Jincheng couldn't have such a thing. She was not the only woman who had Qidai Zhu Dan. When a man had many women, or a woman had many men, there was only interest. Love was sharing honor and disgrace, and relying on each other in life and death. They didn't have that. Princess Jincheng was very confused. Princess Jincheng had a good temperament, and was beautiful. He liked her. And because Princess Jincheng was from the Tang dynasty, his prime minister and others hoped that he could favor other concubines. He still didn't know whether Princess Jincheng's heart was with the Tang dynasty or with him. When he fought the Tang dynasty, Princess Jincheng couldn't say anything. He didn't defeat the Tang dynasty, but he still asked Princess Jincheng to write a letter to ask for peace. He could spend a beautiful night with her at any time. But he also asked her to write a letter to the Tang dynasty. Qidai Zhu Dan was confused. Was he afraid of the Tang dynasty? Or was he always sleeping with Princess Jincheng because of her gentleness and beauty? Tonight his performance was better. Princess Jincheng ate barbecue and drank with him. When it was dark, he picked up Princess Jincheng while eating and drinking. An hour, a full hour. They continued to eat and drink. And then he picked up Princess Jincheng again. Again and again until dawn. Ask the Tang dynasty if there are other ways. Qidai Zhu Dan saw the document about the cooperation between the Tang dynasty and Tubo in the Yellow River area. He felt that this was achieved, and it was more than he had earned before. No, there are only these few options. The official of the Tang dynasty shook his head. The imperial court had decided, and it couldn't be changed. We need coal, a lot of coal. My husband said so. Princess Jincheng said. So the coal mined by Long Yu began to be transported to Tubo. Qidai Zhudan was very happy. Look, his wife, as long as she said my husband, the Tang dynasty had to give coal. This information was soon sent back to Chang'an. In the future, Qidai Zhudan can only have one wife, and that's Li Nunu. Li Yi reached out to catch the falling snow, and said to the people around him, Li Dongzhu, if there's no other way, I'll go there. Since Guo got the heavy machine gun and practiced it, he always wanted to take it to the front line. He mastered it, just like the sunflower scripture and the Bixia swordplay. He wanted to use the heavy machine gun to kill the enemy's commanders at a distance of 3,000 meters. He didn't expect to kill the commander-in-chief and the general. He just wanted to kill the junior general or the captain. Except for the winged knights, no other army could achieve their tactical goals after their junior general was killed. The strength of the feather forest flying cavalry lay in the fact that every one of them could be a general. Even the ordinary soldiers could read, calculate, draw, no tactics and no strategy. You couldn't destroy the winged knights' command system unless you destroyed the winged knights. The enemy wasn't. Their education was far worse. Mainly, if you killed the commanders, the whole army would be useless. Isn't it better if I go? You think you can do it with the heavy machine gun? I'll fly over and capture Tubo's Zanpu and Deluan. Isn't it easier? Why don't you fly with me? Li Yi didn't want to end the war with his own means. The rise of a nation must be recognized by the nation as a whole. Otherwise, it would be easier for everyone to kill the leaders directly. Li Yi had done it at that time. Then what? Did he have his own benefits? No. If he killed the enemy's leader, he wouldn't get many resources, just oil. At the same time, he would have to face the enemy's revenge and hatred. Li Yi didn't want to do such a thing. The right way to do it was for the entire nation to have a better life and rise. How long will it take? Guo was anxious. How old are you? After winter, the fleet will set off. Li Yi wasn't anxious at all. Chapter 1177. Wu Jiyu personally changed Bao Er's diaper. The coal was given to them. They will use it to burn cement. It means that they have entered the strategic defense phase. Our soldiers are safe. Empress Wang looked at the problem from another perspective. How much coal could they send? Most of it had probably been burned down. The fire had probably burned down. Burning cement required a lot of coal, and it was not enough to smelt weapons. Will Princess Jincheng's binoculars provide them with the technology? Wu Jiyu asked. They can't figure it out with binoculars. They don't have glass. The glass of kerosene lamps is different from the glass of binoculars. They can only find a crystal mill to grind the same glass. With their strength, Li Yi knew that if Tubo wanted to work, they must find the craftsmen brought by Princess Jincheng. Tubo's craftsmen were good at weaving carpets, but grinding lenses? What a joke! If lenses were so easy to grind, why didn't they grind them at home? What's the point of spending money to buy such expensive lenses? Brother Yi, I will prepare 200 households from the Craftsmen's Alliance for you. They will belong to Zhuangzi in the future. What do you think? Li Qingqi knew the benefits of technology. Li family Zhuangzi did not have many craftsmen. His Craftsmen's Alliance had people in their 30s who learned from their elders since childhood. In addition, they were smart and skilled. They could pull silver and gold threads thinner than hair and weave things with thin threads. At first glance, it looked like they were carved with a knife. But in fact, the patterns were woven. Li hesitated and nodded. It's best if they don't have many connections outside. For example, they must have many relatives. At the same time, the quality must be good. Of course. Ask them to move here. Many of them have their own houses in Chang'an. You must treat them well. Li Qingqi already had a list. He didn't want those who gambled, drank all day, had a wife but had other women outside, and didn't want those who were not filial to their parents. Although he had a princess and had other women, it was different. At least he thought so. Li Yi shook his head. There is no special treatment. What Li family Zhuangzi has now is what they will have in the future. What other treatment can Li family Zhuangzi give? However, they will lose their freedom. Empress Wang did not know what the craftsmen would choose. Tell the craftsmen to bring their families to Zhuangzi. The older children will learn extra skills, and the younger children will learn more. After a few years, they could leave at any time. At that time, even if others get some technology, they can't catch up with the Tang dynasty because we are a system. The craftsmen will become teachers and teach more people. Li Yi started to think about the future. He couldn't always let the Li family Zhuangzi do research alone. Some of the relatively simple branches needed to be learned by more people in the Tang dynasty before they could enter the system. Even if other countries wanted to learn, by the time they learned a little, the Tang dynasty's territory would already be a thing of the past. Not within 10 years. Li Qingqi was worried, mainly because he felt that the Tang dynasty was not strong enough. After he finished speaking, he quickly left to discuss with the craftsmen and ask if they were willing to join the Li family Zhuangzi. If they joined, they would lose some years of freedom, but they would get medical treatment and education for their family. There was no need to consider the housing and treatment. In winter, there would be heating, and the canteen would be open 24 hours a day. In a distant county in Guangzhou, Li Feng looked at the road that had been repaired, and the people who were eating and drinking heartily. He smiled. After the Liqiu period it rained. It was okay and not very cold. The people who came to Chang and wore thick clothes in the morning and evening. Was there a layer of frost on the ground before the sun came out? After dinner, everyone will rest for 2 days, and then start to build new houses for each family. Li Feng shouted to the people who were eating large pieces of stewed meat. No need, we will start to build houses tomorrow. Yes, how can building houses be more important than building roads? Ming residents, will we really be paid to build our own houses? When everyone heard that they should rest, they did not agree. After some time, Guangzhou would also be cold. How would they build houses then? Yes, we will be paid by the Municipal Department of Shipping. Everyone will build houses according to the standard, and let others see that they are clean and orderly. Then, we will provide accommodation for passing merchants. I will teach you how to cook and buy wok. You will need to provide food for others. As for wine, we have a lot of fruits here. We can make all kinds of fruit wine. Some of them need to be added with sugar. Li Feng promised. They did not pay to build roads, but they ate well. They agreed that the Yin family would pay, and they would get the money from the Yin family. If they did not pay for building houses, the people would not be able to live. Recently, they did not do any other work while building roads. If it were not for the food and drinks at home, and the people building the roads, they would have stopped paying. Originally he was poor. His body was thin and dry, but after working he became fatter. The children in the family changed the most. They could digest and absorb food quickly. They could eat a lot and would gain weight after eating. There was not much autumn grain to begin with, and they still had to pay rent. However, if they did not pay this year, Li Feng made the decision to waive the rent. The Guangzhou government agreed. As long as they got money for the imperial court, the rent did not matter. The salary of the yamen was actually paid by the rent. Li Feng and the rest did not need it. They could get some money from the Guangzhou government. For example, they asked the people to collect medicinal herbs, and the yamen bought them at a higher price than usual. They collected a large batch and sold it to Li Feng. Li Feng increased the price and sent people to send it back to the pharmacy. The increased price was the additional income of the yamen officials. The people did not lose out. The Li family Zhuangzi collected the money normally. This price was cheaper than in Zhuangzi, even if the travel expenses were included. The people left a season's rent in rent, so that they would not starve before next year's summer harvest. In addition, as long as the people in Guangzhou had their own specialties, they could also earn money by selling them to Chang and or to foreign merchants through the repaired roads. However, it was not a problem of money now. The people rarely went to faraway places. Even if there were specialties, they would still be bought by merchants. The state government was responsible for setting the price. Otherwise, they would not sell it to merchants. At most, the state government would organize people to send it to Chang'an. They had to plant their own food. There was no food locally. If they transported it from outside, the price would be high, and there would be a shortage of food elsewhere. At the moment, there was no such thing as being familiar with the world. There was also no such thing as Su Changshu and the world. In Hunan's Jingzhou, there was a small population. There were many places that had not been reclaimed. What was the use of Dongting Lake? During the Southern Song Dynasty, Su Changshu should be Zhanqing rice. During the Southern Song Dynasty, many new varieties of Zhanqing rice appeared. Shandong, Hunan, and Hebei were short of food. Guangzhou was also short of food. This showed that the impact of the war was too great, coupled with the weather, especially the drought. When it came to drought in Shandong, the drought areas included Hunan and Hebei. Li Feng knew the situation. Li Yi had told him before and asked him to promote advanced farming techniques, especially the breeding of water buffaloes. They could obtain meat by rearing ducks. The method of roasting ducks had already been told. Guangzhou did not lack fruit trees. Roasting with fruit trees would taste good. In addition to the new net, they could sink the net to catch fish when they went out to sea. There was no such thing as fishing for a day, and not having enough food when they returned home. Chapter 1178. There's something wrong with your goods. Yen Bang looked at the merchant in front of him and pointed at the pearls and tortoiseshell. What's wrong? The merchant thought that Yen Bang would take one of the pearls, but Yen Bang didn't. The goods were all the same. He had arrived late, but he had received more goods. Although the weather in Guangzhou was a little cold, the journey back was getting warmer. The merchant was prepared to make a big profit, but the Tang Dynasty official didn't allow him to make any deals. You don't know what's wrong? You want me to say it? If I say it, it will be a big problem. Think about it. Yen Bang raised his chin slightly. He didn't know what was wrong with the pearls and tortoiseshell. They looked normal. The pearls were divided into boxes according to their size and roundness. Tortoiseshell was a shell, like a turtle's shell. Beautiful jewelry could be made from this shell. At the same time, tortoiseshell was a medicinal ingredient that could cure diseases. The servant next to him whispered, "You have so many things. You're rich, unlike us. We have to work hard. And the salary we receive is not enough to support our families. How much do you earn? How can an official not be able to support a family?" The merchant was puzzled. Do you really not understand? Or are you playing dumb? You've earned a lot of money, but we can't eat. Ah, do you understand? The servant frowned. I'm treating you to a meal? You want grain, right? The merchant asked. Previously, when they were on their way back, they had told him that grain could be used as tax deductions. Another merchant came over and took out a few pearls from a box and handed them to Yen Bang. Ming residents, help me take a look. Look at what? Yen Bang looked at the small pearls and stared. I can't see clearly here. Bring them home. The merchant smiled. Bring them home. Who do you think I am? Do you think I would be interested in these small pearls? I'm an honest official. Yen Bang continued to stare, but he was looking at the large pearls and a tortoiseshell that he thought looked good. The merchant followed his gaze and revealed a troubled expression. These weren't his goods, and he was just helping his subordinate. He couldn't make the decision. There's something wrong with the goods, seal it, seal it. Yen Bang shouted, and a group of people came over. Don't seal it. Ming residents, look at this tortoiseshell. The owner of the goods understood and wanted benefits. He took the tortoiseshell and handed it to Yen Bang. But Yen Bang's eyes were fixed on the pearl. The barbarian merchant hurriedly carried the tortoiseshell shell and flipped it over. He grabbed a handful of pearls and placed them inside, then looked at Yen Bang. This batch of goods, we can still look at them. Yen Bang's eyelids drooped. Yes, look. Yishang grabbed 2 more handfuls of pearls with a pleading look in his eyes. All right, I think it's not bad, Yen Bang said as he turned around. He did not take the tortoiseshell containing the pearls. The lackey came over and reached out to grab another handful of pearls before carrying them away. Why is it like this? The owner of the goods felt his heart ache. In the beginning, they didn't ask for anything. Later on, they reached out and took a little. Now sigh. The foreign merchant who had helped before shook his head. In other places, the people from the Yen family used similar methods. Some of them were so anxious that they didn't even care about their dignity and snatched the items as if they were fighting for them. The foreign merchants were furious, but they didn't dare to show any expression. Otherwise, they would be punished even more harshly. They only felt that everything had changed. Everything had changed. No one cared. Some even went to look for Zhang Jiuling's people and asked them to record it. That person turned around and scolded the Yin family, saying that a foreign merchant had reported them. Which foreign merchant did they take so many items from? In the end, the Yin family's people went to return the goods. After returning the goods, they said that the goods were not up to standard and could not be traded. In the end, the foreign merchants could only give more items. They were robbed again and reported again. The foreign merchants were completely honest. The officials of the Tang dynasty were colluding with each other. There was no justice. Zhang Jiling ate some stir-fried mushrooms and took a sip of wine. It's about time, right? If we let them continue, they will be wiped out. They can't be wiped out. It's impossible for them to be killed and exiled. Where else could they be more remote than here? Why don't you throw them to me? Tan Shui thought it was interesting. She treated this as a game. The Yin family was indeed insatiably greedy. They were walking step by step into the pit. Zhang Jiling felt bad for the Yin family. In the beginning, the Yin family wanted double the money for road repairs. At most, they would be ordered to rectify or be removed from their position. If they continue to cause trouble, the entire Yin family in the driving county will be finished. Are we doing this? He wanted to say that they went overboard, but he held back. Jianqing had another opinion. If we don't deal with the Yin family, other clans will follow and cause trouble. Zhang Jiling was thinking about one thing. For the people in the driving county, how long have they been bullied by the Yin family? It was not easy to find evidence. Now that the evidence is in front of us, we can use this evidence to convict them of their crimes and seek justice for the people. I think so too. Pang Kuang nodded and agreed. He quickly ate the mushrooms. He found that this mushroom had a special taste. Next time, make it into fried mushrooms. Li Dongzhu gave many ways to make this mushroom. I have some too. I'll write back and ask them to collect them. Tan Shui felt that she didn't eat the right mushrooms in the past. She learned new knowledge. Fine. Zhang Jiling thought of the other party's arrogant look when they captured the Yin family. He was such a high-ranking official. But Yin Jie was not afraid. How much had the local people suffered? When Li Feng and the others went to look for evidence, they still had to lead the people to live a good life. Most of the evidence would not be found. The Yin family had controlled the yamen for so many years. The cases that should not have existed had been dealt with long ago. Or rather, it was not recorded. If they were punished for the loss of the case, at most, the leader would be sent away. Some would even be demoted. It was not painful or itchy. The other county officials were watching. If they did not handle it well and showed weakness, the sea trade in Guangzhou would be finished. Those people would not steal from the Yin family. They could try to change the trading location and collect a 10% tax. The 10% tax would go into the pockets of the officials. The imperial court would not be able to get it. Wei Yefeng interrupted. The mountain people came down to be registered. The local yamen is in charge. If the officials are looser and tighter, the situation will be different. The mountain people might be forced. He looked at Tan Shui as he spoke. Why are you looking at me? What if I'm rebelling? I strongly urge Lu Zhou to send someone from the Li family Zhuangzi over to be an official. Tan Shui did not trust any other officials of the Tang dynasty. He felt that someone from the Li family Zhuangzi would be better. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. They would not harm them for a little money. It's settled then. Huang'an was in charge of this matter. He and Zhang Jiling jointly wrote a letter. The Yin family was the chicken that was killed for the monkeys to see. The Huang family was also the monkeys. Today the Yin family was unlucky. Tomorrow, if the Huang family did not handle the matter well, another method would be used against them. The Huang family would not be able to bear it. It was too sinister. How could anyone not be greedy? Especially when corruption was given a chance. Chapter 1179. When it rained heavily in Guangzhou, the main roads in all the counties in Guangzhou had been repaired. It meant that the roads could be used to drive carriages. Some roads were difficult to repair and could only be used by one carriage. The roads could be used to make do. They could be repaired slowly after the people had rested and settled the matters at home. The roads were made of dirt and stones. Sand was piled up at the side. When it rained, it would be used to replace the sand that was washed away by the rain. Otherwise, the stones would protrude and damage the wheels and hooves of the livestock. The dirt roads needed to be paved with sand. It rained in Guangzhou in winter, and it was unbearable. When the roads were muddy, people did not like to walk. The coal from Lu Zhou's place was constantly being shipped over by ship. It was unwashed together with the gang. However, Lu Zhou did not have much use for the coal. The coal powder was made into coal pancakes or coal blocks. 2 pigeons flew over from Chang'an. Zhang Juling read the letter, and a hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes. The moist sea breeze blew. He tightened his clothes. I don't want to go back now. I should stay for another year. The letter told him to return to the capital at the end of the year and prepare to be the Grand Chancellor. He was asked to think about what he wanted to do when he became the Grand Chancellor. He could not lack his own opinions and ideas. He had to write them down and show them to His Majesty. What ideas can I have? Haven't you already thought about it? My idea is to listen to Li Yi. Zhang Juling grumbled. He had an idea. He wanted to deal with the officials when he returned. While the war was stable, and there were no major disturbances in the Tang dynasty, he would capture the officials who should be captured. However, he knew that he had to see Li Yi's plan. If Li Yi did not agree, he would be wasting his breath. He thought about it and wrote a reply. He wanted to wait until next summer to return. He told Li Yi that countless villagers in Guangzhou had gone down the mountain to the yamen to register. The yamen had to make arrangements. Not all villagers lived at the foot of the mountain. They had to go back when they had to. There was no place at the foot of the mountain. He would be in charge here. If anything happened, he could send the pigeons back and forth. The villagers' registration was just the beginning. Did the villagers pay rent? What benefits did the imperial court give the villagers? Malaria severance pills and anti-snake venom serum? 2 pigeons were sent out. Zhang Juling discussed this with the others, including Tan Shuai. Chang'an's letter asking me to return at the end of the year. What do you think? Zhang Juling did not seem happy. Go back for what? Tan Shuai's eyes were filled with curiosity. Because Zhang Gong did not do a good job here? Go back to be the Prime Minister's assistant. Jian Qing knew the situation. Promotion? Well, if Zhang Gong becomes a Grand Chancellor, he will certainly be able to help the imperial court manage the Tang dynasty well. But what about the previous 3 Grand Chancellors? Another one? Qin Shui was happy. She felt that she was getting along well with Zhang Juling here. If Zhang Juling became the Prime Minister, he would have another acquaintance when he went to Chang'an. But the matter here is not over yet. How can I leave without worry? Zhang Juling shook his head. He was not in a hurry to become the Prime Minister. Jian Qing thought for a moment and said, Did Zhang Gong reply to explain the situation? Of course, the 2 pigeons just now are the ones. Zhang Juling's expression was still unsightly. He felt that things were not over yet. If he went back, his tail would be left behind. If there were any changes in the Guangzhou prefecture in the future, he would feel uncomfortable even if others did not mention it. Since Zhang Gong said so, there is no need to worry. Dongzhu will naturally consider the situation. We just have to wait. Pang Kuang was optimistic. Since Zhang Juling told Dongzhu about the matter, Dongzhu would think about it. That is the only way. Zhang Juling had no other choice. One day later, it was unknown whether the pigeons understood the urgency of the situation or felt that the weather in Guangzhou was uncomfortable. The 2 pigeons flew with all their might. They drank some water together and did not eat anything. They flew back to the Li family Zhuangzi. Coo-coo-coo, coo-coo-coo. The Li family Zhuangzi's pigeons saw their familiar teammates coming back and called out to welcome them. Li Longji came back early at night. When he saw the pigeon's letter, Zhang Juling told him about the local situation and his own thoughts. Brother Yi, how should we deal with this? Li Longji was also in a dilemma. Those county magistrates and clans were not a problem in his eyes. He was the emperor. He wanted a country, not a place. The aboriginals are eager to be registered. They should be rent-free for 10 years. Let the Tan family help to reclaim the terrace fields and send some students over. Li Yi knew why the aboriginals were willing to be registered. Their thoughts were simple. After being registered, there would be more malaria pills and antivenom. It seemed like they had to pay rent. But at the same time, the imperial court would spend money to build roads and buy grass that no one wanted at a high price. That was medicine. and the grass was medicine. Even mushrooms could be sold at a high price. Send people from Zhuangzi out? The first batch or the second batch? Li Longji was also interested in Guangzhou's border trade. For the first batch, 20 people will go. Other than the provincial governor, they will be the leaders of the other counties. Li gave an answer. He sent the people he did not want to send out the most. He did not want to send them out. It was not that these people were not good at learning. Li did not want to send them out. He wanted to teach them more knowledge. But in Guangzhou, the local clans, the aboriginals, and the trade relations were involved. What should he do in such a situation? Zhang Jiling did not want to come back. He was worried. To be honest, a place where Zhang Jiling was in charge was enough. But the imperial court needed more manpower. The prime minister's work had to be detailed. Song Jing was in charge of too many things, and was distracted. Zhang Jiling was transferred back to be in charge of diplomatic relations with the Turks and Tubo. After that, Song Jing's power was divided. For prime ministers was better than 3. The next step was to deal with the aristocratic families. The 3 prime ministers could not form a mutual restraint. One agreed, one disagreed, and the third person became important. The 4 of them could basically form a 2-on-2 situation. If it was 3-on-1, the 3 of them would be dealt with. In a 2-on-2 situation, the final decision was in the hands of the emperor. Will they be taken over? Li Longji was worried that the first batch of students from Li family Zhuangzi would be difficult to deal with the local power. They will take over the Huang family. The Huang family has the most power in the local area. If others want to take them over, they will have to pay a high price. I plan to increase the salary of the local officials. Li Yi's method was simple and direct. He used money to throw it. When the students went to ask people to work, the people who were affected would not do it. The officials would be removed and replaced. If the local government wanted to fight for a normal salary, no one would be obedient. What about 5 times the salary? What about the additional benefits? What about the big bonus after the evaluation? The lives of the people were good. The people had a strong foundation. What was a small family with more people? If they dared to kill officials, their family would be exterminated. Li Longji was still worried, but he chose to believe in Li Yi. At least there were pigeons flying around. When Zhang Jiling came back, he would bring many pigeons raised in Guangzhou. The students went over and brought the pigeons raised by Li family Zhuangzi. How will the Yan family be dealt with in the end? Li Longji thought of the chicken. When Li Feng and the others find evidence of the Yan family's murder for money, the Yan family and their accomplices will be hanged according to the number of people who died. Li Yi was not soft-hearted. He asked the Yan family to take advantage of the situation. This was subjectively framing people. It was not good behavior. He used this reason to deal with the Yan family's problem in Ziyuan County. The result was perfect. If the Yan family did not kill anyone, they would not be hanged. Chapter 1180. The carrier pigeons flew away, and the 20 students who were officials in the county were ready to go. In addition to the goods they exchanged with the barbarians, they also brought carrots. The carrots were planted, and the seeds were harvested. Then they used the seeds to plant more carrots in the Guangdong and Guangxi regions. After 2 years, they would bring back some of the seeds and plant them in Guangzhou. Some of them would be sent to Jiangnan for planting. In 2 years, carrots would be available everywhere in the Tang dynasty. 13 of the 20 people would take over the position of county magistrate in the 13 registered counties, and 5 of them would enter the provincial government. They would take over the positions in the provincial government. If the provincial governor wanted to do something, he would have to go through them. The last 2 would be in charge of Zhang Jiling's Department of Shipping. In history, the Department of Shipping in the Tang dynasty was overseen by eunuchs. A few days after the team set out, a moderate rain fell, and in the middle of the night, it turned into light snow. The snow came earlier this year. After breakfast, Li Dan ran out to find Li Yi, who was watching others work. The light snow sealed the land, and the heavy snow sealed the river. I hope the upper reaches of the Yellow River are frozen. Li Yi looked at the farmers using flat shovels to dig the ground. He was worried about the cheap charcoal, and hoped for the cold weather. The canal was built. From the beginning of the river to the source, Li hoped it would freeze. After it froze, some of the ice was flat and could be used to run sleds. Some of the ice was so messy that they could use tools to clear a path. Which part of the road was not frozen? They could only go around it. Generally, the water flow in the places that were not frozen was turbulent. The horses could not stay on the ice for a long time. They needed to go ashore and rest on blankets. The rain turned into snow, and the road was slippery. Did the children run here today? Li Dan said something irrelevant. Princess Yongmu's neighbor in Zhuangzi had built a new house. The children went back, but Princess Yongmu did not want to go back. Therefore, the children set out in the morning and ran forward. They crossed Chang, and then arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Princess Yongmu taught the children. That night, she stayed in Zhuangzi and ran back the next night. There was a carriage following her. Some of the children were too young, so they needed to get on the carriage. I've already sent people to deliver ice skates to them. They know how to skate. Li said with a smile. He saw a group of children kneeling on the ice cart. The ice picks were stuck into the ground, and they were sliding towards him. After the rain, there was light snow, and the ground was covered with a layer of ice. The horses that were pulling the carriage at the side would occasionally slip, even if the horseshoes were nailed down. Li Dan also smiled when she saw this. Only you could come up with this idea. It's not that other people don't want to, but they don't want to do it. Li knew that other people wouldn't come over just to help the children deliver ice trucks. Since they had the manpower and material resources to send the ice trucks, they might as well put the children on the trucks and bring them back. For the children, they felt that the road was not easy to walk on. The children would find that not only was it not difficult to deliver the ice cart today, but it was also very interesting. Turn distress into joy, and children will be happy for a long time. There's no ice. I can't slide anymore. When the children entered Zhuangzi, the ice on the road was shoveled off, and the ice car instantly lost its function. The older child gave the stake to the younger child and helped to pull up the rope on the ice cart. Otherwise, if they wanted to slide all the way to the door and out of the door, they wouldn't feel satisfied. Princess Yongmu greeted them with a smile and happily went to the cafeteria with the children to eat. Because they had to exercise, the children only drank a cup of warm water in the morning and ran on empty stomachs. I just when I accidentally fell over. I'm scared. Cheener pulled the ice cart and walked away by herself. She told Princess Yongmu about the dangerous things she had experienced. And then, Princess Yongmu asked with concern. And then I got up. Cheener showed Princess Yongmu her little hand. Sure enough, it was dirty and painful. When she slapped it on the ice, it was numb and painful. Eat more fried eggs to nourish your body. Princess Yongmu comforted her. Yes, nourish my body. Cheener nodded her little head in agreement. Li Dan listened and smiled even more. She looked at Li Yi. Only the Li family Zhuangzi would ask the first-class Jinsher to do this kind of work. The first-class Jinsher is worthless. I don't want to teach more people. Otherwise, they would all be first-class Jinsher. Li Yi stared at the group of students removing the ice. The 220 students in the village came back. They had gained a lot, but the villagers had gained even more. When they came back, the villagers made a set of clothes and a pair of shoes for each of them. There was also a piece of cloth with the fingerprints of all the villagers. It was a people's watch. The students put away the clothes and shoes. They didn't wear them and gave the cloth to Li Yi. Li Yi specially cleared out a row of houses to settle things down. In the future, when Li Yi wanted to find new students to teach, he would let the new students see it, including the certificate of the first-class Jinsher. He used this to tell the arrogant students that they shouldn't think that they were so good in the provincial capital. They were far from it. In the Li family Zhuangzi, they got first-class Jinsher in the imperial examination. Everyone has a people's watch, and they have to work hard. What do you think you are? You think that your grades in the provincial capital are good, and your literary talent is outstanding. But in Zhuangzi you can't do it. If they dared to cause trouble, they would be kicked out of Zhuangzi. However, Li Yi believed that none of the students would be disobedient. Kicking them out wasn't a matter of whether or not they could get help from Zhuangzi. If the Li family Zhuangzi didn't want them, It would be useless even if they got all the questions right. Li Dan rubbed his hands together and put them in his pockets. This year's greenhouse vegetables will be much cheaper than last year. There are more people, but the price still won't drop, even if many rich people are planting greenhouses in other provinces with cold winters. Li shook his head slightly. The capital government had a population of more than 3 million people. They came here to work. During the new year, the number of people eating vegetables increased correspondingly. In the northern region, the capital government, the provinces in the north, the provinces in the east and west, and even the Hushi and Longyu provincial governors. There were many people with money and ideas. They planted vegetables in greenhouses using fire channels and silk to keep them warm. There wasn't enough light, and the growth period was slow. Everyone was still willing to plant in advance. The light would accumulate. Looking at it this way, the price of the vegetables in greenhouses should be greatly reduced. In fact, the capital government couldn't do it. In other provinces, it depended on what the people who planted greenhouses thought. As long as the market wasn't saturated with vegetables, no one was willing to take the initiative to lower the price. Ordinary people couldn't afford to lower the price by half. They continued to eat cabbage, green onions, radishes, dried vegetables and salted vegetables. Can the Hunan province transfer vegetables to the capital government in winter to lower the price? Li Dan thought of Luoyang, Zhengzhou and other places. Hunan was also cold in winter. However, Hunan was the second most important place in the capital, and there were many rich people. They planted new indica rice, and the yield was high. If they planted greenhouses, they would still be able to make a profit. Li looked up at the sky. Now that the Yellow River hasn't frozen, send the ship to the Jinghang Grand Canal. The Yellow River won't be used in winter. What can we do by sending it? Li Dan realized that Li Yi had learned how to speak in leaps and bounds. After we send it, the things further south can be transported to Hunan province. There aren't many vegetables in winter in Suzhou, unless we plant greenhouses. Li Yi didn't consider the price of the vegetables. He was thinking that it would be a waste to leave the ship on the Yellow River in winter. If he threw it into the river, it would be crushed by the ice. Chapter 1181. Unlike the cold snow in the north, the afternoon in Guangzhou was still hot. Leaves looked listless, and Old Yellow was lying in the yard. Through the fence, one of its eyes was slightly open as it watched the people walking around outside. People pushing wheelbarrows filled with freshly picked grapefruits walked slowly, and winter geese circled in the sky, looking for a suitable place. The officials of the Yin family, and those who colluded with them, were still trying to bully the barbarians at the docks. The villagers' lives were getting better, and the winged knights went into the mountains to help with hunting. The winged knights took half of the game they hunted, and the other half was left for the villagers. Guangzhou had many mountains and many wild animals, so there were always casualties when the villagers went hunting. When they were not hunting, they would be killed by wild animals if they were not careful. The winged knights swept through the forest with guns, knives, and long hooks. When they encountered carnivorous animals, they attacked them, caught poisonous snakes with hooks, and ignored the herbivores. The herbivores were left for the villagers to catch later, and they were good stuff. The winged knights were not worried about killing all the wild animals in Guangzhou, and Li Yi did not ask them to control them. The wild animals in Guangzhou during the Tang dynasty were not rare, and they were not rare. After a few years, if the number of herbivores in the mountains increased, there would still be other carnivorous animals coming from other places. Hunters were not the ones who really affected the number of wild animals. After large-scale wars and population growth, industries, buildings, and the disorderly use of pesticides and fertilizers were the real reasons for the decrease of wild animals. The wild animals in Guangzhou affected the safety of the people. When the number of wild animals decreased, the hunters would leave some behind. Moreover, there was a limit to the hunters' needs and abilities. The winged knights helped to clean up. In the next few years, the villagers' lives would be stable, and the roads would be repaired. They would build more places to rest, and there would be a balance with the wild animals. Here, a batch of fur for you to exchange for money. A leader of the villagers dealt with half of the wild animal skins that the winged knights had hunted, and handed them to the winged knights who came again. They did not want the skins, so they left the meat to eat. They wanted to exchange it for money and coupons. The roads were almost repaired, and the number of merchants increased. Not all merchants would trade with barbarians, and the barbarians brought a limited amount of goods. The merchants were willing to trade with the local aboriginals, and the aboriginals were quite happy at first. Later on, he found out that the price offered by the merchants was much, much lower. Then he would look for the winged knights to exchange for money, then use the money to buy the merchants' items. Merchants would always nitpick when exchanging things and lower the price. Now that there was nothing to exchange, how could the redemption coupon be picky? Say it's old? The Li family Zhuangzi would recycle the old ones and replace them for free. When the aboriginals realized the benefits, they ran down the mountain and asked the officials for the approximate price of the items. When the merchants came over and wanted to sell them for more money, the aboriginals refused. If other merchants came to cause trouble and raised the price to buy mountain goods, the merchants who came later would definitely hire servants to ambush them. When the winged knights accepted them, the merchants could only stare. The success rate of a sneak attack was too low, even if they had the advantage in numbers. If one of the winged knights escaped and reported the news, all the bandits would be wiped out. A total of 293 carvings. I'll give you 300 carvings. Also bring us some fruits and other food. The winged knights estimated the price and counted it out to be 300 carvings. When this batch of goods was sent back to the Li family Zhuangzi, the Li family Zhuangzi received a 40% discount, which was lower than what other merchants sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't have to use these things to make money. They could make clothes, boots, and other things and send them to the front lines. Good, there's smoked meat. The chief counted the redemption coupons and happily put them away. With the redemption coupons, they had the confidence to bring people down the mountain to buy salt, grain, and oil. Dried salted fish was the cheapest and could be bought in bulk. Are you still hunting this time? Like before, we'll ask someone to lead the way for you. The chief didn't mind having more money. We're collecting pomelos. You can grow them or get wild ones. The winged knights didn't hunt and wanted to buy fruits. Pomelos had a long shelf life and didn't have them in Chang'an. In the past, they had to transport them back from other places, and the price was high. Usually, only Shu County could provide them. It was more expensive to transport them from further south. Now that the roads were paved and carriages could travel, they could take their time. Yes, we have pomelos. We'll choose the big ones and then plant them again. The chief was happy when he heard that they were going to buy pomelos. They had pomelos now, and there would be more in 2 months. He had already planned to build a kiln this year and prepare to burn bricks and tiles to build houses for the village. He had to pay to find a craftsman at the foot of the mountain to teach him. He also had to buy a lot of ironware, such as kitchen knives, long spearheads, large knives, shovels, picks, hoes, and so on. Let's do it. Let's settle the matter before we leave, Zhang Jiuling said to Pang Kuang in the office of the Department of Transportation. The Yin family had committed enough crimes. Or rather, they had enough money. Recently, the people of the Yin family had become even worse. They had gone crazy. According to the number of things they had taken and converted into money, it was more than 200,000 yuan. Since 3 days ago, the people of the Yin family had started to plot against the merchants of the Tang dynasty. Then they got into a conflict. The merchants of the Tang dynasty didn't like their problems. The merchants had brought along guards along the way. How many people could the Yin family mobilize? They couldn't win against so many guards. The guards were more restrained. They only used their fists and feet, and didn't beat them to death. The people of the Yin family had knives, but they didn't dare to draw them. If they did, the guards would use their knives. The people of the Yin family looked for Zhang Jiuling and said that they had been beaten up by unruly people during work. They wanted the winged knights to arrest them. Zhang Jiuling told them to go back and recuperate first. He said that he would give them a result. Now there was a large batch of goods to follow Zhang Jiuling to Chang'an. They had to leave in a few days. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to arrive before the new year. He wanted to settle the matter of the Yin family and not leave any traces behind. Pang Kuang went out with Tan Shui. She had people to help. If the Yin family escaped, she would call people to stop them. Let me tell you, don't be arrogant. I'm investigating you to uphold the laws of the imperial court. How can you not abide by them? When Pang Kuang arrived with people, Yin Jia was shouting at the merchants who were surrounded. He had hired people again. The people he hired were all armed with crossbows. The merchants were dumbfounded. They also went to look for Zhang Jiuling, but Zhang Jiuling said to wait for 2 days. In the end, more people from the Yin family arrived. They even had crossbows. When Pang Kuang saw the crossbows, he signaled the 300 winged knights to stop 200 steps away and prepare to reload. Do you see it? The winged knights are here to arrest you. Yin Jia continued to shout when he saw the people stopping in the distance. Pang Kuang shouted, Yin Jia, put down your weapons and surrender. Patrol Inspector Zhang Jiuling has requested the assistance of the winged knights. Kill anyone who dares to resist or escape. Come on, surround the area. Bring bows and wooden shields. Don't let anyone escape. Tan Shui also shouted. Footsteps were heard. The people she brought were obedient. Even if they were under attack, they would still charge forward, let alone arrest people. Bang, 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 bang. The people who were hired took down the crossbows and stopped playing. They knew what the winged knights were holding. It was a flintlock. When the winged knights were hunting, there were people who went to watch. The range was long and powerful. The crossbows couldn't hit that spot. Would they dare to shoot if they could? Killing the emperor's private army was considered a rebellion. Tie them up. Go and tie them up. They don't dare to move. A merchant found an opportunity and shouted to charge forward. The guards behind him ran to tie them up. Wrong. Zhang Jiuling promised me. You are wrong. Yin Jia shouted unwillingly. Chapter 1182. Many people crowded around them and watched from a distance. Lady Yin and her companions were tied up by the merchant's guards. Based on the traces of the ropes, it was likely that they would die if they were tied up too much. Load the bayonets, Pang Kuang ordered. Swoosh. The 300 men drew their tactical sabers and loaded them onto their guns before they stepped forward. Pang Kuang, let me go at once. Zhang Jiuling wants to help me. Yin Jia thought Pang Kuang had acted on his own accord. Eunuch Zhang was gathering evidence before this. Now that we have all the evidence, you can only wait for the law to punish you. Loosen the ropes. What a great grudge. The winged knights stepped forward and loosened the ropes. The people who were tied up gasped for air. Pang Kuang looked around and said loudly, whether you're a merchant from the Tang dynasty or a merchant from afar, the Tang dynasty will treat you all the same. As for the Yin family led by Yin Jia and the other accomplices who harmed you, we will definitely punish them severely. All their ill-gotten gains will be confiscated as a warning to future generations. Good. That's great. We should arrest them and confiscate their properties. The merchants from the Tang dynasty clapped their hands and cheered. Good. Good. The merchants who were bullied cheered as well. This felt great. The Tang dynasty's imperial court was still in charge. They did not have any evidence before this, but their lives would be better in the future. The merchants did not think there was anything wrong with this. They hoped they would no longer be exploited. With the winged knights from the Tang dynasty personally arresting them, they could finally rest assured. Tan Shui looked at the excited people shouting. She lowered her head and rubbed her feet against the ground as she muttered, we have to be careful in the future. We have to be careful when dealing with the imperial court officials. She remembered the 200,000 silver coins that Lady Yin obtained. She confiscated them, and the imperial court took them away. They did not return the money to the merchants who lost them. Some of them could not be returned because they had already exchanged their goods and left. Most importantly, this matter was instigated by the Li family Zhuangzi's men. They had deliberately set this up. After the merchants were dealt with, they would be able to obtain a large sum of money. 200,000 silver coins. That was 200,000 silver coins. Tan Shui's gaze wandered when she thought about the purchasing power and quantity of the money. She muttered to herself, Lu Zhou needs a dock to trade with the merchants. Let's see which mountain villages are disobedient and have them inspect the goods. She wanted to learn that not all the mountain tribesmen in Lu Zhou's provinces listened to the Tan family's words. Originally, they had been able to mobilize 30,000 soldiers. After obtaining the money and tools, as well as the coal mine, they could mobilize more than 100,000 soldiers. Also, there were some people who didn't dig coal or build roads. They just waited for others to build roads, so that they could leave. Originally, he had planned to wait for the road to be repaired before packing up. Those who did not repair the road were not allowed to walk. If they did, their legs would be broken. Now that he had learned a thing or two, it was time for the disobedient people to take care of it. When they got a few 100,000 taels, he would arrest them. I refuse to accept this. I want to see Zhang Juling. I want to see Huang En. You don't want to see me, do you? Our Yen family has a say in this place. Huang En, you get out here right now. And those military officers and senior officials of the prefecture. You took my... Yen Jie struggled and shouted, but his mouth was blocked at the critical moment. The merchants of the Tang dynasty turned their heads away and pretended not to hear anything. They knew that the Yen family had given the officials a lot of benefits. But so what? Yen Jie had offended too many people. Who would dare to speak up for him? Zhang Juling was the city's shipping commissioner and inspector. He had the most authority. If the Wing Knights arrested them, they would probably return their gifts. A group of people was taken away. The cheering continued. At this moment, Zhang Juling's men set off to driving Yuan County to arrest the Yin family and their family members. At the same time, they would confiscate their assets. Eunuch Zhang, what's the next step? Tan Shui wanted to learn. She had been wondering if Lu Zhou would build a good pier to trade for goods and scam people. Protect their families and return to Chang'an with me. The imperial court will deal with them, Zhang Juling said slowly. Aren't we going to interrogate them first? Tan Shui thought torture was more appropriate. We won't interrogate them in Guangzhou. Many officials in Guangzhou have taken benefits from them. We don't know if they'll die. If they die, the officials in Guangzhou will choose to kill them to prevent the Yin family from giving them away. It's best if the Yin family members commit suicide. I'm not sure if there are any officials in Guangzhou who deserve to die. If there are, they deserve to die. Zhang Juling explained from a human's perspective to Tan Shui. Tan Shui blinked. Silence them? They might also obstruct the investigation, Pang Kuang added. Has Captain Jian left? Zhang Juling asked worriedly. Yes, but I don't know if there are any movements from the provincial government, Pang Kuang replied. Where did Big Brother Jian go? Tan Shui realized she did not know anything. Adjunct Huang, where are you going? Jian Qing led his men to block the key point. There were 500 soldiers from the Guangzhou provincial government led by Adjunct Huang Shen. Naturally, they were going to driving Yuan County. Captain Jian will wait. We'll go out for training. Huang Shen glanced at the Wing Knights troops and frowned. No, the officials are not allowed to go to driving Yuan County. The patrol inspector's men are already there. Jian Qing waved his hand and stopped him. Captain Jian, you want to interfere with our local military operations? Huang Shen stared into Jian Qing's eyes. No means no. The Wing Knights only listen to His Majesty's orders. Even if the Wing Knights killed the innocent, His Majesty will punish them. Jian Qing did not care about the other party's gaze. They could only write a memorial and send it to Chang'an. After it was sent, the Prime Minister would look at it and have no right to decide. It must be handed over to His Majesty. What if I insist on going? Huang Shen's palms were sweating. Jian Qing raised his hand, and the Wing Knights behind him raised their guns. The bullets were loaded, and the caps were placed. They were only missing the safety. The people in Huang Shen's team did not move. Some even opened their hands and showed their palms to show that they were not a threat. They could not resist. If they dared to touch the weapons, the Wing Knights could fire. If they were killed by the Wing Knights, they would die in vain. If they killed the Wing Knights, it would be considered a rebellion. If they could really succeed in the rebellion, it was okay to fight. The key point was that it was not impossible. I'm just joking. Retreat. Huang Shen was terrified. He was afraid that the other party would fire if he said more. He quickly went back to discuss with others to see what to do. If they could not capture the Yan's clansmen to force Yan Jie to hide the truth. Was there any other way? Huang Shen left with his men. Jian Qing did not leave. He continued to guard. waiting for Zhang Jiuling's men to bring the items and the yans back. The winged knights took off the caps. The bullets could not be removed, and the back was cut open. When they come back, we will use it to hunt in the mountains. Jianqing was reluctant to release the guns. Even if it was just a bird, it could be used to make soup. Huang Shun went back, and Huang'an found Zhang Jiuling, Mr. Zhang. There are some things that are difficult to settle now. Can we hand over the money? Huang'an was angry. He had already told the Huang's men to quickly return the items they received. If there were no items, they could convert them into money. In the end, there were people who liked to gamble and could not return the money. When they could not return the money, they did not tell him. When Yanjia and the others were caught, they became anxious. I can't care about things that harm lives. As for the victims' families, Zhang Jiuling glared at Huang'an, but he had to help think of a solution. When there were people who died because of the Huang's officials, the Tang dynasty had strict laws. If the dead people's families were not willing to pursue the matter, they could still help. They could be removed from office and beaten. The victims' families did not want compensation. They wanted a life for a life. The worst punishment was hanging. If it was serious, they would be beheaded. There shouldn't be. I'll go and ask. Huang'an turned and ran. Chapter 1183. Li Lang, look at how many worms I brought back. They're all chubby. A thin layer of ice had already formed on the shore. Princess Yomu didn't welcome the children. Instead, she brought people to the 20 mu bean fields to collect worms. 8 days ago, she had already brought back a batch of bean worms. Those bean worms were raised in the fields specially set aside by the Li family Zhuangzi. They belonged to the species of worms. Next year, those worms would be used to breed. She would choose the big and strong ones. Next year, she would find a way to lay eggs in the greenhouse and transplant them into the bean fields. Now the bean worms that were brought back from the vegetables were considered edible and needed to be buried in sand. Layer by layer, she put a layer of sand, then another layer of bean worms, then another layer of sand, then another layer of sand, then another layer of bean worms. Generally 5 layers were enough. When it was time to eat, she would take them out layer by layer. She wasn't the only one collecting worms. She was the starting gun. When she said to store the species of worms, the people of the imperial government followed and hid them according to the instructions in the newspaper. When she said they could be eaten, they collected them. The people quickly collected them and stored them well. There was no need to wait. All the restaurants began to purchase the worms. The Li family Zhuangzi's purchase price was announced. The restaurants had to pay at least 10% more in order to receive the worms. Otherwise, the people wouldn't sell. If it was 2 or 3% more, the people would rather sell to the Li family Zhuangzi. They wouldn't want a little bit more. The people weren't stupid. They knew that the Li family Zhuangzi was haggling the price. If the price was reduced by 10%, they would feel sorry for the Li Dongzhu's haggling heart. Let's fry them for lunch. Li Yi reached out and grabbed a few fat bean worms from the big basket. He swallowed his saliva. Bean worms were specially raised. They felt clean in their hearts. If they saw a bean worm by itself, they wouldn't want to eat it unless they were hungry. They could even eat it raw. When people saw the baskets, they would think that they were food. They were no different from fish and shrimp. They could even catch grasshoppers and fry them. There were also tussa worms. Tussa worms looked scarier than bean worms. They had sharp edges and thorns just like caterpillars. The bean worms didn't know their fate. They were all moving around. I have 20 mu of them. Princess Yomu used to be afraid of insects. Ever since he found out that eating bean worms was better than eating eggs, and it also increased the income of the people. Slowly, she came to realize that the insects were quite interesting. We have enough to eat in Zhuangzi. I'm raising them in Zhuangzi. They can be sold or given to anyone you like. Li naturally treated Princess Yomu's bean worms as Zhuangzi's, and Zhuangzi's became tradable. Can I ask someone to send some home? Princess Yomu was very happy. Li didn't mention buying her bean worms. We've collected all the chili peppers, and even sent out the dried chili peppers. Next year, pick a few spring onions but not too many. I still want to keep some for later. Li glanced at the pine tree next to him, which disappeared with a whoosh. Guyan, purple jade, and Huangbai started slowly. Xiaolan giggled heartlessly. Not only did purple jade start slowly, but it also stopped abruptly. Pia. Purple jade got up and glared at Xiaolan. Xiaolan bent her waist and glared back. Purple jade looked away. Li Lang, are bean worms really better than eggs? Princess Yongmu ignored the two of them. How is that possible? It's just publicity. In order to let everyone eat, the number of dishes cooked with eggs and bean worms is different. Li never thought that insects and cocoons were inferior to eggs. There were various ways to cook eggs, but there were few ways to cook other things. When it came to protein, a worm had more than an egg. He was full after eating 4 boiled eggs. But could he be full after eating 4 worms? Eggs could be eaten after being boiled. But when the worms were cooked, Li felt that he couldn't eat them. Unless the environment changed, he would starve to death if he didn't eat them. It's more expensive than eggs. Xiaolan took Princess Yongmu's arm and said. Because it's less. And it's indeed better than planting beans. From a nutritional point of view, raising bean worms is more cost-effective compared to losing beans and gaining bean worms. Li was not hyping up bean worms. He was calculating the ratio of the reduced yield of soybeans to the overall nutritional intake of bean worms. For those who raised bean worms, they considered the price. From a biological point of view, Li came to the conclusion that raising bean worms in bean fields provided more protein for the Tang dynasty. He would not lie about this matter. He only needed to consider letting the people distinguish between bean moths, frost moths, willow moths, and other species. Why didn't they eat other moths? Because they were prone to allergies which were poisonous. Mulberry moths were silkworms, and the probability of protein allergies was high. Tussa moths or tussa silkworms had low allergies. The golden pupa they ate later was actually a silkworm, but after special breeding, it was poisonous. Otherwise, if they couldn't eat silkworm pupa, how could they treat allergies? Now the Tang dynasty didn't eat silkworm pupa, and there were examples of people who died from eating it. Tussa silkworms could only be eaten in the north. Chang'an had them, but most of them were in Bohai. The area controlled by the Khitans was the best. This year, the people in the northern part of Hebei province will send a large amount of hazelnuts, pine nuts, cocoons, platycodon, and other things. There will also be ginseng and pine mushrooms. Li said to the people around him. Life was better now. Wasn't there a trade route with the northeast? The matter of that person, wanting to marry the princess of the Tang dynasty, was ruined by him, and trade flourished. That Khitan king Li Shihua was already so old, but he insisted on marrying a young princess of the Tang dynasty. Even Princess Yongla was not Li Longji's biological daughter. She was also not Li Dan's biological daughter. The key was that after marrying her, he died a year later, and the princess became his younger brother's wife. Just like Princess Jinsheng, he felt that it was not easy to marry the princess of the Tang dynasty. Whoever wanted to marry her would have to die first. If Li did not agree, there was no need for him to marry her. If he wanted to find trouble, he would deal with him directly. Last year, the Northeast region received benefits, mainly from thermos bottles, kerosene lamps, and some medicine. The kerosene from the kerosene lamps was continuously shipped over to be sold, and the price was not low. None of the thermos bottles were brought back to be replaced. It was not bad, and the price was so high. The people who used it were very careful. Li Lang. The ginseng there is better than Cotinopsis palacula and Salvia miltiariza. Princess Yongmu evaluated the ginseng from the northeast. There are overlapping and different functions. For example, if you go to the highlands, the ginseng there is not very effective. However, the ginseng over there is indeed useful for prolonging one's life. If I can extract it in the future, no matter what kind of ginseng it is, it can be injected to treat diseases. Plant it every year. Collect the wild ones and plant it for a year. Fertilize it, and it can be eaten for 5 years. However, you have to increase the quantity. After 8 years, the grown-up ginseng will retract and grow. Then it will gradually grow bigger. Li thought of something. He did not lack ginseng now, but in the future he would lack ginseng. 5-year-old ginseng is not bad. He can use it to extract the active ingredients. No one knows how to grow ginseng now. It needs to be covered with grass curtains. Then it needs to be removed from the soil. When Feng Yu first developed this technique, it was mostly for export. He sold it to the Japanese Empire. Later, the Japanese Empire sent an inspection team over, and the local officials in the northeast region were all fawning over them. They answered whatever they asked, and they even asked the ginseng growers to visit and explain to the Japanese Empire. Then the Japanese Empire understood. Damn, we bought such expensive ginseng, and you are planting it like a big radish? Fine. Then the Japanese Empire adjusted the price. Suddenly the price dropped from the mountains to the valleys. Chapter 1184. Ginseng can be planted. Princess Yomu's eyes turned into crescents. She had never heard of ginseng being planted. According to other people, ginseng grew on its own. Then some kind of bird needed to eat the ginseng seeds, and after that ginseng could appear. Just like fungus and herring mushrooms, it's easy to plant. Pine mushrooms are not easy to plant. Pine mushrooms can only be planted semi-artificially. No one has succeeded. Li wanted to plant mushrooms now, especially enoki mushrooms. They were already planted in the Tang dynasty, but not on a large scale. Straw mushrooms, gray mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and those that could be planted with sawdust should be planted in large quantities. The people needed non-staple food, and these mushrooms had ready-made technology. Even truffles. The planting of black and white truffles was actually the semi-artificial model of pine mushrooms in the Northeast. Pine mushrooms were not as expensive as truffles. One was the taste, the other was the production. What did truffles smell like? Ethyl maltol. But there was also a difference. The difference was that the truffle itself had a natural biological smell. It was like the musk secreted by male musk deer. Therefore, truffles were planted wherever the conditions were available. No one would plant pine mushrooms half-artificially. Yes, yes, yes. Princess Yomu nodded. She never doubted Li Yi's words. She felt that Li Yi would lie to the world, but he would not lie to her. When Li Yi was with her, he changed instantly. Quick, Lu Jiyu fainted. Quick, Li Dongzhu. When Li Yi wanted to explain to Princess Yomu how to plant pine mushrooms semi-artificially, Gao Lishir and Yang Situ came together. They broke in directly by car. The bridge was not stopped. Li Yi was slightly stunned. Who is Lu Jiyu? Princess Yomu's mother Li Yi fainted. Gao Lishir stared. Go straight to the hospital. Quick, tell the nurses to get in position. Li Yi reacted instantly. He shouted loudly and ran to his courtyard with the car. As he ran, he took off his coat and threw it on the ground. Even though Tao Hong was a girl, her sprinting speed wasn't any slower than Li Yi's. She didn't even need her shoes anymore. Instead, she put on her socks and ran like the wind. When the car arrived, Li Yi changed into his white coat. A group of nurses ran over, and Li Yi observed them first. Then he heard the nurse drawing blood. Glucose. It's the middle of winter. How can you faint from hypoglycemia? How many days has it been since you last ate? Li Yi knew the situation after a physical examination. He quickly injected glucose and pushed it into the vein. A large tube of glucose was pushed down, followed by an intravenous drip of a mixture of vitamin C, normal saline, and glucose. Not long after, Lu Jiyu opened her eyes. She looked like a sister to Princess Yomu. Li Yi was about to collapse. He said to Lu Jiyu, Lu, Nyang, what happened to you? Is it Xiao Yi no Dr. Li? After Lu Jiyu woke up and saw Li Yi, she immediately determined who Li Yi was. I'm Xiao Yi. There's nothing wrong with me. Nyang, don't you want to eat? Auscultate. Your heartbeat is accelerating, and there's a problem with the abdominal echo. Li Yi didn't care about etiquette. He took out a stethoscope and listened. Then, he determined that the problem was purely hunger. Monk Sanzang, the fearless monk, sent someone to spread a rumor that in autumn, the womb is hidden in the heart, and if you fast for 7 days, you can reach the truth. Lu Jiayu preached to Li Yi. What? Monk Sanzang said to starve you for 7 days? Does he want to die? No, it's impossible. This isn't his doctrine. Nyang, you've been deceived. Li Yi's first thought was to kill Monk Sanzang, but he instantly realized that something was wrong. Monk Sanzang's tantra didn't have such a saying, and Monk Sanzang wouldn't dare. It was obvious that someone was behind this. How can it be? Oh, Lu Jieyu wanted to refute Li Yi, but she suddenly thought of something inside. Right? Someone wants to use the name of Monk Sanzang to harm you. You should know the purpose of harming you, right? How many days have you not eaten? This is also because we are close to you. Nyang Nyang, you can stay in Zhuangzi in the future. Wu Jieyu is also there. You two can chat. Don't worry, it's not Wu Jieyu who is harming you. I'll lend her 100 guts. Li Yi was a bit annoyed. Who's the one behind this? Don't let me know. Dr. Li, you have guts? Can you lend it out? Wu Jieyu's voice sounded. She came with Empress Wang and noble consort Lu. Lend. Li Yi was angry. Even if you want to lend, you can't lend it out like this. Sister Lu, are you feeling better? Wu Jieyu didn't want to lower herself to Li Yi's level. I haven't eaten for 4 days. I'm hungry. Lu Jieyu raised her hand and touched her stomach. Dr. Li, what do you want to eat? Wu Jieyu looked at Lu Jieyu's expression and was even more afraid. 2 rice porridge, no egg custard. Make it braised. It's fine if it's a little salty. Li Yi didn't say to feed her milk. Milk was hot and could easily cause allergic reactions and gastrointestinal tract discomfort. Li Yi knew that at that time, someone used his identity to say that porridge was not good and she should drink milk. If a person didn't have a conscience, what couldn't they say? The milk company paid, so naturally they spoke for the money. Looking at clinical trials, which doctor told the patient to drink milk after digestive surgery, they all said to eat liquid food and try not to contain allergens. This meant that soy milk, cow's milk, goat's milk, century egg, meat porridge, seafood porridge, and so on were all not allowed. The rest was rice porridge, millet porridge, and barley porridge. Li Yi didn't need to go against his conscience to speak for anyone in this special economic environment. When he was talking about egg custard, he was thinking about whether Lu Jieyu was allergic. It would be clear after a test. If she wasn't allergic to eggs and dairy products, he would adjust her diet. However, 2 rice porridge could be drunk now. Unless she was diabetic, there was no need to control it. He wanted to give Lu Jieyu some egg custard to replenish her nutrients when she ate more. But this way, she would need to eat more fruits. For example, grapefruit. Grapefruit contained less sugar and could neutralize stomach acid. As for what Lu Jieyu needed, he would continue to collect and test it later. He guaranteed that it would be adjusted. Princess, don't worry. She'll live to Li family Zhuangzi. Nothing will happen to Her Highness. Outside, Xiaolan's forehead was sweating nonstop. She didn't know about her parents. She had been with Princess Yongmu since she was young, and then stayed by Lu Jieyu's side. Lu Jieyu was her biological mother. Princess Yongmu was different from Xiaolan. She sat there quietly. Just as Xiaolan said, her mother was alive. The nurse who heard her say that her mother was awake. What was there to worry about? She was alive and awake. Li Lang's medical skills were there for all to see. Xiaoyi, I want to eat meat. Lu Jieyu didn't stand on ceremony. You eat meat. Okay. Braised meat and braised eggs can replenish protein and fat. I'll make it for you. Li Yi was about to say that she hadn't eaten for a few days and was weak, but he suddenly changed his mind. There was nothing wrong with eating meat. Eat some fatty meat. If her gastrointestinal tract was uncomfortable, she would just have diarrhea. She would eat again next time. The fat and protein would be absorbed. It's not like you're recovering from a surgery. You're hungry. You just had to control the amount and look at her blood pressure. Whether it was modern medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, they all needed to differentiate symptoms. Even in modern medicine, if the patient needed medicine and the patient was the driver, you couldn't prescribe a dispersible tablet. Traditional Chinese medicine was actually Chinese medicine. You couldn't prescribe medicine that contained ethanol, such as the ethanol-containing Huaxiang Jingqi. Li Yi paid the most attention to Lu Jieyu's situation. Sister Lu, now that you've arrived at the Li family's farmstead, you've arrived at your own home. Empress Wang went over and held Lu Jieyu's hand as she spoke. Chapter 1185. Lu Jiyu drank a bowl of steamed egg and had an intravenous drip. Li Yi tested her first and found nothing wrong with her blood sugar. He then went to make braised pork and asked someone to find quail eggs to cook. Li Longji rushed back from Xingqing Palace and went to Lu Jiyu's place to find Li Yi, who was cooking. Li Yi wanted to make a big pot for lunch. He couldn't make braised pork without enough meat, as it wasn't fragrant. He said that a monk sent a letter to Lu Jiyu. The paper used was a special paper given to Shan Wuwei by the emperor. The seal was also real. Li Longji was angry. Those who didn't come with Lu Jiyu's palace were all beaten up. Those who came with Lu Jiyu would also be beaten up and served by Tao Hong and the others. When they recovered, they would take over Tao Hong and the others. Someone went missing at Shan Wuwei's place, right? Don't look for them. They're dead even if you find them. Li squatted beside the stove and put firewood in. He didn't use coal, as it was hard to control the size of the flame. The firewood could be put away, and the braised pork was already boiling. Now he needed to lower the fire. If the fire went out, he used a stick to stir it, and the flame came back. Who do you think did it? Lu Jiyu has seen the monk before, but I can't tell what he looks like. Li Longji helped to pull down the pine cone from the pine tree branch and placed it at the side. He watched as Li Yi adjusted the fire and threw it into the fire, rubbing his hands with pine oil. There are surveillance cameras in the palace. Bring them over. I'll change them into photos, enlarge them and post them. See if anyone is wearing fake hair and hats. Check them out. The Japanese Empire can't do it. The Japanese Empire's envoys don't have the guts to do such a thing. The Tujue had a reason. The Tujue needed the Tang dynasty to be in chaos. Tubo also had a reason, but Tubo was always at a disadvantage. If they were caught, it wouldn't just be a matter of life and death. Also, Li Yi stopped. The other thing was the aristocratic families. Ever since the Tang dynasty was founded, it had been fighting with the aristocratic families all the way until it was destroyed. For example, the Lanling Xiao clan, the Xingyang Zheng clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, and the Taiyuan Gua clan. Among them, the Gua clan of Taiyuan had more generals and few troublemakers. There were many other scholars and prime ministers, but what about those who weren't prime ministers? The provincial governors, regional commanders, protectorates, assistant ministers of the various ministries. Not only was he an official, but he was also rich. If Li Longji hadn't brought out 30,000 winged knights and wanted to collect taxes from the capital's government and Hunan's government, would the prime ministers have agreed? How much pressure were they under? When Li Ji was still alive, he forbade them from getting married. Later on, Wu Zetian killed a large number of them, but they still existed. Sigh! Li Longji broke another pine branch and sighed. Right now the Turks can't afford to do anything. The Sulu cavalry suffered heavy losses. The Khitans and the Shi tribe have submitted. The Bohai Sea is controlled by trade. The source of the Yellow River in Tubo has been lost. Guangzhou has started to vigorously trade. Li Yi introduced the surrounding situation. Li Longji added, newspapers are still cheap, and it's easy for the people to read. Tax collection will be tried in 2 places. In the future, the Tang dynasty will become more and more prosperous. There will be many capable people, and it will be difficult for the aristocratic families to influence the court. You're like a quail hiding in Zhuangzi all day. You don't even go out when I ask you to. Who said that? Am I the one who doesn't want to go out? Third brother, I'm bold. I want to go out. Li Yi firmly disagreed with being a quail. You don't want to. You have to teach everyone. You don't have time. Li Longji insisted. Li Yi didn't want to refute. It was meaningless. He continued to gather firewood. The key is to keep the fire small and maintain the temperature. Let the broth simmer slowly. If the fire is too big, it won't be edible. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about the details of the braised pork. He didn't add soy sauce to the braised pork. He stir-fried it with rock sugar. A large pot of broth simmered. The lower the broth, the tastier the braised pork would be. The quail eggs were boiling in another large pot. It had been boiling for a long time. It would be easier to peel the quail eggs after boiling them for a while. Leave some broth for Zhuor to eat. I found that he likes to use thick broth to cook rice. Li Longji didn't want to think about who was behind this. He decided to give an order in the palace. Empress Wang would give the order. The eunuchs and palace maids had to talk about anything that involved the outside world and changing their habits. If they didn't, they would be beaten to death. Monks and Taoist priests were also not allowed to go to the harem. If they felt uncomfortable, they had to go to the Li family Zhuangzi for a checkup. Li Yi threw a few pine nuts. Change it to egg fried rice for the little guy. He won't cook it anymore. He thinks it's tasteless. At the same time, increase the amount of exercise. We can't raise him into a fat boy. Do you want to transfer the sons of the aristocratic families from the various ministries and prefectures away from important positions? Li Longji was sure that the aristocratic families were behind this. He prepared to take action and deal with a group of people. He couldn't kill them, but he could transfer them away from important positions. We should tell the Honglu Temple to reduce the treatment of the foreigners. For example, reduce it by 10%. Li Yi turned to look at Li Longji. Li Longji was stunned. He pursed his lips and thought for a while. Then he exhaled deeply. Endure. Wait until the students have learned what they need to learn. There were so many students who were free litigation masters. I'm going to give them a big lesson. Find out their family situation and see what they need. This year, many of them passed the imperial examinations. Also the students who came to the village to help. For example, the one who wrote the poem of sympathy for the two ducks. Wang Su. He's a good person. Li Yi told Li Longji that they weren't ready yet. So even if they felt that the aristocratic families were more likely, they had to pretend that they didn't know. They had to let others see that they were suspicious of the foreigners. In this kind of fight, they either didn't make a move or didn't show mercy. Li Longji, who had experienced the Xuanwu Gate, smiled. Brothery, do you like to plan for the long term? I like to be clean and decisive. But I can't do that. Wait a few years. There are still many places in the Tang dynasty that don't have enough to eat. I don't know how many people will die of hunger this winter. Li Yi's mood suddenly became bad when he said this. The Tang dynasty only looked at the capital office. It was a prosperous place. If they didn't have enough to eat, they could go to the government for help. Or they could directly go to the Li family Zhuangzi. It was different in other places. After all, there were people who slowly lost weight because they didn't have enough to eat. Eventually they died of malnutrition. If they went to the government office, they wouldn't care. At most, they would give you a meal, and then you would have to go home. In some places, they wouldn't even give you food. If you starved to death in front of the government office, the government officials would only carry you away and bury you. Most people wouldn't really go to the government office. They didn't even beg for food. They always thought that they could survive. The fragrance is coming out. Li Longji sniffed as if he didn't hear Li Yi's words. I have to get the steam engine out quickly. Don't wait until next spring. The sooner the better. Li Yi also didn't talk about the problems of the people in other places. It was useless to talk about it. It was impossible for him to go there in person and then send food. While the population of the Tang dynasty was still small, he tried to increase the yield of the land. More than 1 billion people could be fed. How could tens of millions of people starve to death in such a large territory? Chapter 1186. At lunchtime, Lu Jiyu woke up and said that her stomach was uncomfortable and she wanted to vomit. Li didn't give her any advice. When Lu Jiyu ate a bite of red braised pork, she immediately stopped vomiting. The bowl of steamed egg that Her Highness ate in the morning was digested and replenished with water. Lying down to sleep, the stomach wriggles differently, and there is more gastric acid in the stomach. That's why she feels uncomfortable and wants to vomit. Vomiting at this time will burn her throat. Just eat something, especially fatty food. Li Yi explained. Lu Jiyu's stomach was full of gastric acid. She hadn't eaten for a long time. When she suddenly encountered something, her gastric acid was secreted crazily. She just needed food, so she just needed to eat. The table was a big round table. Li Dan sat at the head of the table, Li Longji on her left, and noble consort Lu on her right. Li Longji was next to Empress Wang, and noble consort Lu was next to Wu Jiyu. Li Tan was next to Wu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu was next to Empress Wang. Princess Yongmu was next to her mother, and then the little fellow. Li Yi sat on the other side. It seemed that Li Yi's status was the lowest. The little fellow's status was wrong. He should be higher than Li Tan. But the little fellow didn't care. It was good to have a brother and sister next to him. He used his chopsticks to pick up the quail egg in the red braised pork. After several unsuccessful attempts, he put down his chopsticks and replaced it with a spoon. He scooped one up and put it on Lu Jiyu's plate. He said seriously, "Don't worry if you're sick. Just eat it." Okay. Lu Jiyu froze for a moment, then looked at the little fellow and smiled. She heard that the little fellow was always very sensible. He would give good things to people close to him, including palace maids and eunuchs. "Jiner, I want to eat too. I was deceived by bad people." Wu Jiyu also wanted to eat. The little fellow scooped another quail egg with a spoon and gave it to Wu Jiyu. Bad people cut into pieces. Except for Li Yi. Everyone at the table was stunned. They always thought that the little fellow was cute and a good person. He was willing to share the delicious food with others and help blow when someone was injured. In the end, as soon as he mentioned bad guys, the first thing that came out of his mouth was to kill, and even cut him into pieces. "Do you know what death by 1,000 cuts means?" Li Tan asked with a smile. "Slice by slice, slice by slice, slice by slice. It hurts, 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 hurts to death." The little fellow nodded, indicating that he understood. Let's eat. Everyone, let's eat. I've also stir-fried garlic and cowpeas." Li didn't want everyone to stare at the little fellow. "Where is the outer ridge?" Li Tan asked again. "It's the flesh near the spine, the latissimus dorsi muscle. The tenderloin muscle is a strip of flesh below the chest, and the psoas major muscle. Inside and outside means front and back." Li introduced casually. The reason why he told Li Tan this was because Li Tan wanted to learn how to paint and needed to understand the layout of muscles. He gave Li Tan a book on anatomy and a booklet with pictures of human anatomy. The tenderloin meat should be tender, while the tenderloin meat should be tough. When frying things, the tenderloin should be used while the tenderloin should be used for slicing. For example, when boiling meat slices, the tenderloin should be used. When stir-frying celery, garlic, cowpeas and kidney beans, the tenderloin should be used. When everyone heard this, they quickly ate. Regardless of whether the food was delicious or not, they felt that it was delicious when they heard it described so professionally. After eating for a while, Li Yi said to Lu Jiyu, "Noble Lady Lu, you can't eat anymore." Okay. Lu Jiyu had never thought that pork was so delicious. She ate rice while eating red braised pork. She felt that she could still eat a bowl of red braised pork, a bowl of rice, and drink some soup. It was normal for people who had been hungry for a few days to feel that they could eat, and then eat as much as they could. In the end, they would die from eating too much. They could vomit if they ate too much. It was a blood pressure problem. After eating so much, the blood pressure suddenly increased. It even caused the cardia to tear and bleed. If they didn't vomit, they would continue to bleed from the wound, which was equivalent to internal bleeding. After eating, let Wentian support you. We'll take a walk outside. Don't be afraid of the cold, Li Yi said again. Okay. Lu Jiyu was still agreeable. Okay. The little fellow said. He meant that he also wanted to take a walk and wasn't afraid of the cold. After everyone finished eating, Princess Yongmu supported her mother on one side and Xiaolan on the other. They went out for a walk. Li Yi pulled the little fellow who insisted on following. The little fellow was holding a candied hawthorn in his hand. He was full from the meal, so he could still eat the candied hawthorn. There were no big pieces of candy on the candied hawthorn. She was afraid that he would drop it on the ground. She was even more worried that he would eat too much candy and have tooth decay. In the palace, I always heard that Zhuangzi was good, and there were even things sent by Zhuangzi. However, this is the first time I'm here. It's really different. Lu Jiyu enjoyed the company of her daughter and son-in-law. Her status in the palace was now second only to Empress Wang. No matter how beautiful other women were, they couldn't suppress her head. She was a mother who relied on her daughter. Although Wu Jiyu gave birth to a son, she only had one daughter. She was still the first person after the empress. Princess Yongmu gave a lot of good things to the Li family Zhuangzi. Empress Wang had a child again, so Li Longji always went back to the palace to find women. She was the one who went to the harem most often. She learned how to put on makeup and smell all kinds of interesting things in the tranquil orchid pavilion. In addition, She gave birth to a good daughter. Li Longji began to dote on her. Wuji couldn't do it. She was pregnant before, and her current situation was not good. A mother's status depended on her daughter's strength. Consort Lu, it has just snowed. Everyone is waiting for the heavy snow. It is estimated that there will be 2 more rounds of snow. The light snow has just drifted. The morning dew has just frozen. And fog has formed before noon because the sun is bright. When the heavy snow comes, what we see is that the sky is brighter after the snow, and the surroundings are sparkling. Smoke rises without wind, and the heart is at peace when the rice is cooked. On the road to remove the snow, don't leave any gaps, lest you lose your footing and get injured. When the yellow sand is scattered, leave a region, and walk on the snow to get rid of the mud. Li pulled the little fellow and walked in front, talking as they walked. They were just chatting casually, so they couldn't not make a sound. He knew Lu Jiyu's background. She was from a big family, so she had both wealth and talent. Li was a little nervous now. In front of his mother-in-law, he couldn't show off too much talent. It would be too pretentious. He couldn't not have it. If he didn't have it, he could only copy it. He could copy it for a while. But could he copy it for a lifetime? He had to continue to learn more. Not every scene could be copied. Li introduced himself about Zhuangzi. He talked about winter, the riverbank, the border, and taxes. There were also some interesting jokes in the middle. He was performing beyond his usual standards. Lu Jiyu was amused by Li Yi's words from time to time. She looked at her daughter with more encouragement in her eyes. What she meant was, hurry up. Look, Xiao Yi is such a good husband. You should take the initiative. If someone else dared to talk about the border and taxes in front of her, she would turn around and leave. Annoying. When it came to Li Yi, everything was so natural. Li Yi was in charge of these situations. Yuan, why aren't you together yet? Lu Jiyu saw her daughter's situation. Yuan was Princess Yongmu's nickname. Her full name was Li Yuanshu, and her nickname was Yuan. He said that I'm young, and he said that he has to marry me first. Princess Yongmu blushed. Xiao Yi is old. He can't always be like that. What about you, Xiaolan? Lu Jiyu questioned Xiaolan. I don't dare. He doesn't talk to me all the time. Xiaolan was generous. Her fate was like this. Use medicine. Lu Jiyu lowered her voice, not looking dignified at all. Use medicine for the godly doctor? Xiaolan wanted to confirm. Chapter 1187. There. The little guy pointed at a place with the candied haws in his hand. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't remember. The place he was pointing at was the ice rink last year. He was young and didn't have a good memory. Generally, children had very little memory of things before the age of 6, unless they had a very deep impression. According to scientific theory, it could be said that it was physiological development, but why there were always some fragments, which couldn't be explained clearly. According to metaphysics, the soul before was actually floating, and saw a lot of things that shouldn't be seen. The little guy didn't care which type it was. He was not 6 years old now. He just had a little impression. It seemed that when he was here, things jumped around on the flat surface. You can skate this year. Look how strong you are. Li picked up the little guy. He held it easily with only one arm. He was strong and his muscles could support it. Li exercised a lot. The winged knights rotated in Zhuangzi. He had to teach the winged knights while he couldn't be weak himself. He also knew the scientific training method. He had endurance and explosive power when it came to endurance. His body lines were well proportioned, especially his abdominal muscles. The best way to practice was to flip the bar. When he was in elementary school, he saw others flip and he learned it. At first, he grabbed the bar with his hand, then ran 2 steps and retracted his legs to flip up. He didn't succeed again and again. Then one day, he flipped up and continued to practice. When he was in junior high school, he could do 30 pull-ups. When he flipped the bar, he didn't need to run 2 steps. His body flipped up vertically. He could jump up directly when doing pull-ups. He couldn't compare with professional gymnasts, but he was also very good. Now he could do some gymnasts' movements. His abdominal muscles were very beautiful. Li deliberately used this to show his strength to his mother-in-law. Look, he's just like your father. He can fight and kill. A man is best when he's like this. Lu Jiyu said to her daughter in an experienced tone. Mother, we can't make any mistakes. If Li Lang wants to kill someone, he will never be lenient. Princess Yomu didn't pay attention to Li Yi's physical training. She knew that Li Yi treated her well, but she was more worried about her family's situation. Her family was the royal family, but her mother had other connections. Lu Jiyu sighed and said, Yuan, do you know where the family struggles are? I know. Li Lang once said that benefits, one is power, and the other is money. The two can be converted into each other. Li Lang had also said that the aristocratic families had given him time. It was too late for the aristocratic families to resist now. The Lu family's people are looking for us. What should we do? Mother, 3 years at most. Li Lang promises to take action. Tell the Lu family to give up on what we should. Don't fight. Li Lang kills people without batting an eyelid. When Li Lang took me to fly, I realized that the so-called aristocratic families and opposing forces were all under our feet. Princess Yomu felt that she should say something to the Lu family. It didn't matter whether they listened or not. She was doing her duty on behalf of her mother anyway. She flew over and saw Li Yi using a heavy machine gun to kill so many scary wild wolves with her own eyes. If he could fly so far to kill wolves, wouldn't he be able to fly so far to kill people? We've reached the canal. How should I describe this canal? This winter, we're drawing water from the hot springs of Mount Li. When the water comes out of the hot springs, it's hot. When it flows down, it'll be cold again. Either the water flow is big, or it'll be heated a second time. I think it's better if the water flow is bigger. The water from the Huaqing pool also flows out through other rivers. Li Yi stood beside the main canal on the west side of the mountain and talked about the situation of Mount Li. Mount Li was a hot spring that didn't freeze all year round. The cost isn't low, right? Lu Jiyu's first thought was money. Then she suddenly realized that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about the cost. Replying to mother, the cost will be paid by others. Li Yi should have said consort Lu, but he purposely omitted the word and directly called her mother. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Li Yi. Lu Jiyu was very pleased and asked, "Who will pay?" "I'll plant cucumbers and dandelions next to it. Some will be able to survive without using a greenhouse. Even if the cucumbers and dandelions are very small, I can use other methods to advertise. The cucumbers that defy the heavens and change one's fate cost 10 stalks each. Is it expensive? The dandelions that reach the pinnacle of life cost 1 stalk each. Is it expensive? Of course, I eat in a greenhouse. This thing is just a matter of temperature. I have a glass greenhouse. Mother, if you want to eat anything in the future, just tell me. I'll personally cook it for you. I won't just pluck it and send it over." Li Yi continued to pull strings. "Mother is consort. Can't I omit it? Otherwise, someone must have misheard. It's definitely consort." At this moment, Lu Jiyu couldn't wait to wash her daughter clean and throw her on Li Yi's bed, even if Li Yi might sleep in another room. She was very clear about Li Yi's identity and status. Now the entire Tang dynasty was under the will of one person. She had obtained the approval of her man, the emperor. Once Li Yi made a lot of money, he would definitely throw it away. Lu Jiyu searched through the history in her mind. There was no one like Li Yi, not even Fan Li. Fan Li didn't handle his relationship with the emperor well, and took Shishir away. Fan Li gave away most of his family's wealth time and time again in order to survive, not to give away all his family's wealth. Her son-in-law was more powerful than Fan Li. No one would let him give away his family's wealth if he wanted to. The key was that Fan Li had many women. He took Shishir away, but she wasn't the leader. Li Yi in front of her had different feelings for her Yuan. They had been together for so long. He even took her out to play. It was like killing a wolf, not doing things that were improper. How long will it take for the Tang dynasty to stabilize? Lu Jiyu suddenly asked a question that she shouldn't ask. 3 years. 3 years to stabilize the surrounding area. Things overseas are simple. On land, we have to fight with the Abbasid Caliphate. Their belief is that education can't keep up, and some people use this to serve their own interests. Buddhism talks about the cycle of cause and effect, while Taoism talks about following nature. Other beliefs are different. They belong to a state where those who obey me live, and those who defy me die. Li gave a time limit. 3 years. 3 years was enough. He had brought back potatoes and other things. Moreover, his industrial base was more stable at that time. The weapons and fertilizers produced were logical. Could a situation change in 3 years? Yes. In the backward Tang dynasty, why couldn't 3 years change a situation? During Li Yi's time, the advanced North America was a country that controlled the United States. Look at how many people died in 4 years. Li Yi felt that it wasn't an epidemic at that time, but the heavenly Tao. Just when other countries compromised and prioritized. Just when more countries were preparing to attack the world's second largest economy, like the Soviet Union and the Japanese Empire. When the epidemic appeared, everyone knelt down. This was the heavenly Tao. Not convinced. Which religion did they believe in? No religion dared to say that the heavenly Tao was wrong. Christ God Li was already prepared. He knew what religion was. Chapter 1188. After another heavy rain in Guangzhou, Provincial Governor Huang An and a group of officials sent Zhang Juling off. Yan Jia and the others had to go to Chang, and for the trial of more than 300 men and women, old and young. A lot of things in Yan's house were seized, including a box of silver ingots. According to the weight, 115 caddies was equivalent to 2,096 taels of silver. Silver could be spent as money in Guangzhou, and was usually used for large transactions. The silver could be made into jewelry, or sold to the government to be sent to Chang'an as tribute. The elderly and children will take the carriages. The adults will carry the things. You will not be put in chains. Zhang Juling's butler shouted. There were no prison wagons or wooden chains. Instead, they changed their robes into short robes to avoid getting in the way. They brought along their previous belongings, and left the worthless ones in Yan's house. The furniture that looked like good wood was sealed and sent to the warehouse of the Department of Shipping. Yan's buffaloes, mules, donkeys, and horses were used as livestock to pull the carriages. Yan's house and land would be temporarily taken over by Driving County. They would help look after the land and find people to plant. Of course, the harvest would not be given to Yan's. Yan's would have to face trial. If the property was confiscated, it would belong to Driving County. Yan's house had a lot of land, and it was all good land. The people who lived nearby came to see Zhang Juling off while wiping their tears. They had made money and built the roads well. Finally, a good official came. Why can't he stay for long? Someone cried. Huang An heard this and was speechless. Don't be afraid. There are 20 newcomers, and they occupy all the key positions in the government. I heard that all of them are first-class scholars. Someone comforted him. The government had compromised, and there was no problem with the county magistrate. There were also people who joined the army, including Huang An. It was just a matter of whether the mistake was big or small. He took the initiative to be a county magistrate in a small county that was not recorded in the register. The shillings of small counties became deputy county magistrates or county military officers. Some counties had too few people. For example, Driving County had more than 1,500 people, but there was no deputy county magistrate. Just like Li Yi's village, the village chief was in charge of the entire village. Aren't the newcomers greedy? Maybe they know that Guangzhou's border trade is rich, and they are here to make a fortune. Didn't the newcomers say that they would treat the people to fish soup? They would treat a batch every day until all of them are treated. Give out benefits first, and then everyone is too embarrassed to say anything when they are greedy. It proves that the newcomer is rich. There are so many people in a county. Why don't you give it a try? I want to drink beef soup. If you have money, why don't you buy water buffaloes and kill them for us? If we kill the water buffaloes, we lack cattle. If we kill the chickens, ducks, and geese, it will be more difficult to raise them in the future. Otherwise, we can afford to hire them. Zhou Yu, the student who was sent here, interjected. Previously, he went to Weinan County to be the registrar. Now he was in charge of Nanhai County. Nanhai County was the administrative center of the state and belonged to Fugua County. The municipal government of Guangzhou was located in Yueshio District, and the district secretary and district governor of Yueshio District belonged to Fugua. The downside was that his authority was directly controlled by his superiors, and he was always being watched. The benefit was that the secretary could become a member of the standing committee of the municipal party committee, which was half a rank up. The Guangdong provincial government was also in Guangzhou, and was also in Wuxia district. The Guangzhou provincial government was half a level higher, and belonged to the standing committee of the provincial committee. However, the mayor of Guangzhou City was also a deputy minister, because Guangzhou City was a sub-provincial administrative region. At present, Guangzhou in the Tang dynasty was not a low-class city, and it was beginning to make money. They believed that it would become more powerful in the future. Guangzhou City belonged to the governor's office, and the provincial governor should be called governor. He had a lot of military power, and was responsible for the security of a large area of other states. Under the governor's office, there was the governor's office, and under the governor's office, there was another governor's office. The governor's office had a lot of military power, and was in charge of other states. After Zhang Jiuling's team left, the commoners followed them for about 10 miles, and were stopped by the winged knights. The commoner who spoke just now stared at Zhou Yu and asked, "Who are you?" "The county magistrate of Nanhai County," Zhou Yu replied. "First-class scholar?" The person beside him asked. "Yes, I was lucky." Zhou Yu told the truth. Dongzhu had given him the questions, and invited the Minister of Personnel Affairs and other officials to Zhuangzi to play. "Is it easy? My child is not young anymore, and he wants to take the first-class scholar exam. He is 12 years old this year, and looks like he is only a few years younger than you. First, take the exam in the state capital. The county can take the exam, and then recommend him to the state capital. If the state capital thinks he is good, then go to Chang'an." Zhou Yu did not want to discourage the other party. "My son is smart. You recommend him. He must pass the exam. Is your family rich? Are you really treating us to fish soup? I brought 20,000 cubes. All of us brought 20,000 cubes. We can eat cucumbers in winter." Zhou Yu showed off his wealth. "We can eat cucumbers in winter too, but we usually don't plant them. We plant other vegetables." "Zhou Yu, my family eats dozens of dishes a day. Mutton, pork, poultry, and seafood. Seafood doesn't count." Zhou Yu showed off his wealth again. "That's better than us. Won't you be greedy? Your family is rich, right?" "Yes, I still have to help you earn money." Zhou Yu wiped his sweat. The other county magistrate students also showed off their wealth, to reassure the commoners that they did not lack money. They took up the post alone, and did not bring their family members. They were afraid that their family members would fall sick, and could not be treated. They did not have any followers. They had to find someone from the local area. They would find a local scholar who was not too old. They would bring him along to help out, and teach him at the same time. The things they taught included physics, chemistry, astronomy, geography, mathematics, and administrative matters. They would also memorize the laws of the Tang dynasty. More importantly, it was to spread ideas and seeds like dandelions. "Sun Ling, what has your family's Dongzhu been doing recently?" After sending Zhang Jiuling off, Tan Shui came back to talk to the two students in charge of the Department of Transportation. "You already asked the day before yesterday. Dongzhu was teaching someone else." "Nothing else," Sun Ling said gloomily. "What's wrong with asking a few more times? What if you suddenly remember something else?" Tan Shui did not mind. He turned to look at the other person, Sun Yuan. "They're treating the commoners to a meal. Why don't you two treat me to a meal? We have fewer people than the commoners, only 3,000. Tan Shui was simply bored, and wanted to find something to do. "Okay, I'll treat the barbarian merchants and merchants from the Tang dynasty as well. The fish merchants probably don't want to eat it. We'll buy some game, keep the skin, and stew the meat for everyone." Sun Yuan agreed. He was in charge of the Department of Transportation. Naturally, he had to meet the barbarian merchants and merchants. In any case, it was just meeting, eating, and telling others about his strength. He had money. Everything else was secondary. "You treat us to a meal, we'll help you do the work." Zhang Gong took them away. "It's not appropriate for the two of you to ask the winged knights to do the trivial things. I have many people, and I can transfer them from Luzhou at any time. Don't worry about using my people." Tan Shui kindly offered to help. She hoped that the two of them would give her more ideas. She would also ask them about the development of her side. Thank you. Sun Yuan did not refuse. Indeed, they did not bring anyone with them. They had planned to look for people locally, especially those who inspected the goods at the docks. Since there were people willing to help, they would arrange some work for Tan Shui's people and pay them. They would not work for free. Chapter 1189. Zhang Jiuling, who was sitting on the pole, was not used to it. He wanted to take a carriage, but the people of Guangzhou who were going to Chang, and with him insisted on carrying him on the pole. There were 2 people at the front and back of the pole, and the others were ready to rotate at any time. The team was huge. In addition to the people from Zhang Jiuling's hometown, there were also people from Guangzhou who helped to transport the goods. The merchants also wanted to go with them. It was safer in a group with the protection of the 300 winged knights. The goods Zhang Jiuling brought with him were worth 3.6 million silver coins, which meant that the total sea trade in Guangzhou was more than 15 million silver coins. Previously, both sides collected 20% tax, but later it was reduced to 30%. The money for the road repair was deducted. Zhang Jiuling returned to Chang and brought all the money he had previously distributed. The new students and officials did not need to stay behind. There were ships coming to trade every day, and they had enough money after that. Yan Jie carried a basket on his back and walked not far away. He was not restricted. If he wanted to run, he could jump out at any time. However, he did not dare to. How could he run alone? He had no food and water. Moreover, if he ran into the mountains, was he sure he could outrun the winged knights? At this moment, he only had one thought left. He did not want to be killed. If he could not do it, he would be exiled. If he did not go to Luzhou, it would be better to go to Guangzhou or other places. It was equivalent to going home. At most, he would lose his power and money, but he could still earn it again. The people of the Yin family, and those who relied on them were all there. The children sat in the carriage in a daze, and the old people sighed. Today was the 5th day since the day they left. The Yin family was relieved that no one bullied the women and children. Young wives, young ladies, and so on. Based on past situations, they would be subjected to humiliation along the way. Soldiers were not good people. The winged knights were holding the line. If the winged knights did not move, the others did not dare to move. They did not lack food and drink, including a breastfeeding woman. They even gave her special treatment. Even if they were guilty of beheading, they could not be bullied before they were sentenced. Yan Jie was afraid of death. He shouted, "Zhang Gong, help me plead for mercy." The Yin family also gave you some soup when the road was repaired. According to the law, if I plead for mercy for you, how can I face the people of Guangzhou, who gave me the book of 10,000 people? How can I face the people of Kaiyuan County who gave me boiled eggs? Zhang Jiuling shook his head. He had obtained the book of 10,000 people, the real book of 10,000 people. And it wasn't just the fingerprints of 10,000 people. His greatest contribution was in repairing the roads. All the roads in all the counties in Guangzhou were connected. The commoners did not have to spend a single cent, and even received their wages. The tools used to build roads were distributed among the commoners and brought back home. In the future, when they need to work and repair roads, they won't need the government to give them more money. The docks had also been renovated a lot. As long as they provided services to the merchants, they would be able to earn money. Guangzhou used to be very poor. Even if there was sea trade, it had nothing to do with ordinary people. Now that they relied on sea trade, the people were benefiting from it. This was a long-term matter. The commoners were not fools and knew that Zhang Jiuling was going to leave. They quickly worked together to create the book of 10,000 people. Find someone to write down the situation and press their fingerprints. Zhang Jiuling will be back before the new year. Old Bai will definitely be very happy. 3.6 million yuan. How far is it from the annual budget of 30 million yuan? Li Yi received the pigeon and flew over when Zhang Jiuling left. The last time they flew, it took 1 day. This time, it took almost 2 days. Obviously, the weather in the north was gradually getting colder, and the pigeons were not used to it. Along the way, they had to avoid the large birds that were flying to the south. As soon as they came back, The two pigeons went straight to the nest. They were originally raised here. After they went to Guangzhou, they adapted for a period of time and felt that Guangzhou was quite comfortable. When they came back, it was cold and they needed warmth. The crabs are steamed. Here. Li Qingqi took out a large crab with its pincers tied with a hemp rope from the steamer and gave it to Li Yi. This was the last batch of large crabs that could be transported back. The upstream had already started to freeze, and the downstream would soon enter the dry season. The most classic large crabs in Bohai Bay were the swimming crabs. Of course, there were also many small crabs, but they were eaten less. Currently there were no artificial breeding. All the crabs grew naturally. It was the most appropriate season to eat swimming crabs. The Navy sent a live crab over. 10 coins. As for the dead ones, it depended on how they died and how long they died. They were not allowed to eat more than 24 hours. If they died within 24 hours, it would be 5 coins. They were not allowed to lie. Otherwise, they would be responsible for eating the dead ones. The Navy was honest. Their lives were better, and they even brought their children to become Marines. Li Qingqi cooked the dead ones first and asked Li Yi to check them. After confirming that there were no problems, they were sent to the market to be sold. 10 coins per crab. The live ones were sold for 100 coins per crab. Anyway, they could only be raised for a few days. Swimming crabs were much larger than river crabs. The wild ones tasted better. Li Yi took one and broke off the 2 large pincers. He kept it as snacks for the children. Li Qingqi did the same thing as Li Yi. It feels like eating this is like eating water chestnuts. Is someone from the Yin family going to die? I keep feeling that we are scheming against them. The key is that they are scheming against others. There are more than 100 caddies of silver, and the tribute can't exceed 50 caddies per year. Where did they get so much silver from? Li Yi began to cut the crab's shell. Swimming crabs had a lot of meat. Meat could also be scraped out from the claws. However, Li Yi never used other tools. He directly put his claws in his mouth and used his teeth to scrape the shell. You sent Zhuangzi students over. Aren't you afraid that they will change their minds after seeing too much money? Li Qingqi used his chopsticks to dig into the meat. What do you mean by changing their minds? Besides, they are not Li family Zhuangzi. They are the officials of the imperial court. Li dug out a piece of meat. He didn't dip it in anything and put it in his mouth to taste. Li Qingqi put ginger and vinegar on his plate. After taking a bite, he poured soy sauce and sesame oil. This isn't the main point, right? They wouldn't dare. They know how much money the Li family Zhuangzi has. They also know my temper. If they need money, they can tell me. I will give it to them. Greed and bribery are not allowed. When the little ones eat, they need the help of adults. If they bite the crab's pincers and lose their teeth, they will need a long time to grow new teeth. It's not time to grow new teeth yet. Li Yi looked at the crab and said. He was a little anxious. They had to build more roads, especially trains. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to transport so many good things from the sea. This was especially so for crabs. Their meat wasn't easy to handle. It was more troublesome than prawns and shellfish. It was easy to get the meat from prawns and shellfish, but the proportion of meat that crabs could eat was smaller. It was very tiring to use the method of smashing. I have asked people to plant a large number of water chestnuts. You said that they have a high starch content. They are used to make starch and vermicelli. I have used the method you said to make water chestnut vermicelli with hot water. It can make a big bowl of water chestnut vermicelli. The oil chestnut vermicelli you developed is very good. I have prepared 15 million caddies of it. I plan to send it to the source of the Yellow River in winter. They can boil the water in a pressure cooker and drink it. Li Qingqi said whatever was on his mind. As the king of Song, he earned a lot of money. Even the commoners were donating money. How could he fall behind? The oil chestnut vermicelli he got people to stir-fry cost 4 copper coins per caddy. There were many good things added to it, especially sugar. 15 million caddies. The money he spent was 120,000 copper coins. Otherwise, what else could he do? Princess Yongmu donated 80,000 copper coins. Chapter 1190. Li Qingqi admired Li Yi's ability to make money the most. At Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion, the canvas was ground with a grinding wheel to get the white color out. Then it was put on a sewing machine to sew a lot of threads. When it was advertised, it was called a machine-woven frosted canvas skirt or canvas trousers. The price was 100 times the cost of the canvas. Especially the sexy canvas clothing, it was more than 10 times more expensive than the ones he made himself. In order to prove that the item was from Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion, he put some glass. The glass was burned in Li family Zhuangzi. He knew how to burn it. Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion made a lot of money. Many businessmen would find women to buy it, and then sell it to rich ladies, or young ladies in other places. Perfume, soap, silk stockings, glass beads and other sexy things were all a set. Including the leather bags and plush pillows. It would cost at least 500 taels. His niece only opened for 2 days every 10 days, and money came in like water. He earned money for his hard work, but others earned money for their brand. It was too outrageous. For example, in his mansion, everyone had to wear it. Fortunately, he and Brother Yi were family. Thinking about it, Li Qingqi smiled. Brother Yi, give me a dozen more small mirrors. You can get them yourself, but you are not allowed to sell them. I want to control the quantity. The steam engine is out. The craftsmen you sent to me are a great help. They are installing it on the ship. It will be in the form of a propeller. The requirements for the shaft are very high. I hope it can go into the water before the river freezes. It will be troublesome to use it on the ships. After the new year, when spring comes, it can be considered as an experiment. Take a few ships out. Don't fix it if it's broken. I don't have the skills. Just throw the ship and sink it. Li Yi changed the topic to the steam engine. The cylinder of the steam engine was made of cast iron. It was heavy and big. It had to withstand the pressure of the steam. If the steam engine was good, the casting technology would gradually improve. In the future, he could use diesel and gasoline engines. There was a problem with gasoline engines. The spark plug. At the same time, the two types of equipment needed nozzles. The nozzles were more than an inch long. The technology involved. Fortunately, he had all kinds of blueprints. No one asked him for patent fees. Li Qingqi hurriedly ate the crabs. After eating one, he mumbled. That's all there is to it. It's getting cold. Mutton hot pot is still the best. Seafood pot is fine too. It will be more convenient to eat once the railway is repaired. If I can build a simpler plane. Simple but not simple at the same time. Li Yi wanted to build a plane for World War I. And he needed an engine. As long as this plane came out, all the surrounding foreigners would definitely kneel down. According to the records, the first aircraft was used for reconnaissance, and then the pilots of both sides would shoot at each other with pistols. Later it developed into rifles, machine guns, cannons, and rockets. Before Li Yi came over, all of them had gone beyond their visual range, and they had already started shooting from dozens of kilometers away. Li Yi was in a daze as he thought about it. He thought about why no one dared to bully his country during its development. Even if the technology was more advanced, the other countries on Earth would not dare to do so, because they had won many asymmetrical wars in a row. Every time his country's technology doubled, their combat power would increase by dozens of times. When the technology was about the same, others would have to think carefully before attacking. Brother Yi, what does the plane look like? Li Qingqi saw Li Yi in a daze and called out to him. That's my aircraft. It's used for individual combat. The army uses another big guy, and it's faster. Li Yi was still in a daze. How fast? Li Qingqi wanted to know. From Chang'an to Dengzhou it takes 2 hours. Then it starts attacking the ground from the sky from hundreds of kilometers away. Then a large number of things, and people will parachute to the ground, and continue attacking the ground. Li Yi came back to his senses and said with a smile. Li Qingqi's eyes widened. Those planes you mentioned are more powerful than yours. No. Li Yi shook his head. The technology is different. Mine is more powerful. It can fly alone, and break the enemy's defense at an extremely low altitude. As long as there are enough of them, the enemy will definitely not be able to withstand it. His aircraft did not breathe fire. Whether it was day or night, it would fly close to the ground. By the time the ground discovered it, it would already be too late. The ground needed to form an array to attack the aircraft with anti-aircraft guns. The radar was very useful. The big countries did not publicize it much. In fact, they were all working hard to develop this technology. The main problem was that the aircraft could not be detected by the radar and did not breathe fire. When they were attacked at night, the losses would definitely be greater than those with aircraft. Therefore, small countries were not qualified to fight big countries unless they had nuclear weapons. Brother E, I'll work hard to make money. I'll prepare 10 million yuan for you. Or even more. Li Qingqi felt that 10 million yuan was a lot. 10 million yuan was equivalent to 10 billion yuan. Li could not give a specific ratio if he wanted to exchange it with the RMB he had at that time. It was roughly 150 billion yuan. If he wanted to develop a full set of air combat technology, Li would cry. In the face of advanced technology, how much was 50 billion yuan? How much was an aircraft carrier battle group worth? That was under the condition that the technology was already very mature. First, build the steam engine ship. Li Yi did not want to pour cold water on Li Qingqi, so he could only hint. Don't bite off more than you can chew. 10 million yuan? Haha. You guys can eat. I can't eat. I'm pregnant. Crabs are cold. If something happens to me, Uncle probably can't do anything about it. On the other side, Empress Wang and the others gathered together. There were crabs to eat. She did not dare to eat. She still had a child in her belly. She wanted to watch. In fact, Li Yi said that she could eat a little. It was a fresh big crab. It was okay to eat ointment in yellow. Just one was enough. She did not want to eat it. She was afraid. She wanted a daughter, a princess. She did not want a son. If she had a son, there would be problems with the age difference. If she was a seaside person, it would not matter. Did she not eat any seafood at the seaside? She was from the mainland, and her physical condition was different. Eat too, Empress. You've tested it. You're not allergic to seafood. As long as it's fresh and has been cooked for a long time, you can eat it while it's hot. Taohong number 2 reminded her in a low voice. She then said, I'll go ask Dongzhu. After saying that, she ran away to find Li Yi. Empress Wang wanted to eat but did not dare to. It's okay. It's a fresh crab. Don't eat the claws. 2 is fine. Li Yi gave the answer. Actually, it was fine to eat the claws, but why did he say no? One reason was that the claws could easily cut the mouth when eating, and the bacteria carried by the crab would enter. The other reason was that there were hairs on the claws, and the hairs contained some bacteria and parasites. As for the cold crab meat, you could dip it in ginger vinegar. Why was soft seafood always used to cook chives, garlic sprouts, green onions, and coriander in China? It was very simple. It was based on the theory of cold and heat. Yin and yang counteracted each other. Brother, has the water chestnut plantation expanded? After answering the question, Li Yi talked to Li Qingqi about something to eat. In Li Yi's time, water chestnut could always be seen on sale in the north. There were also water chestnut fans promoting it. After a period of time, if you wanted to buy water chestnut, you could only buy it online. Because there were too many things that contained starch, there was no need for water chestnut. Therefore, the production of water chestnut declined year by year. Now that it was the Tang dynasty, other things were scarce. Water chestnut was very suitable, and it could be planted in places such as puddles. Chapter 1191. There are lakes in the Yangtze River area, and there are lakes next to the Grand Canal. Get people to plant them. Choose the bigger ones before planting them. Choose the ones that mature early and those that mature late. Li Qingqi's smile widened when he talked about the selection of seeds. He was the richest person in the entire Tang dynasty. He had invested a lot in pepper planting and pearl farming in Cheongzhou. Currently, he had invested a lot, but had not produced any results. He needed time. In other times, such as when he had not given up the position of the crown prince, he would definitely fight for the position with so much money. But now he did not value the position of the emperor. It was useless. His third brother was the emperor. What could he do? Now his third brother said that he wanted to fight the Turks. If Li Yi did not agree, they could not fight. They had to listen to Li Yi. One by one, Li Yi did not make any mistakes. As the emperor, he needed to discuss the development of the Tang dynasty with his ministers. The result was a plan. The future development of the Tang dynasty was planned. There was no need to think about it. He had considered the Tubo, Turks, Khitans, Shi, Bohai, Tukashi, and other places. He had a solution for each place. The key was money. The problems in other places were not obvious. The income of the people in the capital had increased. As the emperor, he felt that he only had to deal with trivial matters in the court. He did not need to think about the national affairs. Brother E, do you think the people of the Tang dynasty can eat meat one day? The entire Tang dynasty has railway tracks and trains running everywhere. Li Qingqi had a dream. In his opinion, the people of the Tang dynasty could eat meat if they wanted to. It would take 100 days to travel from Chang'an to Luoyang. It would be a real golden age. Brother, wait until I build the tractor. Then I will tell you how many choices the people have, and how fast they can travel in the future. There is also the problem of eating meat. It depends on what kind of meat they eat. Chickens can grow up to eat meat in dozens of days. Pigs can grow up to 200 kilograms in 3 months. I'm in Xiongzhou, and you're in Chang'an. We can talk face to face when we take something. I will catch a fish. If you want to eat it, I will buy it for you. You will see the fish in 3 hours. Li Yi talked about the future. As long as he was willing to spend money, distance was not a problem. Li Qingqi. He realized that his expectations were too low, and his expectations were too low. He raised his hand to touch Li Yi's forehead to see if Li Yi had a fever. Li Yi looked at him, and Li Qingqi's hand stopped. Brother Yi, have you seen him before? The people of the Tang dynasty are willing to work hard. In fact, there are some things that we can see. Just like this steam engine, there's no need to slowly figure it out. Li Yi said as he continued to eat. He still felt that the current Tang dynasty was better. However, Li Qingqi was not in the mood to eat. He was still thinking about what Li Yi had said. How could he send a fish from Guangzhou to Chang? And in 3 hours without even looking at him? If he could give fish, he could give it to others, right? If he could send people away, he could also move troops. While he was thinking, Li Yi finished eating and went to the inpatient building for ward rounds. He received patients again. With the nurses around, some surgeries were more convenient. At the same time, the nurses could practice their skills. He cherished this group of people very much. First, he taught them the simple and quick way. When they had learned enough, theoretically speaking, it was also a process of learning by themselves. The nurses did not have to learn to the top level. When they could maintain normal teaching, the Tang Dynasty Medical School was established. The other imperial physicians all came to learn. Whether it was traditional Chinese medicine or modern Western medicine, there was always a process. The students learned physics and chemistry, including craftsmanship, which was the foundation of industry. In terms of agriculture, they came from the Sitong Temple. They made a hybrid seed and selected the other seeds. The ancient people would choose the varieties, and then they developed many kinds of seeds. At the same time, they knew how to graft. No matter what it was, they wanted to try grafting and see if they could grow other things. There were also natural variants. After they were discovered, they would be specially planted when they matured. In Luoyang's peonies, someone had mastered the technology to grow peonies of many colors. The technology was confidential, but according to Li Yi's guess, they should be making an article on the soil of flowers. Brother Yi, you said, where are they? Li Qingqi came back to his senses. When he was about to talk to Li Yi, he found that there was no one beside him. At the place where the Yellow River was, cities were built one after another. The Tubo tribe helped to build them. They exchanged food through labor. Steamed buns, fried rice with eggs, bamboo can fruits, tea leaves, hand cream coal. They built a kong bed at home and collected firewood. If they did not put coal, it would consume too much firewood. In the winter, they put an earthen basin in the tent. It was not made of porcelain or pottery. It was made of clay and put little firewood in it. If they could not make a basin, they dug a hole and burned it in the hole. Or they simply set up a small bonfire on the ground. They put a clay pot on top of it, or put it on top of it. They burned meat, and fried the highland barley rice in the pot with oil. They smashed the highland barley rice into flour, and mixed it with butter. It was a good life. When they were working, the Tang dynasty sent iron pots. They were not flat frying pans, but concave iron pots with ears. They could be cooked, fried, or fried. They built a stove beside the Kong bed according to the method taught by the Tang dynasty soldiers. The front stove was used to cook, and the back stove was used to boil water in a clay pot. It was also used to warm the Kong bed. For the Tubo people, this kind of life was very good. They did not have to worry about freezing to death in winter. They also built a fire path in the sheep pen. Hay was piled up next to it. If it snowed heavily, they could burn the sheep pen to prevent a large number of sheep from freezing to death the next morning. In winter, the river is frozen and it snows heavily. Our road is easy to travel. There will be silage sent to feed the livestock. When the time comes, you can help with the work. We will also give you silage. Qinli was talking to Bailala. Bailala was Fu Qian, who was captured before and led a tribe to retreat. Barala was stunned. What did he mean by the river is frozen, and the road is easy to travel in heavy snow? He knew about silage. They had planned to prepare it this year. But there was no chance because of the war. The road is difficult to travel in heavy snow. Barala looked at him with a "don't lie to me" look. We have sleds. It's more convenient than two-wheeled carriages. It's not easy for carriages to cross ditches and hills. With snow, as long as the livestock can cross, the sleds can cross. Qinli drew a picture of a sledge on the ground. Is this what a sledge means? Snowplow? Barala recalled. He had an impression of it. Something like that. You must raise the sheep and yaks well. If you have more milk, give it to us. If you lack coal, we will send it to you. Qinli spoke as if he was talking to his family. He was afraid that his family would suffer and not be able to survive this winter. Barala felt warmth in his heart. What a good winged knights. What a good Tang dynasty person. We will definitely help you to fix the city before the snow. Barala gritted his teeth. It's not that urgent. If you really want to fight, we will build a city with ice. We will definitely not let you attack. Qinli did not mind. It was already high enough to fix the city. Once the weather turned cold, the cement would not be very useful. If they want to fight, let them fight. We can't do it this year. Barala directly expressed his stance. Fight in the middle of winter? What can we use to fight? Look at the logistics of the Tang dynasty. If my people are killed, will I still have any status? It's better not to fight. Qinli had the same thoughts as Barala. Okay, we won't fight. Barala promised again. Chapter 1192. Half a month had passed. Most of the cities had been built, but some still needed more time. Heavy snow fell, and the Sisters' Lake froze. It started snowing before noon, and didn't stop at night. The wind was strong too. Under the light of the kerosene lamps, the snow flew horizontally. Get ready. Set off as we agreed. In the main camp, Guojiyun gave the order. They had a plan. To put it bluntly, they were looking forward to the heavy snow. They didn't know when it would snow, let alone if it could. Now that it was snowing, it was part of the plan. The horses were brought out and put on the sleigh. The 500 winged knights were in charge here. The sleigh was covered with water bags and military canteens. New military canteens were delivered. They were enameled and didn't need to worry about rusting or breaking. Overall, there was no problem. The canteen was filled with hot meat porridge. The winged knights set off on the sleigh with kerosene lamps, saws, ropes, and wooden sticks. Qinli led the team straight to Barala's tribe. In the heavy snow, Barala was shouting, "Sheep, prop up the sheepfold. Put the yaks aside." He was about to cry. He remembered when he was young. There was also a heavy snow that took the lives of more than 400 tribesmen. At that time, the yaks were better off, but more than 70% of the sheep were lost. Many people froze to death. After that, they lost more than 200 tribesmen. The elderly tribesmen were given some food and left in the snow. The tribe had to migrate. The sheep and yaks couldn't eat in the heavy snow. The elderly were burdens. Giving them a piece of meat was the last favor. They didn't expect it to happen again this year. The sheepfold was crushed by the heavy snow and blown by the wind. The elderly of the tribe rushed to the front and worked hard. They wanted to help the tribe at the last moment. And then, "Brother Barala, are you here? I'm Qinli." When Barala commanded the tribesmen to work with the torches, that felt like they would go out in the next moment, a group of people shouted in the darkness. The snow was too heavy. The two sides couldn't see each other's torches and kerosene lamps. Bairala's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid of a surprise attack. But then he put it down. There was no need. Why would the generals and soldiers of the Tang dynasty want to fight now? When the snow stopped, they would have no fighting power left. He called out to a few people and shouted back together. Here, here. I see it. It's a little bright. Don't worry, we're coming. Qin Li's group shouted. They saw a little light. And the man in charge of watching the horses continued to watch over them and lead them forward. The others were wearing skis. One by one, they rushed over against the wind and snow. Yes, they had skis and poles. Otherwise, riding in such heavy snow would be too much for the horses to bear. If he walked on his own, the snow would reach his waist with each step. It was not easy to use the skis, but it was better than getting stuck in the snow. Qin Li rushed to the front. The kerosene lamp hanging in front of his chest swayed back and forth in the wind. Now and then he steadied himself with his hands and ran up to Barala. He picked up the kerosene lamp and handed it to Barala, shouting, Give the kerosene lamp to our brothers. Get to work. Yes. The other winged knights responded. They took off their skis and went over to steady the sheep pen. Saws, ropes, and sticks came in handy at this time. Then they used the skis to push the snow out of the surrounding area with the wind and helped to set up the tents again. The children and elders of Bairala's tribe, who were shivering from the cold, drank the hot meat soup. They drank a mouthful of soup and quickly went to help. The torches would go out, but the kerosene lamp would always be lit, no matter how the wind blew. 3 hours later, the wind and snow were still blowing. The winged knights and the people of the tribe took turns clearing the newly fallen snow on the sheep pen and the tents. Qin Li and Barala entered the tent. He took out his military water bottle and handed it over. Medicinal wine. Have a sip, a small sip. With that, he retracted his hand, unscrewed the lid, poured half of it, and handed it over. There was a rope behind the lid. Barala smelled the strong smell of wine. He looked at the wine in the lid, thinking that the other party was saying that medicinal wine was precious, and was unwilling to give him too much. He carefully took it and drank it in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, cough, cough, cough. Ah, I can't breathe. Bairala's tears and snot came out. How should he describe this mouthful of wine? Good courage, brother Barala. This is the first time I've seen you drink this warm wine in one gulp. I always take small sips. Haha. Qin Li poured some for himself as well. He took a sip, held his breath and swallowed it. Then he stopped breathing through his nose and slowly exhaled the smell of wine from his mouth. He inhaled through his nose the next time he breathed in. When he exhaled again, it was comfortable. This was the way to drink warm wine. When drinking it, it was like a knife going down. Then with a bang, he felt his entire chest heat up. Barala also felt hot, as if something was stuck in his throat. Come, brother Barala. I brought a bag of fennel beans, a big bag. Dongju taught me how to make it. Once it's cooked, the children can also eat it. Qin Li took out another oil paper bag. There were 2 caddies of fennel beans in it. He waved to Bairala's children in the tent. The children ran over. Give it to your mother. Don't just eat it yourself. In our Tang dynasty, children who don't give things to their parents and grandparents are not good children. Qin Li grabbed the beans with his hands and reminded the children when he put the beans in their hands. The children understood. After getting the beans, they ran to their mothers. Barala had several women. Let's eat it too. Don't worry. As long as we don't die, all problems are small. Qin Li took off the bottle cap, poured half a cup of wine and handed it over. He picked up a bean and threw it into his mouth to chew. Barala was experienced. He took a sip, then another. After taking 4 sips, he drank half a cup of wine and quickly ate the beans. His eyes were red. Perhaps it was because of the wine. If you didn't come, many people in my tribe would have died. I don't know why. Although we have a lot of people, I suddenly feel at ease when I see you. Barala raised his hand to wipe his eyes. His voice was not very clear. Because we are brothers. What you see is not the 500 winged knights, but the city behind them. When the sun rises, more things will be sent over. Life can always go on. Don't give up on anyone. When you can even give up your parents in order to survive. It's not that you are cruel. but that you are cowardly. What you are cowardly is not your strength, but your powerlessness in the face of heaven. And my Dongzhu has a way to defy heaven. Even if heaven commits a sin, it can be defied. My Dongzhu said. Qin Li began to instill in Barala a thought that Li Yi was omnipotent. Following Li Yi and the current Tang dynasty, everyone can live a good life. No matter how heavy the snow, they will not give up on anyone. They will work hard together, just like fate. No, I won't accept it. I want to learn from Li Dongzhu. Barala, who drank a few cups of wine, clenched his fists and shouted. Chapter 1193. Not only Barala's tribe, but the other Tubo tribes also received help tonight. The Tang dynasty sent people to help with things. In the middle of the night, they helped to stabilize the sheep pens and tents in the snow, and brought hot soup for everyone. The soup was very thick. All the tribes that reached an agreement with the Tang dynasty and helped the Tang dynasty repair their cities and exchange things all received such help. In this moment of helplessness in the heavy snow, the Tang dynasty sent people with tools and food instead of swords and bows. He also promised that more things would be delivered when the sun rose. There was no exchange here, and there was no state-to-state situation. It looked like everyone was just helping each other. The most interesting thing was that all the leaders of the tribes had eaten the fennel beans. Then the people in the tribe, including the older children, all drank a lid of medicinal wine. At dawn, Barala woke up. He was drunk last night. Fortunately, this wine was made with pure grains and was not mixed with anything else. We killed 4 sheep. Everyone is drinking mutton soup. We sent scallion pancakes over. Drink a mouthful of wine first. Don't vomit. Qin Li knew that when Barala woke up, he would explain the situation to him. Kill a few sheep. Barala asked one of his women to accompany Qin Li last night, but Qin Li refused. Barala endured the nausea and drank half a lid of wine. He gritted his teeth and refused to vomit. In fact, he couldn't vomit anything except stomach acid. It was his first time coming into contact with high alcohol content. High alcohol content was ethanol, but there was still methanol left in the body during metabolism. Drinking a little ethanol now could replace the methanol. As long as he endured it and drank a mouthful of mutton soup, he would soon recover. Barala felt a headache, and his eyes were red and bloodshot. He would be fine after covering them with a hot towel. He went outside. The snow had stopped. Some of the snow piled up beside him was taller than his head. In an instant, Barala's hangover dissipated a lot. He was scared. If the winged knights hadn't come with tools to help yesterday, what would have happened this morning? Now, not a single clansman had died, and not a single sheep had died from the heavy snow. A road with sleighs and horse hoofprints stretched into the distance. The snow was sparkling and dazzling. What was in front of the winged knight's eyes? Dark light mirror made by Dongzhu. It's very useful in the snow. It's very comfortable for the eyes. Qin Li seemed to know what Barala wanted to ask and said directly, "Let me try." Barala stretched out his hand and wanted to see. When the simple glasses with a single coating were put on for him, he found that his surroundings had suddenly darkened. But it was very comfortable. He ran into the snow and looked around. When he came back, he silently took off the mirror and returned it to Qin Li. He finally realized the gap between him and the Tang dynasty. He couldn't fight because he couldn't defeat them. Skycracker monkeys, explosive packs, hot air balloons, hang gliders, excellent bows and arrows, personal equipment, terrifying logistics, and so on. He didn't have the skills or the money. How could he rely on his courage to fight? The Tang dynasty didn't lack these. They also dared to invite you to battle and kill with bare arms. As long as the Tubo people had the courage, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty also had it. The Tang dynasty had a lot of things, but he didn't. For example, the waist-deep snow in front of him. The Tang dynasty had skis, and they could run on the snow. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty didn't want to continue killing. Otherwise, his clansmen could only continue to run. Brother Barala, don't think too much. We can still survive in winter. If there's anything you need, send someone to tell us. Let's go and drink the mutton soup. We brought a lot of pepper, it's expensive. Qin Li pulled the confused Barala to drink the mutton soup. Outside on the open space where the snow had been cleared, Bairala's clansmen were eating biscuits and drinking soup. They had only killed 4 sheep. The Tang dynasty had provided the staple food. The mutton soup was cooked in 8 big pots. Half a sheep was cooked in 1 pot. The soup was mainly for drinking. More mutton oil floated in the bowls of the elderly, children, and women. According to the Tubo people's rules, the best should be given to the strongest people, followed by the children, then the women, and finally the elderly. According to the Tang dynasty's rules, the best things should be given to the children, women, and elderly. The elderly, especially, usually got the best things. The elderly loved their grandchildren and would give things to the children. Animals didn't reciprocate, and humans didn't necessarily reciprocate either. Under the premise of social welfare, there seemed to be only one country that could reciprocate. It was a tradition. Now, according to the Tang dynasty's rules, the strong people had less oil in the mutton soup, but they were allowed to pick up the bones to eat. Some of them did want to pick up the bones, but they were immediately stopped by the people next to them. The Tang dynasty people helped, and the Tang dynasty's rules took precedence. The winged knights put the mutton aside to drink some soup. They were facing outsiders. If you went to pick up the meat to eat, what would the others think? Just because you were young and strong? Bairala looked at his clansmen eating happily and smiled. He finally understood that the current Tang dynasty was different from the previous Tang dynasty. The current Tang dynasty soldiers didn't want to kill too much, and they didn't need to kill to gain merit. It seemed that the person behind the scenes was Li Yi, and his words were the most effective. Why was it so messy? The Tubo tribesmen, who were rescued in other places, also had messy thoughts. Some of them didn't know how to face the Tang dynasty. They always talked about hatred during the propaganda, but now they came directly to help. They lost their original land. When they thought about it, it seemed that if they still had their original land, they would also suffer great losses in this heavy snow. However, because of the help of the Tang dynasty's non-commissioned officer, not only did the losses not increase, but they also had a better winter. Every winter, some sheep would freeze to death, and some people would starve to death. This year, the Tang dynasty was always paying attention. When it snowed, it didn't stop, so they sent people to deliver things in the middle of the night to help remove the snow. Some people didn't know whether they were from the Tang dynasty or Tubo. They were people who hadn't seen the world. When Li Yi was in Mongolia, there were always people who went to the border to ask for help from Li Yi's country. They almost crossed the border, and were still close to Huge Stone City. In this situation, the border patrol of Li Yi's country would provide some help. The other party was willing to exchange sheep for fodder. In theory, this was an illegal border trade, but the other party obviously wanted to let you know that I was here. If you don't care, I'll go over. You catch me after I cross the border? You catch my sheep? If it were people from the cactus-eating country and the wall-building country, the people from the wall-building country would shoot if the cactus-eating people dared to be so righteous. If it were Li Yi's country, the border patrol would help when they saw it. It was impossible for them to shoot. This was human nature. Only inhumane people would casually take the lives of their own kind. Now the Tubo tribesmen felt it. They didn't think that the Tang dynasty's non-commissioned officer had crossed the border. They only thought that at the most critical moment, no one could help them. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty came. They helped to repair the houses and take care of the livestock. They didn't know if they could change the lamp that was not afraid of wind and snow. The lamp was too useful. Chapter 1194. Ordinary tribal people thought about simple things, but the children were more sensitive. When they saw people from the Tang dynasty helping, they watched from the side. The education they received since childhood was that the Tang dynasty was not good, and the people were not good. If there were good things that were not given to them, they should rob. It was snowing heavily. When people from the Tang dynasty came to help, the children did not know what to do. Not good. They came to help and gave things. Rob. There was no need to rob. They just gave it to them. If they went to the Tang dynasty to rob something, the Tang dynasty would immediately attack them. They could not get any benefits. If they wanted to trade with the Tang dynasty, there were many good things in the Tang dynasty. They caught a rabbit and sent it over. They got half a caddy of rock sugar in exchange. It seemed to be more cost-effective to trade than to fight. If they fought, they would eat half a caddy of rabbit meat. They would probably be beaten to death. Psychological attack is the best. Tubo will never think of it. Guajian got up in the morning to drink fish soup. When the river was sealed, a hole was dug in the river. When the fish saw the different light, they would swim over. Then, they would find the oxygen in the water better, and continue to swim. When they swam to the hole, they would jump up and call for breath. Then, they would be caught and carried up. As for why they did not see anyone, it was obvious from the position of the fish's eyes. They could not see anyone at all. So everyone drank fish soup, and was reluctant to kill their own sheep. The carp in the Yellow River was a good game in Li Yi's time. In the Tang dynasty, only carp was worthless in the entire Yellow River. Therefore, many restaurants in Chang would specially serve carp sashimi, called carp slices. Although the Tang dynasty emperor's surname was Li, he did not think carp was edible. The emperor wrote poems praising the deliciousness of carp. I'm afraid that they won't survive and will fight with us. Soldiers are guarding the border. Isn't it good to not fight? Zhang Zhongliang tore the meat from the steamed carp, smelled it, and put it in his mouth. There's a pressure cooker. It's faster to cook. Zhang Xiaosong picked ginger slices to eat. There were shredded onions, ginger slices, garlic slices, bamboo shoots, and soy sauce in the steamed fish. Wang Juankui looked for the bamboo shoots. The new bamboos have been planted in the south. Next year a large bamboo forest will grow. Don't eat too much this year. Zhang Xiaosong hurriedly picked up some bamboo shoots as well. These are bamboo shoots left over from summer. They are not local bamboo shoots. The people of Shu province specially sent them here. When we grow more bamboo, we can also send bamboo shoots to the Shu people to eat. Li Yi wrote in his letter about how to plant and harvest. While they were at it, they also raised chickens. In the summer, they used a water wheel to carry water up and planted local pine trees and shrubs. There were also many lakes in the area called Kuo. The new Indica Rice Company said that they were going to send the seeds over to build a greenhouse to raise seedlings. Plant it quickly during the warm days, and harvest it 2 months later. There will be another type of rice in the local area. When Wang Juankui mentioned returns and future development, Li Yi wrote them all down. Every breeding and planting model that could promote the development of the local economy was brought out in a routine. There was no need to think about how to arrange things. They just followed what was written in the letter, and there was no need to worry about the future sales. Trick Li Yi into coming here. Let's have an independent army. Li Yi promises to help us establish a country. Guajian suddenly made a joke. Okay, Lao Gua, I support you. You do it. If you succeed, I will be your prime minister. If you fail, don't involve me when the tribe is exterminated. Zhang Zhongliang agreed, provided that there was no risk. Zhang Xiaosong drank a mouthful of fish soup, and felt warm in his stomach. It will be difficult to subdue him. He has too many tricks. Even if we tie him up, he can take us down in the blink of an eye. Arrange the tribes dozens of miles away from us to the edge of the city. It is difficult to take care of them in winter. Wang Juankui made an arrangement. Previously, the tribes of Tubo were afraid of the Tang dynasty. In order to guard against them, the tribes of Tang dynasty were afraid that the tribes of Tubo would send troops. The situation had changed. The people of Tang dynasty would reinforce the tribes on a snowy night, and the tribes would stay where they were. When the snow continued to fall, it was as high as a person, and it was inconvenient to go back and forth. Write a letter back and see what Li Yi thinks. Zhang Xiaosong did not dare to make a decision. He believed in Li Yi. Li Yi had always protected him. His Majesty listened to Li Yi and even gave him money. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Or it could be said that a gentleman of the country met him. So he returned the favor. The 10,000 elite cavalrymen he led were now an independent force. They could fight whoever they wanted. Maybe if they were happy, they would go back and fight Su Lu again. He felt that he did not play a key role this time. The biggest credit was taken by Guan Lin's family. They drugged Zasikas. Right. After eating right now. As the highest military officer, Guajian sent someone to get a pen and paper, and then gave them to Zhang Xiaosong to write. Zhang Xiaosong was a genius and had good literary talent. He was tired of writing and had to think of a poem. I think we should move to the edge of the city and live next to it. Under special circumstances, we can hide in the city. I personally believe in you. Qinli said the same thing as Barala. Everyone should be neighbors. The city could help block the wind and snow. Both sides were close to each other and could take care of each other. Barala was tempted. He looked at the tribesmen beside him. Those who heard Qinli's words showed signs of agreement. Aren't you afraid that we will suddenly attack? We will take over your city and make it ours. Barala considered according to his own ideas. He was afraid that if it were him, he would be very vigilant if other tribes needed help. Even blood brothers could fight each other, let alone outsiders. If that's the case, you can guarantee that your tribe will be wiped out. Dongzhu will do it himself. Your few thousand tribesmen are not enough for Dongzhu to kill in an hour. Qinli was very calm. He believed that Li Yi would fly over to kill them. Go, we will go. Don't worry. Barala was relieved. Since the other party could take his life at any time, the other party naturally wouldn't harm him and his tribesmen. We will move after the meal before the second snowstorm. Qinli decided. He didn't need to discuss it with others. He thought it was fine. He was already conservative enough. Barala looked around. Tell everyone to get ready to move. Go to the edge of the city and live next to it. There is the Yellow River behind, and the city walls can block the wind. The tribesmen nearby ran away to tell the others the good news. Barala turned to Qinli and said, We will leave the weapons to you for safekeeping. When you need to go out to hunt, you will take as many weapons as you need. After the hunt, we will return them to you. Okay. Qinli was even more relieved. Is it easy to learn how to step on boards? Barala was embarrassed when he said it, feeling like he was trying to pry into military intelligence. Skis? I will teach you later. It is very simple. It is most comfortable when going downhill. On flat ground, you will need poles. On uphill, you will need to move horizontally. It is much faster than sinking step by step. You will not fall into the snow. You will use bamboo to scrape and roast it. It will be made very quickly. I can't give you the snow mirror. It is made of glass. But there is a simple one. You can cut a gap with a piece of wood. It is also very useful. Qinli was very generous. Since the other party had already seen it, it was easy to learn. As for the snow mirror, Dongzhu gave it to reduce the surface area of the mirror. This way they could avoid snow blindness. Dongzhu always seemed to have a way, and it was very useful. Chapter 1195. After finishing their meal, Bilala's tribesmen began their migration. They were 50 miles away from the city. Based on their current route, it would take them a day. However, the tribesmen were fearless because they had the winged knights to protect them. Tell everyone to move first. I'll send someone back to get more people. Hopefully, they'll all be settled before nightfall. It's even colder at night. Qinli sent someone back. Instead of riding a horse, he pulled a rope behind the horse and rode on skis. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Bilala tribesmen watched with amusement. The children widened their eyes. How could they play like this? Whoosh, whoosh. Still running? Can't you see that I fell? Are you trying to drag me to death? One of the winged knights didn't play well and fell. He hurriedly called for his horse. He was dragged 40 to 50 meters on the snowy ground and was covered in snow. The horse stopped and turned to look at its owner. All right, I'm up. Let's go. Giddy up, let's go. Giddy up. The unlucky man got up and repositioned himself. The horse galloped forward again. The person who went back with the messenger laughed without pity. Serves you right. Why didn't you let go after falling? Other than Bilala's tribe, all the other tribes that the winged knights had helped were moving. They had received the same education and knew how to judge and evaluate the situation. They knew how to maximize their benefits. After the messenger returned, more people came to help with the empty sled. 20 miles away from the city, it was noon. Once again, the city sent hot soup and bread. The soup was fish soup. The bread was filled with grilled fish and minced meat. It was placed in a bucket and wrapped in fur. Bilala first arranged for the tribesmen to feed the animals. After feeding the animals, they would eat. Brother Qin, is this how your logistics are now? Bilala increasingly felt the disparity between the two sides. It was the same in the past. Dongzhu only needs to decide to send reinforcements, and the soldiers at the front line will definitely have a good meal. This time, Zhang Xiaosong brought 10,000 elite cavalry over. You know that. Fan Fan led the team, and the Winged Knights found Zhang Xiaosong's team to provide logistics. To Dongzhu, wherever the soldiers at the front line fought, the logistics would be there. The soldiers had nothing to worry about. The most formidable troops in the world were not the Jidushi, Dudu, or Protector General at the border, but the Baishui army. We're usually only responsible for the logistics and baggage transportation, but when we find that the Tang dynasty's soldiers can't move, we'll help them. Qin Li was proud when he talked about this. If the frontline troops can fight, we are the baggage soldiers. If the frontline troops can't defeat the enemy, we will continue to deliver supplies after victory. If that's the case, why aren't you the main force? Barala was confused. If we're the main force, who's going to send us stuff? Isn't that right? Qin Li looked like he was trying to be reasonable. Bilala drank a mouthful of soup and nodded. That makes sense. He was confused. The strongest troops were in charge of logistics, not the main force. Otherwise, there would be no strong logistics. In that case, which was more important, logistics or the main force? It seemed like his clansmen didn't think about anything else. They only felt warmth in their stomachs and hearts. When there was no snow, they still ate highland barley. During the most difficult times, they had meat pies and hot soup. Even the most belligerent warriors lowered their heads and didn't dare to fight the Tang dynasty. They didn't know that they had been smashed by money. There was only one thing in this kind of logistics, and that was money. The saying that victory was the most important thing in war. Not the most important thing was the actual situation. If you had money, you could live for a long time. It reflected the overall strength of the country. After a simple meal, the troops continued on their way. Before 4:30, which was equivalent to 4:30, Bilala's troops arrived at the edge of the city. The people at the edge of the city had already cleaned up and built sheds, sheep pens, and stables for yaks and horses. Bilala's tribesmen first settled the livestock there, then used the sheds to build a camp. The slightly older children looked after the youngest children, and the older children helped the adults do the work. This was the main city. When Guozhiyun and the others came out, he personally helped. He was an absolute general and had strength. As he worked, he said to Bilala, "It's all war. Without war, you can get enough grass. Even in winter, you can still migrate and feed the livestock. It's better now than before. In the past, livestock and people died of the cold every year. This year, they didn't die. After a few days, when things are stable, we can go hunting." Bilala was more satisfied with his current life. Sheep's milk could be exchanged for many things. The milk of a milk-producing sheep could be exchanged for grass for 10 sheep. With hunting and the food of his tribe, winter passed smoothly. After spring, they could plant highland barley and give birth to lambs and young yaks. Guozhiyin was surprised. Why didn't the Tubo tribe have the spirit? Weren't they ready to fight at any time? At the beginning of spring, Li Yi will teach you some things. You can try to do it. Guozhiyin decided to pull Bilala's tribe in to develop together. There were so many people, and if they followed the previous model, it would be slow to make money. Is it from Dongzhu? We will learn it well. We will believe in Dongzhu. Bilala was even happier. Guozhiyin. He found that there was a problem with the way they addressed him. You are from the Tubo tribe, and you call Li Yi Dongzhu. Do you know what Dongzhu is? Dongzhu without the surname means that you belong to Li Yi. The Winged Knights called Li Yi Dongzhu because Li Yi always took them to play. They were scared out of their wits. What about you? Brother Qin Li said that if the owner arranges things for us, we will have a lot of money. We can use the money to buy things. Polara said confidently as he fixed a tent pole in place. Guozhiyin could only nod. Yes, Li Yi only knows how to make money. In other aspects, he is not very good. You want to rebel? Can the Tang dynasty do without Dongzhu? You belittle Dongzhu. I am going to write a new book for Dongzhu. Bilala was unhappy. I am just joking. Actually, I think he is not bad. Guozhiyin was speechless. He thought of Qin Li. What did Qinli do? 2 days later, the other Tubo tribes migrated to the Tang dynasty. The busiest person was Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan was a general, but he had returned to the way he was when he was a young general. He sent people to contact the Tubo tribes. He prepared to hold a meeting in 5 days. All the chiefs of the tribes would participate in the meeting. When facing outsiders, he could use both horizontal and vertical. He was extraordinarily good. But when facing outsiders, he became dull. When it came to the court, he instantly forgot his eloquence. Li understood. When facing outsiders, Hao Lingquan was his mission. He would try his best to persuade others. When facing outsiders, he was afraid. He was afraid of the Prime Minister and the officials of the Ministry of Personnel. Now that Hao Lingquan had Li behind him, he was fearless. He met the Prime Minister, the Empress, and His Majesty. Songjing never spoke to him, and he did not care. You Songjing are powerful. Do you dare to talk to me in front of His Majesty? Do I have to listen to you? I will turn around and look for Li. What can you do? No matter how powerful the Prime Minister is, can he be more powerful than the Prime Minister? Humph. Chapter 1196. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty and the Tubo tribe worked together to rebuild the Kong bed. Then, they went to the ice surface of the Yellow River to fish. After the fish came out of the water, they were quickly frozen. Everyone quickly took out the fish's internal organs. The fish was frozen just like that. The internal organs were collected and fed to the pigs. The pigs sent from the rear were going to be killed for meat during the new year. Now they had to be fed. If they were only fed with grass, the pigs would lose weight. Of course, the pigs that ate more pig grass grew slower, but they had more lean meat. For example, wild boars rarely ate meat. Most of the time, they ate grass, roots, and fruits. If they could eat snakes, they would also eat snakes, rabbits, and so on. Therefore, they didn't expect the pigs to come out of the pen quickly. Grass was enough. If they couldn't eat rotten fruits, they could throw them into the pen. Li would use the internal organs of the fish to cook, such as the intestines. The soldiers and tribesmen took out the swim bladders and threw everything else away to be fed to the pigs. They had agreed to eat pig dishes together during the new year. The pickled vegetables had been prepared according to the Northeast pig dishes provided by Li. If it was Yunnan in Li's time, it was a different kind. The raw pork was chopped with salt and then put in a jar. The meat would ferment. Then, because there was no more oxygen and bacteria, after a few months, the meat could be taken out and eaten directly. In fact, during the process of cooking, after the meat was cut, the local people directly grabbed the minced meat and ate it. Li had eaten it before. After overcoming the psychological barrier, he followed the local tradition and ate it. The Tubo tribe people saw this kind of method for the first time, and then pulled out thousands of fish at once. They excitedly processed the internal organs of the fish, and threw the fish aside to freeze. In their opinion, eating fish this winter was enough. In the past, the most common way they caught fish was to roast it, then dip it in salt and eat it. Although they had rock salt and lake salt here, they didn't usually eat much salt. The Tang dynasty transported salt from Shu, and the salt in Shu was all from Li Longji's salt wells. Li Longji had no choice. Everyone else was supporting the front lines, but he had so many salt wells in the Shu lands. Well salt was better than the current sea salt and lake salt. For example, the salt in Shaanxi Salt Lake was not delicious, and the price was very low. Now Li had taught him how to deal with the salt in the newspaper. The salt in Shaanxi, which was also the Hedong Road, would be deeply processed. There was no coal there. Li gave the locations of 5 small coal mines. The small coal mines in Shaanxi were not small. The Tubo tribe had no time to pay attention to the affairs of the Tang dynasty, nor did they receive much information. They only knew that there was a lot of salt, and that this salt tasted good and very fine. In the past, when he ate salt, he would either put it in boiled milk or wine, or he would crush the salt and dip it in after roasting something. Now he could use it however he wanted. As long as he was willing to, he could sprinkle it on the meat when he was roasting it. This was a little heartache. He shouldn't have done it. In fact, whether it was the Tubo, the Turks, the Khitans, or the Tang dynasty, They didn't directly sprinkle seasoning on the barbecue. It was a waste. Everyone dipped it in dry ingredients, mainly salt. Those who had some money added pepper or pepper powder. Brother Chinli, do you still want fish scales? Barala and Chinli worked together. He didn't know how to deal with fish, so he learned it now. Chinli knew how to do it, so the winged knights knew a little about everything. Li taught them. Not now. Freeze them together with the fish scales. When you eat them, you need to scrape the scales. Don't throw them away. Collect them. We have use for them. If you have enough oil, you can fry the fish scales and bones. Dongzhu is usually willing to fry the bones of sea fish. Fish scales and bones, dry them and grind them. It's best to feed poultry and pigs. Chinli introduced the methods of feeding livestock to Bilala, according to the usual methods. What about people? Barala was hungry. Actually, it's not good for people to absorb calcium. The easiest way to replenish calcium is milk, followed by animal liver and seaweed. But you still have to eat what you need. Chinli continued to explain. He tried to tell Barala what he learned. Barala didn't understand, only the general idea. He was very sad. He felt that he wasn't good enough as the leader of this tribe. Look at the things that the winged knights knew, he didn't know. He thought for a moment and asked, do the people in your tribe know? Yes, especially the capital government. The newspapers always mention it again and again. They mention it from different angles, including eating poultry eggs. Chinli answered matter-of-factly. Barala hesitated. Is it easy to learn the characters of the Tang dynasty? You're eager to learn, East Bishop. You've been teaching in the newspapers. Today, in the entire capital government, less than 10% of the original citizens are illiterate. Can I learn it? Barala was envious and jealous. I'll teach you. How about this? There's nothing to do in the winter. We winged knights will be responsible for teaching you. We'll all live next to each other. Whoever wants to learn can learn. Chinli instantly thought of teaching. Dongzhu talked about cultural invasion. The local Tubo tribe had too few channels to obtain information. They all heard it from others. If they learned the characters of the Tang dynasty, then they would read the newspapers. They would naturally want to understand what was written in the newspapers. The newspapers talked about how to farm and raise animals, especially a section about the Tubo region. The Tubo tribe benefited from it. What was written in the newspapers one day was the direction of the tribe. For example, the newspaper said that everyone was a family, how to get along peacefully, and how to get what they needed. He believed that the tribe would agree and feel that this was indeed the way it should be. At night, he wrote a letter back and sent it as fast as he could. Why is this delayed? The two letters are clearly more than 2 days apart. The Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi compared the time between the two letters. Heavy snow. There's a third letter. It was sent from a place where the road was blocked by heavy snow. It's already not bad. Li Longji didn't care about the time of the letter. One said that they were going to settle people at the edge of the city. The other said that they had already settled down. They asked me about teaching and propaganda. Li Yi explained the contents of the letter first. Yes. In fact, there's only one question left. Promise to agree to the first one. Li Longji held the little girl Shang in his arms, and held a stick of candied haws. There were oranges, crabs, grapes, and yams, but no hawthorns. They were combined into a stick of candied haws. It was not suitable for the little girl to eat hawthorns at night. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable when she was hungry in the middle of the night. Li looked at the yams on the candied haws and recalled some memories. When he was in Hebei province, he bought candied haws in winter. At that time, it was cheap, 1 yuan per stick. It was not like later, when the price of 2 yuan was less. Generally, it started at 3 yuan. Then you could gamble. You could buy 1 stick at a time. There was no limit. Generally, you could buy at least 10 sticks. The seller of the candied haws would gamble with you. If you lost, you could buy 1 more stick. If the seller lost, he would pay you 1 stick. According to the probability, the seller of the candied haws would not lose money, and the buyer would not lose money. There was Chinese yams tonghulu inside, and the texture of this tonghulu was different from the others. Brother E, Li Longji called. Ah, you can't eat too much candies. Remember to brush your teeth immediately. Otherwise, You will have tooth decay before you can change your teeth. Li Yi told the little girl to eat quickly and brush her teeth after eating. Okay. The little girl nodded in agreement. You can treat the people of the Tubo tribe as the people of the Tang dynasty, especially the problem of farming next spring. Li Yi woke up from his memory and proposed a solution directly. In his era, there were people of the same nationality, so he didn't want to kill. The regime was strong enough. There was no ethnic problem. Everyone was a family. Chapter 1197. Li Yi had a strong sense of pride for his country, especially regarding the integration of many ethnic groups. The world was so big, and there were many countries with many ethnic groups. Only his own country had problems with ethnic groups. If there were no outsiders who always caused trouble, he would have figured it out long ago. Because some people did not want his country to be stable, they did all kinds of bad things, bribed, instigated, provided funds, and guided him on how to make trouble. The scale of religion in Tubo was not so big now, and the Turks did not have the Abbasid Caliphate religion. Li Yi did not intend to continue the development of religion. Everyone did not need to believe in other religions. They just needed to believe in the Chinese people. They could give up on Taoism. If they had to learn it, they would learn some Taoism and know what was going on. Vigorously promote the traditional Chinese culture. Take this opportunity to ask if any students are willing to go over and stay for 2 years. Those who did not pass the imperial examination can teach others. When they come back, they can take the imperial examination again. Or they can be directly assigned an official position and support the border. Li started to give ideas. This matter was very important to him, second only to the improvement of the living standards of the people in the Tang dynasty. Why? Li Longji hugged the little girl and asked. Everyone is religious. When the time comes, should we listen to the Tang emperors or the religious leaders? Li only said one sentence. Yes, we need to teach. Li Longji immediately agreed. If you want to restrict the preaching of other religions, you can study it, and then record it down. Make more copies and store them in various places to avoid losing them. Li mentioned another thing. Academics need to be studied, but there is no need to preach. But we will help you record it down so that you don't lose it. For example, the history of India was mostly obtained from various countries around the world. How did you record our history? Tell us. It is best to have books to prove it. Li Yi wanted to help all the countries and tribes in the world to record their history. If someone forgot, he would give them a copy of it. Maybe there was no need to give it to them. They could directly write it down in their own history. If 56 ethnic groups could live together in harmony, 560 would not be a problem. More smoke. Li Longji looked in the direction of Chang'an City. Because there were many people setting up fires, smoke was lingering in the sky. However, the smell of soot would be gone in the middle of the night. There wouldn't be any smog in the morning, even if there was a fire in the morning. Unless it was directly foggy, then the soot and smoke from the firewood would not disperse for a while. It would be more suffocating, but it would be fine as long as he endured it and waited for the sun to rise. Li Yi would observe every day, usually in the morning and evening. There was no need to observe at noon. Most people would choose to eat boxed lunches. The profit margin of boxed lunches was not high. 10% went to the company. If he were to cook at home, he wouldn't be able to do it with this amount of money, but it would definitely be more expensive than buying a meal. This winter, the capital magistrate hopes that no one will freeze to death. Li Yi looked at the smoke, and then at the heated brick bed. It would be burned for the last time at night. When the weather was bad, the Yamen would send people to all the workshops and outside to warn them not to press down on the stoves, as it was easy to be poisoned by charcoal. Because the fire was leaking smoke, all the fire was leaking. It was impossible to block all of them. Due to the change in air pressure, the smoke could not escape, so it came out from the cracks in the Kong bed. If there was smoke coming out of it, they would be able to know what was going on. If the stove was pressed, carbon monoxide would slowly emit out. This was colorless and odorless, so people would directly fall asleep when they were in a daze. In the middle of the night, the air pressure suddenly changed. The people in charge of the night watch in each workshop had to ring the gong. They would rather wake everyone up than let anyone die from charcoal poisoning. The people on night watch had special stoves to observe and boil water. Do you still have the location of the coal mine? Give me a few more. Dig more coal. Burn coal billets during the day and coal blocks at night. It'll be cheaper. Li Longji thought of a good way to reduce the probability of being poisoned by charcoal poisoning. Coal billets burned with coal were easy to emit smoke, and not burn fully, while coal blocks had less smoke. Yes, I'll mark it on the map. Li nodded. Whoosh! The cub ran to get the map. Ching Song watched. When the cub ran dozens of steps away, he opened his suitcase and took out the map from it. Dongzhu, the capital magistrate and the surrounding places. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji suddenly laughed and shouted, "Come back, cub." Ah! The cub didn't understand what he meant, but it turned around and ran back. When it saw the map, it stared at Ching Song. Li used a pencil to mark 4 shallow coal mines on the map. He gave all the open-pit mines in the capital magistrate, and all the states above and below. Now he gave coal mines that were 200 meters deep and shallow. Coal mines generally had notes about how deep they were. Shallow meant that there was coal at this depth and shallower positions, which could be dug. With the mining technology of the Tang dynasty, Li didn't recommend coal mines that were 200 meters deep because they couldn't be dug. Digging wells was slow, and it was easy to get into trouble. At that time, there were few mines that were too deep, and the cost of digging down to 1,000 meters was high. Coal mines that were 200 meters deep could be seen after dozens of meters, but there was not much coal. If they continued to dig, there would be more. Without large-scale industry, they didn't need too much coal. Are there any gold and silver mines? Li Longji wanted to make money again. It's not cost-effective to dig it ourselves. It's better to transport it from outside through trade. I know all the sand gold in the river. It's just that we don't take it out because it wastes labor. Li refused and persuaded that there were a few in Lantian County that could be used. Instead of taking out gold mines, it was better to use the manpower to farm and build roads. Li Longji was regretful, but Li said to him again, "When the railway is built, use the proceeds of the railway as collateral and issue banknotes." Oh, in this way, we really don't have to mine gold and silver ourselves. Li Longji wanted to make money because of the banknotes. In that case, the banknotes issued will belong to the credit currency. When the railway is built, the gold and silver in the national treasury will be used to issue the banknotes of the Tang dynasty. Li made it clear that credit currency would appear after all. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons were obviously not enough. The merchants were willing to take them out, and then go to various places. And the local merchants would also accept them. Li decided to issue the banknotes of the Tang dynasty. He could not always rely on the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, who would be the Tang dynasty's Tang dynasty? Of course, the issue of the banknotes of the Tang dynasty was still managed by him. He really did not trust others. In the area of finance, he would not give in no matter what. Brother Yi, please take care of it. Li Longji had the same idea. When it came to playing with money, he did not trust others. He could trust in the quality, but he felt that all the ministers were beginners in handling matters. Or perhaps they could not even be considered as beginners. Look, this is the money of our Tang dynasty, the exchange coupons of the Li family Zhuangzi. The sky at the source of the Yellow River was darker than that of Chang'an. During dinner, Qin Li sat cross-legged on the Kong bed and took out a large amount of money for Barala to see. Barala was not used to sitting cross-legged on the Kong bed. In front of him was a low table. The height was just right for him to sit there. The main reason was that his feet were smelly. When he took off his shoes, the smell drifted out. He looked at the beautifully printed coupons and asked, "What about the smelly feet? Wash them. I'll boil water in the iron pot and warm your feet. It's good for the body. By the way, it won't smell. You also have to change your socks every day. As for your shoes, you have to clean them every few days. As for your leather boots, you can use herbal packs." Qin Li could smell the smell, but he could still eat. It did not matter. In the past, this was nothing in the training. Chapter 1198. How are the coupons printed? Barala sat beside the bed and soaked his feet. To him, soaking his feet every day was something he didn't dare to think about. He was forced by life. Now that he had the conditions, he decided to promote it, and everyone would be clean. I'm not sure either. Dongju is in charge. Anyway, others can't fake it. We collect fragrant flowers in spring and summer. After drying them in the shade, we can bathe and soak our feet. Qinli was also soaking his feet. He was asked to do so, and one of Barala's women helped him. Brothers can stay here at night. Barala winked, indicating that he wanted this woman to accompany him. I have a wife. My wife is at home taking care of my parents. Qinli replied, indicating that they should stop talking about this topic. He belonged to a poor family, not a rich one. Rich men could have many women, but he only wanted one. Barala showed a regretful expression. He had specially arranged for this woman to be at the age when it was easy for her to get pregnant. His goal was simple and clear. He wanted to keep one of Qinli's children, and then his own. Qinli's body was strong and smart. He was a good seed. Brother Barala, in the future, you don't have to exchange things directly. Instead, you can exchange coupons and use them to buy things. Brothers who have made contributions in the army want to exchange coupons now. Gambling is prohibited in the army. They will take the coupons home, or even ask for them to be sent home. Qinli started to persuade Barala to exchange coupons. This was indirectly admitting that the currency of the Tang dynasty was good. What about our contributions? Sigh. Barala was depressed. You can also contribute. For example, if you give us more useful things, we will give you extra rewards. Qinli continued to rope them in. He wanted to turn them into his own people. For example, Barala was tempted. He realized that after the two sides stopped fighting, the tribe's life had become better. He wanted to continue. As for the war, he didn't have any reason to fight. He could only fight a war if he could win and get something. Why fight a war where he was beaten and lost his life? For example, wild donkeys. Some small wild donkeys will starve to death because of winter. Find one like this, bring it back and give it money directly. Qinli randomly thought of something, a wild donkey, or a wild horse. It was as big as a horse. If he could tame the wild donkeys and make them work, especially the younger ones, he could capture them and raise them. The wild donkeys would then obey his orders and have food and water. If they were caught alive, they would not be able to shoot arrows. They would only be able to trap them like a horse. Those who were skilled would use a lasso, while those who were unskilled would use a lasso pole. The snow is deep, it's easy to catch them. Barala felt that this was a good idea. In the past, the tribe was not willing to catch wild donkeys. Wild donkeys had a bad temper and always wanted to eat good things. Moreover, they ran very fast. Usually, they would use knives and bows to deal with them and eat meat. Wild donkeys are not easy to raise. We prefer to raise yaks and horses. The woman who was washing Qinli's feet raised her head. We know how to raise them. Dongju taught us. Qinli nodded to the woman, indicating that he had washed his feet before he came. Dongju knows everything? Barala addressed him as such again. He felt that Li Yi was a god. Yes, Dongju said that he could check the information at any time. I don't know how he did it. Qinli did not want to know the reason. Anyway, he could always learn from Li Yi. Okay, we'll catch them. You can teach us how to use skis. We feel that it's more convenient to surround the wild donkey than to ride a horse. Barala requested. He did not ask for the price. He believed that the other party would give him a reasonable price. Riding a horse to catch a wild donkey in the snow would not be able to outrun a wild donkey. Wild donkeys were as tall as horses and had more strength. Wild donkeys could dig holes to find water, but horses could not. The difference was obvious. At the border, there were wild horses and wild donkeys. When there was a drought, the wild horses would follow behind the wild donkeys. After the wild donkeys dug out water to drink, the wild horses would go up to drink. There were other animals too. If there were skis, everyone could ride a horse to find a wild donkey. After finding it, they would surround it and stand on the skis to swing the rope. They could also swing it while riding a horse, but it was not as efficient as standing. Not every time the rope was thrown, the wild donkey or horse would be caught. One man and one horse could not catch a good horse with a lasso pole. A good horse without any weight was faster than a horse carrying a man. Before the lasso pole was attached, the horse would have run away and could not be caught. The distance of the rope thrown was far. Some horses felt that they could run away if they were attacked. At this time, the rope would be thrown and the horse would be caught. Then the two sides would compete. There was also the wooden fence of the enemy's military camp during war. They would throw the lasso together and then pull it down. This was all technical work. For them, it was an essential skill for survival. They started learning it when they were young. It was not a specialized skill, but a part of life. Raising horses, riding horses, lassoing horses, and catching goats. The children treated this as a daily activity. Then they would shoot arrows, hack and slash when they were riding fast, and vault. If you find it, you can find us. We will catch it and give you the same amount of money, just a little less. Qinli felt that there was nothing to do in the winter. His brother's fighting skills had fallen behind, so it was better to catch donkeys. Then they would compete with the Tubo tribe to improve their friendship and strengthen their interaction. Barala hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. He had also thought about this aspect. He wanted to have more contact with the people of the Tang dynasty. Brother Qin, do you think we can still fight? Barala asked the thing that had been worrying about before. The women washing their feet stopped. They were also afraid of fighting. We can't fight. If you don't fight, where will the Tubo soldiers come to fight? Look at the logistics. Do you want to provide things? Or do you want to take up arms? Qinli had already received news that the two sides were negotiating to work together to develop the source of the Yellow River. This place would be used by the Tang dynasty. Then the Tang dynasty would split the money 50-50. He showed the other side the account book. Every sum of money was written clearly. Fuqian Zongpu sent people. They came in. I can't stop them. Someone ran in, followed by a few people with weapons in their hands. Barala? Who is he? The person who came and questioned in Tubo language. Get out. Qinli also used Tubo language. Who are you? Commander of the Winged Knights Qinli. Qinli glared. I'll count to 3. If you don't go out, then don't go out. 1. The person who came and turned and ran. When they were outside, they stood there gloomily. It's good enough to let them in. How dare they shout at me? Qinli said arrogantly. They were next to the city. How could they allow the Tubo people to come in as they pleased? They had to be controlled. The other party wanted to use his status to suppress Barala. He was here. If he let the other party suppress Barala, how could they get along in the future? At worst, he could just kill these people and write a letter to Chang and to explain the situation. He could tell Dongzhu that the Winged Knights didn't need the officials in the imperial court to control them. If Dongzhu said it was okay, then it was okay. If Her Majesty said no, then he could change it. However, in theory it was better to tell Dongzhu than Her Majesty. The result would be the same anyway. Chapter 1199. Bilala laughed, the kind that was very happy. He realized that he could disobey orders. He disobeyed Zanpu's orders. You told me to attack the military forces of the Tang dynasty, and I refused. What can you do to me? For the first time, he realized that there were benefits to setting up a camp next to the Tang dynasty's city. Normally, if you refused to obey orders, Tubo would send troops to encircle and annihilate you. How could they encircle and annihilate you now? If you dare to beat me, I'll fight you with the Tang dynasty. I'm a tribe. Why should I listen to you? In the past he had no choice. If he didn't listen he would be beaten. Okay, stop rubbing. I've already washed my feet. If you rub them again they'll be bald. I'll go and meet them. Qinli said to the woman who was washing his feet. The woman was regretful. She wiped his feet and handed him a pair of boots. Qinli put them on and walked out. A few people stood awkwardly outside the door. The Winged Knights did not have weapons in their hands. They just stood there and watched. Their weapons were on the ground without snow. They did not dare to attack, because there were too few of them. What was the use of a knife when there were so few of them? It was useful against people who were afraid of death. one knife to kill them one by one. But the winged knights would only give you one chance to swing your knife. They could come at you together. After one swing, you're dead meat. The key was that the people of the Bilala tribe had already raised their bows and arrows. They were obviously not going to shoot the winged knights. The people of the Bilala tribe were very angry at the moment. The winged knights were here as guests to discuss how to lead the tribe to a better life. What are you doing here? Where were you when we needed you? When we were captured, we couldn't fight. When we ran, it was for the survival of the tribe. When we didn't have enough food and clothing, the people of the Tang dynasty gave us food and medicine. When the heavy snow fell and people were about to die, the winged knights did not bring weapons. Instead, they brought tools and came to help. Then, they placed the tribesmen outside the city to buy things, build sheds, repair Kong beds, and provide coal. The leader of the tribe came in person to discuss matters. What are you doing? The people of the Bilala tribe were even angrier than the others. The older children ran over with snowballs in their hands. They weren't going to use snowballs to scare them. They wanted to throw snowballs to block their vision when the fight started. Therefore, the people who came from behind threw down their weapons. It was too dangerous to hold them. Are you handing over the Prime Minister's letter? Or is it an internal problem? Qinli walked out with a sullen face and questioned. Why are you in my Tubo tribe? Slap. Qinli raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Don't you understand what I'm saying? You dare. Slap. Qinli slapped him with the back of his hand. Do you understand? There's the Prime Minister's book and there's also, why are you two living together? The person who had been slapped twice finally recognized the reality. Then send it over. What are you yelling at me for? Are you trying to scare me? Qinli raised his hand, and the man reflexively tilted his head. Qinli did not hit him. He frowned and said, Go deliver the Prime Minister's letter first. Got it. The man glared at him, but lowered his head again. He felt aggrieved. He could die and fight it out with the other party, but national affairs were more important. The other party was the Winged Knights. The Winged Knights were not controlled by any officials of the Tang dynasty. They only listened to the orders of the Tang emperors. On the other hand, he had to be controlled. He came here with an important mission. Arrange for a few people to send them in. Don't delay me from washing my feet. Qinli shouted and turned to go back. That was how domineering he was. 2 slaps were nothing. In a weak country, even if they killed your important people, you had to stand firm. Qinli returned to the house and said to Barala, who had also wiped his feet clean, and felt that there was no smell. He said, I sent them here mainly to discuss the distribution of benefits in the Yellow River. They think they can bully your tribe. That's all. If they force me, can you protect my tribe? Barala invited Qinli to sit on the Kong bed again. We're brothers. When the snow falls, we'll stand shoulder to shoulder. Besides, some people are playing tricks. Qinli also felt much better. There was no smell of feet. He could tolerate it, but it did not mean that he liked to smell it when eating. If you can guarantee that they won't send troops to kill my tribe, I'll be a member of the Tang dynasty in the future. Barala was angry. What time was it? Zanpu's people came over and spoke to him like this? Oh, you. Who do you think you are? Enter the city next year. There's space in the city, but the camp outside has to be left. The livestock will get sick easily if they go in. Dongzhu said that during winter, animals that can adapt to the cold must be herded to a crowded place. A large number of them will die. Send people to take care of the livestock outside. The others will enter the city. As long as we have something to eat, we won't let you starve. Qinli patted his chest and promised. He could see the purpose of Tubo's people coming over. They wanted peace. Since that was the case, he could use this opportunity to continue to rope in Tubo's tribe here. He felt that he was doing very well. He could rope in people whenever he found an opportunity. What he did not know was that at the same time, people from 13 tribes were having a meeting with Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan said that the 13 tribes agreed to help the Tang dynasty raise livestock. They would enter the city and build stables, sheep pens, and other places outside the city. They would listen to the Tang dynasty's unified management and learn the Tang dynasty's language together. Hao Lingquan once again demonstrated his diplomatic skills. He was born in the wrong time. Otherwise, he would definitely be a big shot if he were to engage in multi-level marketing. No, if he were to engage in state-to-state diplomacy, he would definitely not be bad. He was doing such a thing now, and others would believe him. When the same words came out of his mouth, it felt more real and more credible. The people sent by Tubo originally planned to discuss with Guizhiyun and the others first. Then, they would find their own tribes and use their tribes to oppress the Tang dynasty. However, the tribes where Qinli was at would not agree. The large group of tribes who were at the meeting with Hao Lingquan were almost shouting now. Hao Lingquan talked to their leaders like he was giving a speech. He made one promise after another, and even used his past achievements to talk about it. Therefore, when Guizhiyun and the others met with the emissary from Tubo, the large group of people chose to follow the orders of the Tang dynasty. Their leaders had established a good personal relationship with Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan promised that the tribes would be allowed to enter the city for the whole winter. Then, they would work together to develop the economic cooperation between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. Especially in the aspect of raising livestock, the tribes took the initiative to bear the manpower of raising livestock. Hao Lingquan would provide material resources such as fodder. He could not let his brothers in the tribes suffer losses. The most difficult days of winter were over. Everyone had to hold on until the next spring. The people sent by Tubo first handed over the Prime Minister's letter. They did not send people to the Tang dynasty to deliver things. It was too far away, and they did not have the convenience of a courier station. It seems that Tubo can't fight anymore. They actually agreed to one of the several conditions offered by the Tang dynasty. Guizhiyun was quite happy. They opened the Prime Minister's letter, and the contents of the document were very clear. Chapter 1200. The Tubo messengers who delivered the goods had dinner and rested in the city. They wandered around, investigated the enemy, and collected intelligence. There were streets and roads in the city. The ground was still mud, and the houses were built with a layer of cement. A group of tents and stables appeared at a distance. There were soldiers of the Tang dynasty working, and some common people. The common people wore their own clothes, and the soldiers of the Tang dynasty wore military coats. Occasionally, the troops without military coats patrolled with things in their hands. The messengers thought that the soldiers were different, but the truth was that there were not enough military coats. This year, Mian was working overtime to make military coats. Some troops who were not very strong temporarily wore leather coats, and some of them were second-hand goods that had been delivered before. Last year, the Li family Zhuangzi bought a lot of things from the pawn shop in the capital. They came back to refurbish and send them to the soldiers at the border. Currently, they were changing their clothes one after another. The leather clothes and boots were given to the people who transported the baggage in Sichuan and the rear troops. The Tubo tribe did not need them. They had their own leather clothes and boots. They preferred the needles and threads of the Tang dynasty. The cotton thread was strong, and needles of different sizes were made into a set. They were matched with a thimble, and 10 rolls of thread without color were given. Needles were more useful. They gave a small threading device, but needles were not so easy to make. The people of the Tubo tribe did not know the speed of the Li family Zhuangzi's needle-making. They used a thread puller to pull the iron wire. After the wire was pulled thin, there was a tool table, and the iron wire was placed on it. A large piece of iron with a sharp tip fell down and inserted into the groove to make a hole in the iron wire. It was lifted and dislocated to the side. When it fell down, the iron wire was broken. It was lifted again and dislocated to the side. When it fell down, the hole was pressed all over. When it was taken out, it was manually ground on a foot-operated grinding wheel until the back was smooth and the front was sharpened. Then it was a needle. When it was ground, it was also aimed at the hole. First, the iron wire was put in where the needle hole was. There was a hole from thick to thin with a grinding wheel inside. When it was put in, it came out. It was thrown aside. When there was enough, it was taken to the next person's position. This person turned the iron wire around and put in the small hole where it needed to be sharpened. Then it was taken out, and the needle tip appeared. The manual cold rolling mill couldn't be compared to Li Yi's pure automation. but it saved a lot of time compared to making an array now. After making a set of needles, he added a thimble and a small tool to lead the needle, and put them in a small box made of bamboo to sell. In the Tang dynasty, the governor's office and the people in the surrounding areas used their household registration to buy houses. Each house cost 1 coin. Depending on how much they bought, the price would be calculated according to the quantity. There was no household registration, and a set cost $5. If he thought it was too expensive, he would make it himself. In Tubo, 1 piece of sheepskin was exchanged for 3 boxes, and 10 rolls of 1 or 2 layers of thread were given. For the time being, they couldn't care less about places that were too far away. They were all merchants who bought a box for 5 coins and transported to other places to sell. The emissary saw an official stall that specialized in exchanging goods with the Tubo tribe. There were kitchen knives, scissors, nails, and so on. Anyway, it was cheaper than making it himself. They bought it with the jade stones and heavenly jewels they had brought. Other than using it for himself, he also wanted to bring it back as a gift. After resting in the city, they set off to look for the various tribes the next day. You need 20 pieces of sheepskin or 10 sheep. The emissary in the lead first came to Bilala's tribe, which was the closest. No, Bilala didn't even boil tea for him. He was now determined to be a man of the Tang dynasty. In that case, why should he give the Tubo people when they came to ask for things from him? Say that again? The emissary drew his knife. Immediately, a group of people around him drew their knives. Bilala sneered. Do you believe that I won't let you die here? Go back and tell your Zongpu that I, Bilala, have rebelled. Now we are people of the Tang dynasty. Where's your honor as Tubo people? The emissary was dumbfounded. Rebelling? You were at the forefront. If you rebelled, what should we do? What honor? The honor of not being able to eat well and wear warm clothes? Now we are people of the Tang dynasty. We are descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Bilala retorted righteously. Afraid of you? We are always on tenterhooks with you. If we are attacked, where are your logistics? Where are your reinforcements? If we only give you things and help you fight, will our people die? The key is that we can't defeat the military forces of the Tang dynasty. We are still counting on the city to survive in winter. Just wait for Zongpu's army to encircle and annihilate you. Let's go. The emissary was angry. He left a harsh sentence and led his people to the next tribe. Affected by the heavy snow, it was already noon when the emissary arrived at the next tribe living near the city. When they arrived, they saw a group of people practicing snowboarding. The children were the happiest. They were laughing, falling down from time to time. The leader of the tribe was very enthusiastic. He invited the emissaries to drink red deer soup. They received news that there was a red deer that fell down about 30 miles to the southwest. They rode on horses and pulled the sled they lent them to take a look. Sure enough, there was one. It was old and couldn't withstand the fatigue and cold and fell down. They brought it back and gave the antlers, deer skin, deer penis, and other things to the Tang dynasty people in the city. They also took the deer tendons. They ate the rest of the meat themselves and made soup for the elderly, children, and women. If they didn't eat it in their prime, 1 deer wouldn't be enough. In the past, when they were in their prime, they definitely didn't eat it for the elderly. When women were pregnant and breastfeeding, they ate it for the boys. Now they were learning from the Tang dynasty. The strong were responsible for protecting the weak. As the leader, he could eat it. It just so happened that the emissary of Tubo came over. The leader was sure that as a member of the Tang dynasty, Tubo's emissary should be given some soup to drink. I need you to fight the tribe over there. The emissary thought that the other party still regarded him as a noble person. Bilala's tribe? He's now a member of the Tang dynasty like us. How can I fight him? If I fight him, I'll be considered a traitor to the Tang dynasty. The leader of the tribe was reasonable. They couldn't fight. They were a family. You're also a traitor? Aren't you afraid that Zongpu will send troops? The emissary understood. We've all become members of the Tang dynasty. We can live in the city and send people outside to look after the livestock. It'll be better when spring comes. The leader of the tribe understood what the emissary meant. He probably wanted to borrow troops from his brothers next to him. I'll kindly remind you that it's useless. This is the last time I'll help you. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Why? The emissary didn't expect that Tubo would lose not only land, but also a large number of tribes in this war. Ask Zasikas. He made mistakes in command time and time again, and forced us into a desperate situation. Where are your logistics? You won't send troops. We're facing a large number of skyscraping monkeys, hot air balloons and explosives. The Tang dynasty's hot air balloons saw the deer soup 30 miles away. We'll go and pick it up. You tell me how to fight. Scouts can't come within 30 miles. We're not afraid of death, but we can't die in vain. The leader of the tribe complained. Without reinforcements and logistics, you expect my tribe to fight against the Tang dynasty? If the Tang dynasty wants to wipe us out, I'll fight. The Tang dynasty didn't fight, and even discussed exchanging things. When we encountered a snowstorm, we came to help without weapons. I've risked my entire tribe for you. Are you sure I still have a place in Tubo? I'm also doing this to survive. Do you think the Tang dynasty won't massacre us? They have Zhang Xiaosong among them. At the end of the war in the western regions, 3 cities were massacred because the other side resisted. Chapter 1201. What can a surrendered soldier get? The messenger still wanted to persuade them. In his opinion, those who surrendered had no status and should be slaves. When we were running, the military forces of the Tang dynasty caught up with us and told us that we could stay outside and that they were not willing to kill us. When we were outside, they exchanged things with us and taught us how to make a stove. 2 days ago, it was snowing heavily. In the middle of the night, they were afraid that we would freeze to death, so they brought tools instead of weapons to help. Later, they felt that it was too far away, and it was not easy to take care of each other. So they helped us move. Now that we can live in the city, they will take care of everything in the future, such as what we grow and what we raise. The tribal leader said slowly. This was the actual situation. What could he do? They have good things and live in a good place. Are you willing to let them go? You should snatch it and fight. The messenger said according to his theory. We have good things now. They gave us the pressure cooker to cook soup for you. General Hao said that they taught us how to read, so that we can go to Chang'an in the future. There are many people who came from other places in Chang'an. Everyone has their own strengths. Everyone lives together and lives well. Public transport. The tribal leader talked about the things that Hao Lingquan introduced to them. Water network, public transport, easy money, vegetables to eat in winter, free hot soup to drink when walking for 10 miles. Old people will be taken care of and young people will be educated. Most importantly, there were many Tubo people living in Chang'an. They would not be bullied, and everyone was a family. The messenger was yearning for it. How could there be such a good thing? After eating and resting for a while, they left for the next tribe. They had to make sure that they were not cheated. At night, they went to the next tribe. The leader of the tribe arranged a place for them to stay and provided them with dinner. But no women were arranged. The next morning they completely gave up. After eating breakfast, they rushed back home to bring the news back as fast as possible. They told Zanpu that all the tribes here had rebelled, and that he had to think of a solution quickly. The Tubo tribes began to arrange to enter the city. Their weapons were handed in, and they needed to apply for it when they went hunting. At the same time, they went to school. Regardless of adults or children, they were taught by the winged knights. The winged knights could speak Tubo, Turkic and Khitan languages. If he didn't know how to write, then he knew how to speak and communicate. Simple everyday language was easier to learn. When they were learning, they were as happy as when they were playing. Li Yi was teaching them to play. Li Yi was also learning at a faster speed than them. It turned out that Li Yi knew English, Japanese and Latin. When he studied medicine, he had to know Latin. Some of the older doctors wrote prescriptions in a mess. They imitated Latin and kept it confidential, so that the patients could not see it clearly. Later on, during his time, the patients requested to print out the prescription and write it by hand. The patients could ask that they could understand it, but they could not write it down. However, some patients did not know how to resist. They would listen to whatever the doctor said. If they met a good doctor, it would not be a problem. If they met a doctor who was not good, it would be over. Li had already been reborn. His memory and body coordination had improved tremendously. In addition to his previous learning habits, he had been forced to do so. He learned the languages of other races very quickly. The winged knights played along with him, and they both had a lot of fun. No one complained. Anyway, Li did not hear anyone complaining to him. If someone said that learning this kind of game was too hard, he would replace it with a new game. He was a person who was easy to talk to. The winged knights all agreed. That's right, Dongzhu cared about them. Now it was showing its usefulness. The feathered forest flying cavalry taught them in both Tu and Tang languages. They could write and calculate. Qinli, you can take the imperial examination like this. Wang Juankui was more envious. The winged knights were not old. The older they were, the less effective they would be. A group of people in their teens and below 30 years old formed the winged knights. They could write, know arithmetic, measure, draw, speak several foreign languages. They also had the ability to fight in all kinds of weather and terrain. Imperial examination? Qinli was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Imperial examination is nothing. The brothers who stayed in Chang and are still learning other things from Dongzhu. The imperial examination is nothing more than writing scriptures, memorizing them, and writing policy. Dongzhu called the policy discussion. For example, the current relationship with the Tubo tribe. What do I think and why should I do this? These are policy discussions. Occasionally, there are additional subjects such as prose, and poetry. To be honest, we can't do these. Dongzhu doesn't teach them much. He said that it's better to learn other practical things. It's better to perform surgery and learn simple medical skills. If you pass the imperial examination, you can become an official in the future. Wang Juankui still thought that the imperial examination was better, so he did not pass it. When we retire, we will become an official. Dongzhu said that when we are old, we can retire and become a county deputy, a registrar, or a county captain. People like me can be a county magistrate. If I don't want to take my family to a faraway place to be an official, I will go to the military school of the Tang dynasty to teach. I can either open a school and become a principal, a headmaster, or a lecturer. But he doesn't allow us to go back to our hometown to farm. He said that it's a waste of talent, and it's a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. Qinli explained. He was also thinking about what he would do in the future. As long as he did not die in battle, there would be a way out. He was full of confidence. He had learned a lot from the winged knights. He felt that he would not be bad in the future. He was different from the other soldiers of the subjugation department. Gua Zhiyun, who was listening from the side, was jealous. You can still retreat. Become an official after you retire? How much hardship have we suffered? Do you think it's just fighting? Learning is the hardest for us. We want to die. No, we don't suffer. As Qinli spoke, he suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. If Dongzhu heard it, Dongzhu would definitely comfort him and find something to cheer him up. How scary. Are you so afraid of Li Yi? Zhang Zhongliang could see that. When the winged knights talked about Li Yi, they would definitely praise him. In fact, they did not mean it. They had a special kind of fear for Li Yi. No, we're not afraid. We just treat Dongzhu as a good teacher. Really, don't say any more. Qinli was about to cry. Zhang Xiaosong teased. His Majesty ordered you to kill Li Yi. Will you do it? Yes. We are His Majesty's private army. Qinli did not hesitate and nodded vigorously. Can you do it? Zhang Xiaosong was still curious. At most we'll die. The Tang dynasty will be completely destroyed. What else can we do? Qinli shook his head. Who will die? Wang Juankui asked. Whoever goes against Dongzhu will die. Dongzhu is not someone who will not fight back if you want to kill him. Don't think about it. His Majesty will not let us kill Dongzhu. Dongzhu never wanted to be an emperor. It's not fun. Qinli finished and went out to look for Bilala. He was not as capable as Hao Lingquan, so he could only follow a line. Bilala was waiting for him outside to eat barbecued meat together. Bilala's tribesmen encountered a lone wolf when they were patrolling on horseback. An injured lone wolf. Obviously, the Wolf King had run away after being defeated. It was very strong. Then it was shot to death by an arrow. Would more than 10 Tubo tribesmen care about a lone wolf? Chapter 1202. The smell of the wolf is a little disgusting. It will be fine after roasting it more. Barala brought Qinli home and let Qinli watch him process the meat. A new wolf that hasn't beaten the wolf king? It's good enough that it can escape alive. Give it to me. We don't eat roasted meat. Qinli observed the dead wolf. Obviously, it wasn't the wolf king. Maybe this wolf thought that the wolf king was old and wanted to take advantage of the winter to kill the wolf king and usurp the throne. In the end, it still couldn't beat the wolf king. Usually, the new wolf who wanted to usurp the throne couldn't beat the wolf king. The pack of wolves would besiege and eat it. And if the wolf king lost, it would be possible to become a lone wolf. The wolf that was shot to death actually managed to escape. There were many wounds on its body. Unfortunately, the outcome couldn't be changed. It was cold, there was no food, and there were wounds on its body. Let's eat the wolf meat pot. Dongzhu taught us how to process the dog. Follow the routine. Soak it more and stir it. After cutting it, stir it in cold water. Then I'll fry the sauce and cook it in the pressure cooker. Bring more soup. Then we'll change the pot. Although the temperature is not enough, because it's all cooked, there's no problem, including the soup. We won't eat the wolf skin. Peel it and make it into something to keep warm. You can keep the bones and teeth for psychological comfort and to ward off evil. Qinli handled it personally. He explained as he cooked. At the same time, he asked an orderly to go back and get the things. Their relationship was equal. There was no question of who had a higher status than the other. Because his test results were good, he was temporarily the commander. Dongzhu likes to eat dog meat? Barala swallowed his saliva. No, Dongzhu doesn't like to eat dog meat. He says dog meat is disgusting. Dongzhu prefers to eat beef, spiced beef and beef tendons. However, Dongzhu can only eat beef once every few days. As for mutton, Dongzhu is most proud of stir-fried mutton giblets and scallion fried mutton. He only drinks mutton soup. He doesn't like to eat normal meat. For pigs, he likes pig ears, pig tail, pig trotters and small intestines to make sausages and large intestines. Qinli also swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He wanted to go back. The Li family Zhuangzi's canteen food was the best. Earthly paradise was a special circle. It's not a place to eat. The food in heavenly earth was not bad. But the premise was that it depended on who it was compared to. If you have money, you can eat at the heavenly world. If you rely on money, you can't eat at the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Now that it's cold, Zhuangzi's canteen must have a big pot of stewed pig dishes, the kind that can't be eaten in heavenly earth. What is the 9 revolutions large intestine? Was it delicious? Dongzhu doesn't like to eat dog meat. So how does he know how to make it? Barala was drooling even more. Braised intestines. Those who don't know how to eat will only eat the taste of braised intestines. And those who know how to eat will eat the texture. Dongzhu knew how to cook all kinds of dishes. There were a lot of things to pay attention to when cooking dog meat. Dongzhu taught them all. Do you have any dried vegetables at home? The stew will only taste good if you add dried vegetables. Later, I'll add tofu when I take out the pressure cooker. Qinli was almost done with the treatment. He took out the military kettle. It was white wine, not alcohol. No. Barala had a helpless look on his face. I'll go back and bring everything back. Qinli stood up. Bring some soy sauce from the steamed fish last time. Dip it in. Barala reminded. You can't eat soy sauce when eating wolf meat. I'll bring you some. Dip it in and you'll know. It's disgusting. Qinli shuddered as he spoke. He had eaten dog meat dipped in soy sauce before. He took a bite and couldn't describe the texture. Anyway, it was disgusting. It was worse than eating pickled cabbage dipped in fermented bean curd in copper hot pot. Li emphasized these 2 things, and he had foolishly tried them all. When he ate the copper hot pot in Zhuangzi's restaurant, he took a big bite of pickled vegetables, and then a mouthful of tofu. It was so fishy that he didn't dare to breathe. He quickly held his breath, and swallowed other things before drinking the soup from the hot pot. He also tried eating dog meat dipped in soy sauce. He didn't believe it when he was told it didn't work. After eating, He felt uncomfortable and quickly drank the soup from the pot. He didn't need to breathe through his nose. Half an hour later, they sat on the kong. A clay pot was placed on top of the burning charcoal. The soup and meat were all cooked in a pressure cooker before. Do you see that? Dried vegetables are the best when used to deal with oily meat, including mutton and tofu. Tofu is tender and will be overcooked. If not cooked well, it will break. I'll write a letter back and ask them to send more beans over. We'll make tofu. You don't eat much, right? Qinli took a bite of tofu dipped in wolf sauce and explained the problem. Several women and children in Bairala's family, including the woman's parents and his parents, were eating elsewhere. This house didn't allow others to enter except for a few key people. There was only one wolf. If it wasn't enough for the whole tribe, the leader's family would eat it. Bairala shook his head. No, we can't even cook rice here. How can we make tofu? We've heard of how to make it. Yes, if the soy milk isn't cooked well, there's no way to make tofu. We use a pressure cooker, but you have to prepare dried vegetables. Qinli thought of the root of the problem. Without a pressure cooker, how can we eat the dried vegetables we prepared in the past? Just treat them as salted vegetables. Brother Qinli, think about our situation here. Bairala was depressed. I only knew about the pressure cooker after you came. Do you think I didn't want to cook more food in the past? Otherwise, why would I eat roasted, fried, buttery, and milk-rich food? Isn't it because of the temperature you mentioned? Qinli remembered. There will be. I'll write a letter again and tell Dongzhu that we're family now. Hurry up and make more pressure cookers and send them over. We'll have enough to exchange in autumn. By then, we'll have lambs and they'll grow a little bigger. After spring, we'll plant food and herbs and go hunting. We'll borrow your pressure cooker first and return it later. Bairala had a special infatuation with pressure cookers. This thing was too useful. It could cook meat very quickly, and the bones would be finished. Qinli waved his hand. I think Her Majesty will send you the pressure cooker from Dongzhu after I write a letter back. Who'll pay? Bairala was calculating whose favor he would owe in the end. Her Majesty will wash the coal with water. The Li family Zhuangzi will make the coal into coke. The coke will be used to make steel. The court will provide the crude iron used to make steel. The location of the iron mine was given by Dongzhu, as well as the location of the coal mine. Dongzhu will provide the mining and preliminary smelting technology, including rail transportation. Her Majesty will transfer this part of the cost of smelting to the Ministry of Works through the acquisition of coal. During this process, if the Ministry of Works collects taxes from the capital and Hunan government, the local people will pay 20 days of transfer. After paying the transfer, the people can take a cart of coal with them when they leave. Basically, they'll earn back the money they paid for the transfer. If they continue to work in the mine, they can exchange it for money, coal, and food. Qinli explained the situation. Many parties were involved in this matter. He understood what he said, but Bairala and the other tribesmen were even more confused. What was going on? This was transferred to that, and that was related to others. What exactly was the problem? Chapter 1203. Bairala and the others really didn't know how to calculate, but Qinli and his assistant understood. What a simple matter. Dongzhu had given examples of more complicated situations. Dongzhu was talking about hundreds of companies holding shares in each other. And then there were things like inside the Tang dynasty and outside the Tang dynasty. Then there were things like taxes that should be paid, tax exemption for research and development costs, and tax offset for other countries' tariffs and costs. Dongzhu's model and rules were still there. He said that if anyone could understand this, he would immediately be promoted to minister. He had studied it for a while, and then gave up. He still felt that training, learning foreign languages, and drawing maps were more suitable for him. Those hundreds of different tax models, mutual tax exemption, low tariffs, and related policies didn't seem to be learned by humans. Dongzhu said that this should be handled by an accountant, but which accountant in the world could understand it? What parent company, subsidiary company, and grandson company? The grandson company could invest in another parent company, subsidiary company, or grandson company. Then the subsidiary company could invest in another company. At the same time, the grandson company would be invested in by other companies, and the subsidiary company and the parent company would be invested in even more. When Qin Li and his assistant saw the expressions of Barala and the others, they weren't happy at all. They knew it because it was simple. At the same time, they knew that the other party was as confused as they were when facing Dongzhu. It was said that Bai Gu still wanted to learn to prove how good he was. They were really worried about his health. Was this knowledge learned by humans? Brother Qinli, what you said, is your Dongzhu familiar with it? Barala was at a loss. What and what? Dongzhu likes to come up with legal and financial questions and hang them there. They are all complete sets. For example, if you abduct and sell a child under the age of 10, your crime will be very serious. Then on the road, you met a few other children who were being chased and killed by bad people. You went over and killed all the bad people. In the process, the child who was willing to sell himself with you ran away. After the child ran away, he suddenly reacted and didn't want to cooperate with you. So he asked for help. The people who the child asked for help were actually in cahoots with the people you just killed. Those people came over to arrest you and send you to the authorities. Ask, how should the authorities judge you? How should the child be sentenced? What's the sentence for the accomplice of the child's murder that you killed? This was the kind of question that Dongzhu liked to set. It was a series of questions, not a single case. There are too many things you have to consider when you're sentenced. You have to separate the merits from the crimes. And there's also the testimony. For example, the person who abducted the child would say that he did not abduct the child, and that he only brought the child out to play. The entire case was as complicated as it could be without sufficient evidence. Of course, there was no need to worry about killing the bad guys. There was no such thing as excessive self-defense. It was just like a thief who was beaten to death while stealing something. It was impossible for the authorities to judge the beating as excessive self-defense. The government would ask the people who were in the know if their testimonies were similar. If everyone said that the thief was a thief and everyone beat him to death, then so be it. There was nothing to say. Would the government lock up a large group of people for the death of a thief? Li Yi could do it at that time, but not in the Tang dynasty. If they dared to lock up the people, did they know how big the families behind the people were? If the people were locked up and could not farm, should they continue to pay the rent? The people who participated in the beating had old mothers who needed to be taken care of. If the old mothers died or the children starved to death while you were locked up, and the local neighbors and families went to the state government to sue you, would you be able to bear it? There were too many problems involved in this. It was never something you could do with the laws of the Tang dynasty. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, if it was during Li Yi's time. If a person killed someone because he was oppressed, the court would sentence him to death. Tens of thousands of people in the county would jointly vouch for him. And he would definitely not die. No judge would dare to sentence him to death. He would tremble. For example, during Li Yi's time in Jiangxi's Feng City, a group of people attacked the county government. The police were hanged and the county officials were buried alive. What was the result in the end? The burden on the farmers was lifted. Who dared to arrest? Did the government want to force the people to rebel? Li Yi put out this difficult thing and told everyone what to do when they encountered such a thing. After going to sea, you must be careful not to kill people casually. We are benevolent and righteous people. We don't care about other people's internal conflicts. As long as they don't take the initiative to attack us, we won't kill. For example, there are two hostile tribes in a place. Let's make it clear to them that we are exchanging things. When we come into contact with them, tell them not to restrict us from exchanging things with them. Li Yi was explaining the situation to Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and a group of people. He knew that the natives did not need him to be a judge. He just needed to show that he was neutral. But would the albinos be neutral? Their neutrality was for show. That was why Magellan died. After that, Li Yi and the professor also died. The reason for their deaths was the same. They felt that they were awesome and insisted on interfering in other people's tribal affairs. In other words, people with albinism had never changed their skin color since ancient times. They were used to it. Once they gained an advantage, they would expect others to listen to them. Li Yi always felt that there was a problem with this race. They were too self-centered. To put it bluntly, they were selfish. According to traditional Chinese culture, this race was different. If they did not have the idea of being in the same boat, what would they be like? Cancer cells. Yes, these people were cancer cells. They conquered through force, not through civilization. Therefore, they could never deal with the relationship between ethnic groups, because they had never thought about it. They had always been rejecting it. And China had never had this problem. Where was China? Hunan. It was not the Hunan of Li Yi's time. It was just a small place. Although the place at Li Yi's time was seriously corrupt, it could not deny the historical inheritance of civilization. Now Li Yi was talking about the problems after the fleet went to sea. In 2 days, the Li family Zhuangzi steam engine ship would be released into the water. Although it was winter, the steam engine ship was still arrogant. Brother Yi, I know the big fish you mentioned. Catching one can let many people eat meat, right? Li Qingqi did not consider diplomacy. He was thinking about economic benefits and people's livelihood. Li Yi nodded. When the whale rises, all things die. When the whale falls, all things live. The cycle of the heavens is endless. Brother Yi's book said that the general trend of the world, if united for a long time, divided for a long time, united 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 for a long time, Li Longji said. I copied it. Forget it, I wrote it. I didn't copy it. Li Yi was depressed. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? What's the next step? Li Qingqi had never gone to sea before. Ask the big families. Don't forget them if there are benefits. Li Yi said with a smile. Chapter 1204. Even in the coldest winter, the water in the Yangtze River would not freeze, because it was not during the Little Ice Age. A large group of people and goods had just crossed the river, and were once again on the road to Xi'an. When they came from Guangzhou, they had been heading north. After crossing the Yangtze River, they headed northwest. Otherwise, they would have to go to Zhengzhou, and then travel from Zhengzhou to Chang'an. This position was equivalent to the relationship between the two right-angled sides, and the hypotenuse of a right triangle. Mr. Zhang, the road you built is really good. So many people want to thank you. Yan Jie carried his things, and followed beside Lianji with a flattering smile. What does this road have to do with me? I don't care about the trial. Zhang Jiling put on a waistcoat. After crossing the Yangtze River, the temperature here dropped to about 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. The weak people in Yan's and other people's families were taken care of. Even if they were going to be beheaded, they could not lack the necessary guarantees before the trial. Mr. Zhang, help me put in a good word. I know you are going to be the Prime Minister. I gave you some soup when you built the road. My house has been raided, and I didn't get any benefits. Yan Jie was afraid of death, especially on the road where he could be sentenced to death. The feeling of walking towards death was not a good feeling. He had already realized that he had been deceived. In driving Yuan County, he had destroyed all the evidence that could be unfavorable to him. Some of it was not even recorded. It was difficult to sentence him with only witnesses. However, he had gotten more than 200,000 yuan in benefits. There was no evidence in driving Yuan County, but 200,000 yuan was enough to sentence his family to death. He was also trying to recall if he had ever killed anyone. He blamed himself for being tempted by money. If he had not asked for bribes and robbed so many things, how could he be sentenced? I don't dare. I don't want to leave a bad name in driving Yuan County. I will help you say that I might not be the Prime Minister anymore. I am greedy for power. Zhang Jiling was very happy. From the information he had gathered, Yan Jie used power to gain benefits in driving Yuan County. For example, he would arrange for the people to open up wastelands for 20 days a year. After that, he would find a way to occupy the land. There was also the silver from the local silver mines, which he embezzled. When it came to other people, he would threaten and beat them. In theory, he should be hanged and his family exiled. However, those things were not done by him alone. There were many people involved. If everyone was willing to protect him, they would all be exiled. Zhang Juling did not know what to do. Go back and ask Li Yi. If Li Yi said to kill, then he would kill. Li Yi said that they would be spared from death, but the important figures of the Yin family would be spared. Right now he was looking at a group of people who were anxious and regretful. Along the way, he could hear the sound of crying from time to time, especially at night. Women cried, men cried, and children cried as well. The people of Kaiyuan County had cried, and were filled with grief and indignation. Now it was the turn of the culprit. Zhang Juling was happy. You also have a day like this. Zhang Gong, I need to provide you with something important. I know of a silver mine that needs to be dug very deep. I don't dare to dig too deep for fear of being discovered. Yen Jie wanted to perform a meritorious deed in exchange. He wanted to use the location of the silver mine in exchange for Zhang Juling, to put in a good word for his family. Hee. Zhang Juling tilted his head and looked at Yen Jie. I just discovered it at the beginning of this year, so I didn't have time to dig it up. I can only talk to you. Yen Jie continued to probe. Li, have you heard of this name? He will give you the location of the silver mine. Not to mention silver mines, he knows all kinds of mines. Zhang Juling shook his head. What was the use of telling him? If he went back and became the prime minister, would he dare to send people to dig? If he told the emperor, would the emperor care? Zhang Gong, you see that there are beautiful women in my family. Why don't we? I think you are dead. I am bullying the women in your family. Do you want to kill me? Zhang Juling's smile turned cold. Yen Jie, are you tired? Hang this around your neck and put it in front of your chest. Pang Kuang came from the side and hung a bag of more than 5 kilograms around Yen Jie's neck. Yen Jie lowered his head. The bag of more than 5 kilograms was quite heavy. Most importantly, it was hanging around his neck. He was also carrying a big basket with something in it. Greenhouses were being built in the counties of the capital, including the surrounding prefectures. The commoners and the merchants who had the money to hire people to plant greenhouses were waiting for the days to pass. The vegetables in the greenhouses could make a fortune. The weather was getting colder. The onions in the fields were dug out and bundled with straw and straw to sell. As for the cabbage, it would take a few more days. The commoners prepared large vats and stones for the cabbage to harvest. Bundles of onions were bought and placed in suitable places. If it was too cold, it would not be convenient to use. If it was too hot, the onions would not be preserved. The Li family Zhuangzi's onions were also harvested. They were not for sale and were stored in the cellar. When other people bought onions, they were used as seasoning and pickled vegetables. They were soaked in soy sauce or added a bit of salt. The Li family Zhuangzi's onions were also used for cooking, such as eggs and meat. In addition, onions were considered medicine and could not be left out. If they planted too many onions, they felt that they could not be sold at a high price. At the same time, those who could afford it would make dried onions. For example, Zhang Sun Xian was hiring people to make chopped onions. He knew that the soldiers at the front lines needed it, and the Li family Zhuangzi would buy it. Thus he prepared in advance. This time, he did not plan to donate. He wanted to make money, including the greenhouse. Of course he could donate a little. His wife had a child. If she was in danger during childbirth, wouldn't she have to ask for help? Zhang Sun Xian had already decided that when she was about to give birth, he would let his wife live in the Li family Zhuangzi. The first child was not easy. He hoped that it would be a son. Don't hurt your hands when you cut the onions. Although it is calculated by the piece, it is not easy to cut the skin. It will be troublesome if you cut your fingers. Zhang Sun Xian was patrolling the workshop on behalf of his wife. Otherwise, his wife would think that they were all women. His concubine did not follow him. She was serving his wife. Otherwise, the main wife would not allow the concubine to sleep with him at night. The reason could be that his health was not good, and he needed to recuperate. He looked at the group of people wearing masks and cutting onions. He was afraid that someone would cut their hands. The workshop had to be open and could not be closed. If so many onions were cut together, they would faint if they were closed. The weather was cold, and it was easy to not be sensitive. After saying that, he turned and left. It was too suffocating. He did not wear a mask. Dongju, quick, go to the river. There is a boat coming. It is going against the current very fast. Luo Aoqing ran over and called Zhang Sun Xian. Is it not normal for a boat to be fast? It has propellers. Zhang Sun Xian did not understand. A big boat, a 200 feet long boat. It is smoking. Luo Aoqing explained. He lowered his voice and said, His Majesty and King Song are on it. They are standing together with Li Dongju. Ah, quick, I will go and take a look. Be careful when you speak. If you see them later, don't make a sound. When Zhang Sun Xian heard that His Majesty was coming, he was excited. He could finally see him again. In the past, he could always see him. Now that he was so far away, how could he see him? He could not find an excuse. The big house and big bed were given to him for free. His Majesty did not want to transfer him back. Otherwise, he would not be able to make a fortune. Chapter 1205. When Zhang Sun Xian came to the riverside, there were many people standing on the shore looking at the boat. Compared to other boats, this boat was 20 feet long and about 40 feet wide. There was a chimney on the top of the boat, and black smoke was gurgling out. There were no oars, no sails, and no big wheels on both sides. It should be the kind of boat with propellers underwater. But this boat was too big. How many people would step on it? Also, the boat seemed to be made of iron, not wood. Fast, how fast can this boat go? Li Longji stood on the deck of the boat in a good mood. It's faster than walking. It can run more than 20 miles in an hour. The fastest is 30 miles. Li introduced. Along the way, he introduced a lot of things, including the boiler, the pressure gauge, and how to weld the iron boat. The pressure gauge used a spring tube, which was the simplest type. But it didn't need to be filled with silicone oil. How did he measure the pressure of the spring tube? Didn't he exchange for a medical oxygen tank? That one had a pressure gauge. He used that gauge to check and locate the current steam engine pressure gauge. After confirming it, he could make more. The welding technology was a type of welding. It used acetylene and was made by himself. Anyone who had the technology to make acetylene and calcium carbide could make steel. This was because the production of calcium carbide required a higher temperature than the melting temperature of ordinary steel. Then, he used the acetylene made from calcium carbide and used the oxygen tank for welding. This way, the iron boat appeared. He also made a waterproof cabin. Others saw the boat, but in fact, it reflected the technical foundation of the Li family Zhuangzi. With this boat, he could write a thesis and send it to other countries and foreign countries. After reading it, they still couldn't make it. At present, the fastest speed of the boat could reach 17 knots. In this case, the pressure on the propeller shaft was too great, and it was easy to break. Maintaining a speed of 12 or 13 knots was enough. It could run 22 kilometers in an hour. If this boat went to America, it had to go through the Strait of Magellan, because there was no Panama Canal. It was like going to Africa without the Suez Canal to enter the Mediterranean Sea, and had to go around the Cape of Good Hope. From the Tang dynasty to the west, before going to Africa, it had to go through the Strait of Malacca. When Li came over, there was no Carrot Canal, the one in Thailand. In fact, if there were enough resources, it could go from the Cape of Good Hope directly to South America, across the ocean, and the Atlantic Ocean. To the east was the Pacific Ocean. They arrived at Peru, Ecuador, and Chile. After going around the Strait of Magellan, they would reach Argentina. Continuing up, they would reach Brazil. There were many good things here. Corn, peppers, tobacco, everything was here. Silver and gold. If it was a little off topic, the cacti in Mexico were also quite good. They were big and could be roasted and eaten. Of course, if they really went out to sea and headed east to America, they couldn't go there directly. They had to go a little further south. The Philippines, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, Fiji, Tonga, the Cook Islands, French Polynesia, the Pitcairn Islands, Easter Island. In any case, they had to visit all the islands along the way to replenish their water supplies. If others wanted to go out to sea, they would have to risk their lives all the way. They might even end up in the Hawaiian Islands. Li Yi had a map and marked out the coordinates of all the places where they could resupply. The fleet had already considered which island to replenish their supplies to. So if they still couldn't pass, they would be idiots. Theodolite, sextant, simple desalination equipment, and so on were all prepared. This included fresh yellow rice wine in barrels. If there was really no water to drink, they would drink it. They could even bring ice and saltpeter in the cabin. Carrots, oranges, and Chinese medicine were equivalent to following the route and finding things to bring back. There was no need for the people to search for the mines alone. They had marked out the location. How long will it take to get to the place you mentioned? Li Longji realized the advantage of the steam engine ship. It could keep running. According to the math, half a month. Based on the actual situation, God knows. In theory, a month should be about the same, but it will take a detour. You won't be able to reach the other shore locally. If you travel by land, everyone will die. Li Yi wanted something, but he didn't send people to check it out. Disembark from the west coast and go through the Amazon rainforest? The winged knights couldn't accept it, even if they marked out the dangerous animals and insects in the area. Not to mention the Amazon rainforest, even Hubei Shenangjia? In that case, can you go back and forth in 3 months? Li Longji was anxious about the potatoes that Li Yi mentioned. He had eaten potatoes before and thought they were good. In the past, there might not be corn seeds, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and rubber trees. We have to bring back more this time. Gold and silver don't matter. Li Yi was also anxious. He wanted to eat tomatoes and kidney beans. Kidney beans were beans and green beans, including some nuts and big apples. As for marijuana, it could be used for medicinal purposes. Tobacco was fine, but if they brought it back to teach the people of the Tang dynasty to smoke tobacco pipes? Yes, gold and other things can't compare to the food of the people. Li Longji had also thought it through. Money was not a problem. If they wanted money, they could find Brother Yi. When we come back for the first time, tell the big families, and those who are willing to take the risk. Li Yi said casually. Give them benefits. Let them stay in the Tang dynasty? Li Longji frowned. No one was willing to compromise. It's an excuse. When they go out, we set the rules. It's only convenient for us to take action when they break the rules. Li Yi smiled. Haha. Li Longji suddenly laughed. He felt very comfortable. In the eyes of the people, the Dongzhu of the Bahuili family Zhuangzi and Chang, and was a very kind person. The big families thought that Li Yi was indecisive and not ruthless enough in some aspects. But in reality, Brother Yi acted for the sake of the Tang dynasty. There was no situation where he couldn't do it. He could kill people in person and continue to live a normal life after killing. The moment he smashed the enemy's head, the moment he returned to Zhuangzi, he could pick up the children, kiss them, and raise them up high. Brother Yi didn't care about killing people. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. Would killing a chicken make a psychological impact? Brother Yi killed people like killing chickens. Brother Yi, can you kill children and pregnant women? Li Longji suddenly asked. Li Yi shook his head directly. No, some people kill to train their courage. When they kill their own kind, they break the moral bottom line and the code of conduct. My purpose for killing people is clear. You deserve to die. Your existence has seriously interfered with me, so I kill you. Or you want to kill me. Children and pregnant women are not a threat to me. What's the point of killing them? To prove to others that I'm cruel, so that others will be afraid of me? Li always felt that the difference between humans and animals was that humans had their own judgment and bottom line. Aboriginals killed people to eat. Humans could also eat. Civilized people killed innocent people. If the other party didn't threaten you, why would you do that? When people killed innocent civilians to train their courage, then such people were not human. Chapter 1206. The ship stopped some distance away from the dock. The propeller was turning slowly to fight against the push of the running water. As a result, the propeller was washed away for a while, and then came back. Empress Wang held the little boy, and then picked him up. Wu Jiyu also held her son in her arms. The boy could see something and opened his eyes wide. Li Dan, noble consort Lu, Bai Gu Su Yi Song Jing, Yao Chong Lu Huaishan, Wei Jigu, and others were all there. Zhangsun Xian stood on the dock and saw. The people on the deck could decide anything in the Tang dynasty. Li, Dr. Li, I'm Zhangsun Xian. Let me go up. I want to see. Zhangsun Xian couldn't help shouting. So it's Inspector Zhangsun who donated 1,000 taels to the border soldiers. Come up. Li took out the loudspeaker and shouted. Ah. Wu Jiu couldn't help but shout. All he could do now was shout, kick his legs, and move his small arms. He looked very helpless. The little boy in Empress Wang's arms could shout. Come up. He should call Zhangsun Xian uncle, but no one taught him that. He had never even seen Zhangsun Xian. My wife is pregnant. Can I bring her here? Zhangsun Xian thought he should bring his wife. He was very obedient to his wife now. He knew how big the difference between a wife and a concubine was. A wife could manage the family, while a concubine only wanted to play. When he came here, he was almost finished. It was the 4 brothers of the Luo family who came up with the idea to bring his wife here. That was why he had a lot of money now. And why did his wife look more and more beautiful recently? Of course, he didn't know that his wife and Princess Yongmu knew each other. She was the sister of the Empress. Princess Yongmu knew how to put on makeup, but now she only used skincare products. Occasionally, she would draw her eyebrows or apply her lips. Other people applied their lips with red paper, but she had lipstick given by Li. It was not red, but transparent to add luster. Actually, just apply glycerin, but glycerin dries easily. Zhangsun Xian's wife knew how to dress up, skincare, makeup, and exercise before pregnancy. Come over. I'm waiting for you. I have something on my ship. Let me check it. Li called back. He felt that Zhangsun Xian was quite interesting, and had helped him several times. Most importantly, they were tenacious. Not only did they survive in Lantian County, they also earned quite a bit of money. He had increased the number of jobs in the area, and given high wages. The people praised him. Zhangsun Xian ran away happily. After running for a few dozen steps, she saw a horse. She didn't care who it belonged to. She shouted, "Let me use it." She got on and urged the horse to go home. The horse even turned its head to look at its master. Seeing that its master didn't say anything, it obediently ran forward, as if it didn't care who rode it. I'll bring someone back later. She's pregnant. Sit in front of me. Run steadily. When we get home, I'll feed you pepper first. Then, I'll bring some sugar. When we get back to the dock, I'll give you some sugar. Zhangsun Xian communicated with the horse, not caring if the horse could understand. Horses were actually very easy to raise, provided that one had money. When eating, they would beat the eggs and put them in the fodder. The best fodder was stir-fried bean powder, green grass, half-dried grass, and silage. This was equivalent to eating a buffet. Being able to eat many things at the same time made the horse happy. Giving some extra pepper, fructose, rock sugar, and so on would make the horse happy for a long time. As long as the interval wasn't long, the next time they saw you, they would be very enthusiastic. For example, they would rub their heads against you or lick you. If you wanted to ride them, the horse would even kneel down first to make it easier for you to get on. When they got home, Zhangsun Xian ran to find his wife. This wife's status was different. The concubine watched from the side. Zhangsun Xian's wife said, "No one will talk to you in the past. Don't make a sound." "Got it, sister." The concubine was about to cry. She was so touched that she could see Her Majesty. "If you say one wrong word, you will die with your family," Zhangsun Xian's wife emphasized. I won't say a word. I'll just watch." The concubine understood. It wasn't the first wife who wanted her to die. If the first wife wanted to kill her, she could just find a reason. Other first wives needed to give face to their husband. This first wife was different. She was the Empress's sister. The Empress gave birth to a son. The Li family Zhuangzi's Li supported the Empress. Yen, sit in front of me. Zhangsun Xian called his wife's nickname. Change to our horse. Feed this horse a piece of sugar and a dozen peppers. This wife rolled her eyes at Zhangsun Xian. We're already home. Do you want me to ride someone else's horse? It's not like we don't have horses. What if something happens to me? Yes. Change to a horse. Hey, look at me. I'm confused when I'm anxious. Zhang Sun Xian quickly changed his words and apologized to his wife. Husband is thinking about me. I know. His wife took the initiative to hold his hand and said softly, Yin Yan, I learned how to cook egg fried rice. I'll cook it for you when I come back. It took me half a month to learn. Zhang Sun Xian said to his wife. In fact, he wasn't learning egg fried rice. He was learning from Li Yi. After the horse he rode here ate the sugar and peppers, he became energetic. He was in a state where he could run 1,000 miles in a day and 800 miles at night. Then his wife and concubine took a carriage to the pier. Yes, they didn't ride horses. The ship didn't dock. It just moved back and forth in the river. Zhang Sun Xian and the other two took a small boat over. His wife looked at the group of people and bowed graciously. The concubine followed suit. Her legs were trembling. At this moment, she finally understood the difference between her and the empress. She, the empress sister, wasn't afraid of His Majesty, King Song, or the chancellors. There was also the empress sister Wu Jiyu. Uncle, let me take a look. It's 4 months old. I can tell if it's a boy or a girl. It'll be easier to make small clothes. Empress Wang put down her son and went to help her sister. She gave her sister many things, including a small mirror, a thermos, a kerosene lamp, a bicycle, and so on. Princess Yongmu also gave her things for free. I know. Sister-in-law, you Inspector Zhang Sun, let's take a look. If the position of the fetus is suitable, we'll be able to tell if it's a boy or a girl. You've done well. You've provided many jobs for the local government, and the salary is high. If you encounter any trouble with Lu Zhou and the Tan family again, send them to Zhuangzi. I'm not afraid of trouble. Li Yi made it clear. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. However, to you it's trouble. To me it's an opportunity. Everyone entered the examination room. This ship had a set of equipment. Li Yi decided to continue modifying this ship in the future, or build a new one. However, this ship was still his priority. It didn't take long for him to see that the position was good. You should have more boys. It's not good to have too many boys. It's best if you have 8 or 10 of them. Half each. Li Yi's tone was calm. Boys. Zhang Sun Xian's wife was also very calm. She said to Li Yi, my husband's concubine can't get pregnant. It's not easy for me to get pregnant either. Uncle, do you have a solution? I'm actually quite disgusted. However, today's the steam engine ship's trial run. I'll give you some face. Take a test tube and give it to your husband. Then I'll take a look. Do you understand? Li Yi's brows were tightly knitted together. However, he still did as he was supposed to do. Chapter 1207. Thank you Li Dongzhu. You're the one who made my wife pregnant. Thank you. Zhang Sun Xian was very happy that he had a son. He knew that as long as there were no other accidents, this son would definitely be born. At the same time, he would send him to the Li family Zhuangzi if there were any small problems. Calm down, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just testing. I'm not the one who made your wife pregnant. Speak clearly. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. Don't do this. I can't bear it. I'm a doctor. Sorry for the misunderstanding. My husband is just happy. My husband has always done good deeds. Good deeds will be rewarded. Moreover, His Majesty and Empress are very loving. It's good that we can bask in His Majesty's grace. Zhang Sun Xian's wife stood up and wiped her stomach. Her voice wasn't loud, but it had a strong penetrating power. It was heard by the people outside, especially Li Longji and the Prime Minister. Empress Wang was very happy. We'll reach the Li family Zhuangzi in 8 months. Lantian County is too far. If something happens, we won't be able to take care of you. Yes, 8 months. Zhang Sun Xian was very excited. He had a son. It would be very unfilial of him to have no children. He and his wife didn't have children. At first, he thought it was because of his wife. He found other women, and still didn't have children. Clearly the problem was with him. There's a clean room on the ship. Send a nurse to accompany Inspector Zhang Sun. Concubine will also go. I'll see what's going on. Li Yi instructed the nurse. He didn't need the nurse in Zhuangzi for this matter. The doctor went to get the test tube, and found a room with the two. Not long after, the doctor came out and stood at the door. He had said everything that needed to be said. Li Yi drew blood for Wang Yuyan, who was Zhang Sun Xian's wife, and tested her. Not long after, Zhang Sun Xian came back with a test tube wrapped in a bag, and handed it to Li Yi. His concubine stood at the side with a red face. The ship continued to move forward. Everyone looked at the scenery, and the people on both sides of the river. Lantian County was one of the best developed counties around the capital. The source of the Ba River reached Jepai town at Li Yi's time. It was more than 60 miles away from their current location. The houses that could be seen on both sides of the river were all clean and beautiful, and their outer walls were painted with lime. The embankment is reinforced with stones and concrete at the most vulnerable places, and the rest of the river is put as much gravel as possible. It looked very neat. Now that the grass was gone, and the sun came out after the snow fell by the river, it did not melt the snow. Some of the houses had smoke coming out of their chimneys. It was unclear whether the chimneys were used for cooking or simply for heating. Carts were running up and down the embankment, while men were casting their nets. There were also people casting nets in the river. There were also people renting boats and hawking their wares on the river. Some boats would call out, and if someone wanted to buy something, they would also call out. After half an hour, Li Yi got the data on the blood routine and the quantity. The rest still needed time to cultivate. How long has it been? Li Yi asked Zhang Sun Xian, who was waiting anxiously in the outer cabin. It's been 5 days. Yes, 5 days. I can't seem to lift my spirits. Zhang Sun Xian lowered her head and said, Madam and concubine were both present. I'll give you a prescription, a set of medicine. Take it according to the written instructions. At the same time, I'll give you a prescription for the all-nourishment soup. You're not allowed to have sex for a month. Li Yi knew the situation. He wrote with a pencil and a brush. It was very tiring. Does the soup taste good? Zhang Sun Xian nodded and agreed. Regarding the matter of not having sex for a month, she asked about the taste of the soup. It doesn't taste good. Drink it. Li Yi did not raise his head and continued to write. Drink it. Do you still have that chili? Give me a few cans. It's too expensive to buy it myself. I know it's not worth much. Zhang Sun Xian was disappointed when she thought about the chili. It was not because she did not recognize the value, but because she felt that she was weak. Thinking like this, she said to Li Yi, If I find anything good in the future, I'll send it to Zhuangzi. When you earn money, share it with me. Just a little. Okay. Li Yi agreed. Xian Lang, isn't it better if we keep it for ourselves? The concubine was distressed. Madame Wang coughed and stared at the concubine. What did I tell you before I came? I can't keep it. The better the thing, the more dangerous it is. If I can make malaria pills and sell them, once they know that the medicine is effective, I will be put under surveillance. Otherwise, if I go out, I might be caught by other foreigners. Do you think they don't want to catch Li Yi? Zhang Sun Xian knew his own limits. He had told his aides before. Dr. Li, is there anything wrong with my body? Wang Yuyan was shocked by the various equipment. She was worried that there would be problems, and she would not be able to give birth to the child. Not at the moment. We'll see when the results are out. For now, the main thing is that you need to adjust your diet. I'll write it all down. Li Yi was used to telling the truth. If he did not know, he did not know. Thank you, Dr. Li. Zhang Sun Xian's wife thanked him. Now she had the highest status in the family. Li Yi stopped writing and passed the paper to them. He then went to exchange for medicine. In fact, taking Chinese medicine was also fine. There were several prescriptions that worked, but the effect was slow. Since Zhang Sun Xian had donated so much money, he gave him some. Take it well. It won't make up for lost. Li Yi handed the bag of medicine to Zhang Sun Xian and signaled everyone to leave. The group of people on the deck did not mind the cold. The bag was asleep and placed in the baby carriage. How is it? Li Longji asked. It's not a big problem. I exchanged for medicine and wrote a prescription. Li Yi took the binoculars from Taohong and looked around. Did it consume a lot of your life? Li Longji heard the exchange and looked at Zhang Sun Xian. Not much. It can be made up for. The local cabbage this year is good. Looking at the smile on the driver's face, I'm in a good mood. Li saw a farmer through the binoculars. He drove an ox cart and pulled a cart full of cabbage. The old man walked beside him, afraid that the ox would be tired. Xiao Yi, it's all because of the good test paper you gave. You know what the soil looks like and fertilize it according to the needs. Bai Gu turned around and praised the benefits. Yao Chong was in good spirits. He also looked at the cart of cabbage with the binoculars. How much is it? 1 coin for 10 caddies. It's about 2 cabbages. Zhang Sun Xian gave the specific price. How many cabbages are there in this cart? Yao Chong continued to look. Zhang Sun Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the ox cart on the shore. He lowered his head and thought. About 1,500 cabbages. 1 mu of cabbages can fill half a cart. 2,200 to 300 cabbages would cost more than 1,000 coins. Some people plant 10 mu or 20 mu of cabbages. It's much better than before. In the past, 1 mu of cabbages had more than 800 cabbages. 1 coin for 5 cabbages. The imperial court also restricted what kind of farming and did not allow people to earn money. Zhang Sun Xian sighed and smiled. It's good now. Everyone has money. The price of cabbages has increased, and there are fertilizers. He was now concerned about the people's affairs. It was not like before when he did not care about them. In Lantiang County, he brought the people to work together and paid them more. The people respected him very much. He liked this kind of social perception. He could earn money, and the people said it was good. He was not willing to go back even when he was asked to. What was the use of staying in Chang'an? Her Majesty stayed in the Li family Zhuangzi all day. Chapter 1208. The people on the boat were looking at the people on the shore. And the people were also looking at the boat. This boat was so fast. It was going against the current and was emitting smoke. How did this happen? Hey, your ship is too fast. Whose ship is it? A person on a ship that had been overtaken and was about to be overtaken yelled. Li family Zhuangzi's steamboat. We don't need anyone. The people on the boat shouted back. Even the sails are useless. How can it be like this now? The people on the boat suddenly felt that they had fallen behind. He also wanted one. The boat was big and fast, but he did not know how much it would cost to rent it. How do we turn this boat around? Yao Chong was happy to see the scenery, but he suddenly thought of a very important question. According to the length of the boat, they could sail in the wide part of the river. What about the narrow part? Switch to reverse gear, turn the rudder, then turn the rudder, switch to front gear, switch to reverse gear. Li gestured with his hands. It was like driving a car. If they could not make a turn, they would turn back and forth. The propellers were turning, and the boat would naturally reverse. But it was more difficult to control the rudder as the boat was big. This boat was captured. Is it easy to imitate? Lu Huaishan was concerned about the technology leak. I can't make it. This boat is made of iron sheets. No one can learn the welding technology. I am going to use a wooden boat to install the steam engine. Li Yi was confident. No one could make oxygen, and no one could make acetylene. He explained to everyone what was going on. In the Tang dynasty there was brazing, but they used materials that were easy to melt as fillers. It was still okay to make simple things. To weld iron sheets and maintain the strength of the iron sheets, one must use welding and electric welding, using red-hot lead and tin to braze iron, and then forging it. Who could guarantee that the tension or tearing force of the iron would not be short? Even if they did not use iron to make the hull, they could still use wood. Would there not be welds in the steam engine? Gears, bearings, airtight bolts, etc. If they were not in a hurry, they would not rush the production. They were worried that there would be problems on the sea route, and wanted to make one thing first. Once they got the steam engine and dismantled it, are you sure you can install it? After installing it, will you realize that you are very good, because there are parts that you did not use? You can save them. The screws all move differently. You can't just tighten the screws in one place, and tighten the other screws one by one. The steam engine that I built in Zhuangzi needs to be adjusted during installation, or else it won't be sealed well enough. It involves the problem of the change of the yield stress. This is all knowledge. Li Yi concluded and told everyone, "Don't be afraid. Even if you take it, you won't be able to figure it out. If it was so easy to research, then the aircraft engines that the country imported from Russia could be made by dismantling them. There was also the machine tools imported from Germany. There was nothing wrong with the original ones. They were dismantled right away, but when they were reinstalled, they buzzed when they were activated. Some of them couldn't even be installed properly." Later on, he understood that there was a rule to the screwing of the bolts. It was not enough to screw all the bolts up. There was a sequence to the screwing. Then when it was installed, it needed to be heat-treated first. Otherwise, it would not be able to be installed. Others can't figure it out by comparing it? Lu Yochio stomped his feet a few times to feel the strength of the deck. Not to mention the real thing. I even gave them the real thing and the blueprint. I even taught them how to raise the furnace temperature. But they were still dumbfounded. Li Yi said with a smile. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could make a steam engine today. Especially the pressure gauge. It looked quite small and showed the pressure. What would happen if there was no such gauge? Everyone smiled. They now felt that the technology of the Li family Zhuangzi belonged to the Tang dynasty. The Li family Zhuangzi was awesome. It proved that the Tang dynasty was awesome. Look, you can't make it even if you give it to others. Although you don't understand it either. It's time to eat. Come in and eat. The chef of the Li family Zhuangzi on the ship greeted them. They made beef today. A cow died and was sent over. After Li Yi's inspection, there was no problem, and it was edible. The person who sold the cow said that it froze to death, and reported it to the government. The government agreed with this statement. When Li Yi checked it, he knew that the cow was old and couldn't work anymore. If it was raised for a whole winter, it wouldn't be able to do much next year. Therefore, he smashed its head with a hammer and then cut its neck. The cow on the Zhuangzi wouldn't be treated like this. It would be raised until it died. When it was old and couldn't work anymore, 2 cows would work together. If it really couldn't work, 4 cows would pull a cart. For the common people, if the cow wasn't killed, how much food would it eat in the winter? It wouldn't be able to work much next spring. It was better to ask someone to deal with it and then sell it. The government also knew the situation. They had seen this kind of thing many times. The cow was indeed too old. Therefore, everyone had beef to eat and treated it as if it had frozen to death. Everyone on the ship had beef soup to drink. Pieces of beef floated in the thick soup. Li Yi and the others ate a casserole with tendons and brains, a casserole with chicken and mushrooms, and pork with pickled vegetables. Li Dan sat on the main seat. Although he wasn't the emperor, as the retired emperor, he had to be higher than Li Longji at this time. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were on his left and right. The other ministers sat according to their current positions. Noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu, and the others weren't at this table. Li Yi wasn't there either. They went to sit with Zhangsun Xian and the others. It wasn't fun there. Zhangsun Xian's concubine was the most nervous. Any one of them had a higher status than her. On the other hand, the eldest madam spoke naturally. She was a family member, even if she wasn't familiar with Wu Jiyu. Li Yi didn't care about the others. He first picked up mushrooms for Princess Yongmu. Stewed chicken with mushrooms was better than hazel mushrooms and pine mushrooms. Although it didn't look good, it wasn't easy to preserve. When Tian eat this, it's cold. Let's nourish ourselves. Li Yi picked up 3 layers of meat and put it on the garlic sauce plate. Princess Yongmu's face was filled with happiness. She was a woman. She should have served Li Yi, but she was always taken care of by Li Yi. I want it too. The little guy looked at Li Yi and said, "Let your sister Xiaolon help you." Li Yi looked at the distance and shook his head slightly. "I want you to pick it up." The little guy was angry. "Say it again." Li Yi's tone was gentle. "I'm just kidding." The little guy shrank his neck. Everyone at the table laughed. Xiaolon picked it up, otherwise how could she be at the table? She sat together in the name of taking care of the little guy. "Thank you, Sister Xiaolon." The little guy thanked her. He opened his mouth and put a lot of fatty meat slices into it and chewed hard. Zhangsun Xian's wife looked at the little guy enviously. She also wanted to give birth to her son quickly and eat as much as the little guy. Xiao Lan took the opportunity to eat 2 mouthfuls. She was very clear about her position. Serving other children could make one feel uncomfortable. But serving the future crown prince was not something anyone could do. Zhang Sun Xian's concubine was more sensible. She picked up whatever food there was in front of her, and then lowered her head to eat the rice. Today, she had seen a royal banquet. She could brag about it for a while. Unfortunately, she couldn't say it. The worst among them had served as a minister in several ministries, while the rest had served as prime ministers and the current prime ministers. Chapter 1209. Help! The boat is damaged and someone fell into the water. While everyone was eating, a voice came faintly. Li Yi threw down his chopsticks and ran out, taking off his robe as he ran. He ran to the side of the boat, looked down, turned around, and ran back to put on the robe that fell to the deck. Don't go out, eat. Li Yi said to the ministers who wanted to go out to see the situation. Brother Yi, Li Longji asked. Flower boat. Someone fell into the water, but the others on the boat did not panic. They looked at our boat. As soon as I showed my head, they all looked at me. The winged knights jumped down. Let's eat. Later, don't see the person who fell into the water. Send him back and send someone to watch. The boat will probably leak, and at the same time, someone blocked it. It must give people a sense of reality, right? Li Yi explained the situation, and suddenly smiled, and picked up a few mushrooms for the little guy. He was standing. The table was full of people. When they heard Li Yi's words, they immediately understood the problem. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu's face was filled with worry. It's not a big deal. Someone saw the steam engine boat and became anxious. 2 days ago, when the boat was being tested next to Zhuangzi, many people saw it. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup. He did not care at all. Princess Yongmu didn't understand. Ships are fast and can transport things easily. They want to kill you? They're after me. They're from Japan. I don't even have to think about it. They are the most afraid. The boat can put catapults and ballistae. Li Yi's first thought was that the Japanese Empire was useless with this technology. The Japanese Empire lost the naval battle because of their bad tactics. The Japanese Empire had more boats than the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's boats were big, and they used nails instead of a complete mortise and tenon structure. The ships of the Japanese Empire would shatter upon collision. In addition, the ships of the Tang dynasty were bigger, so shooting arrows from above was easier than shooting arrows from below. You can't jump even if you want to. The boats of the Tang dynasty are very high. It wasn't that the Japanese Empire didn't have any chance of victory. If the wolf pack strategy was used well, it would be just as powerful. For example, during the naval battle of the Two Mountains, his country's ships could not compare to the other parties. However, there were many of them, and they used wolf pack tactics. The key islands were occupied by the National Army at that time. In the past, the commander of the National Army that went to Ryukyu Island said that no ships from the mainland were allowed to pass by. However, during the naval war between the mainland and Annan, the government on the island opened up the sea to the mainland and even provided them with supplies. At that time, the most important thing was for the brothers to fight outside the wall to resist the enemy's aggression, and then the wolf pack tactic succeeded. Previously, the Japanese Empire did not succeed in attacking the Tang dynasty. Now that the Tang dynasty had a new ship, this ship was very powerful. I still don't understand. What's the difference? It runs fast but can't hit? Princess Yongmu was not familiar with war. Empress Wang was anxious. She said to Princess Yongmu, "The ship is on the sea. If you throw stones horizontally, the entire side of the ship can throw a lot of stones at the same time. If you adjust the angle, a group of stones will be thrown horizontally. If your ship's bow is facing the enemy, how can the stones be thrown? The steam engine ship will run after hitting once, and then use its speed to run to the front and throw stones horizontally." Empress Wang's ability to understand the battlefield was very strong. She instantly thought of the T-shape. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and blinked. She had figured it out. Yes, the catapults could adjust the angle. If a ship was horizontally, the catapults on top could throw stones wildly at a place. Li Lang, during the battle, the steam engine ship has always occupied the position of the largest area of attack? Princess Yongmu was enlightened. However, Li Yi shook his head. They think so, but that's not the case. We have the fire dragon out of the water. Why should we occupy the T-shape? We should use the range to be parallel to the enemy. However, no matter what, we need speed to run to the most advantageous position and distance to attack. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't use cannons and catapults. If he went with you, you wouldn't be able to hit me from a distance. If I fired the fire dragon out of the water from one side of the ship, you would be completely exposed to my attack when I hit you. Could it be that the Tubo Empire is pretending to be the Japanese Empire? Noble consort Lu gave another guess. The purpose was not necessarily to really catch them, but to frame and sow discord. Li Yi picked up a piece of chicken and put it on the plate in front of the little fellow. It's possible. It could even be the Turks or other people, including aristocratic families. When he said aristocratic families, he looked at Zhongsun Xian. It has nothing to do with me. My surname is Zhongsun, and I'm also from Empress Zhongxuan's family. But why would I do this? When I got on the ship, you didn't search me. Wouldn't it be better if I wore a sleeve arrow that was contaminated with poison? It's really not me. I'm still counting on you to help me take a look at the child in my wife's belly. My wife is. Don't say it. I know. I just casually took a look. Li Yi stopped Zhongsun Xian from continuing. Yes. Zhongsun Xian covered her mouth and almost said the wrong thing. He wanted to say that his wife was here to see his sister, Empress Wang. Report. 3 women fell into the water, and we found that the bottom of the ship was chiseled from the bottom to the top. It's blocked now. Fan Fan brought the 3 women over. The clothes of the 3 women were still wet, but their hands were tied behind their backs. Take them down and change their clothes. Give them food while you're at it. Li Yi waved his hand. In fact, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. The people who really planned and executed the plan had already run away, and there were no surveillance cameras. Where could he find them? Even this ship had been hired before, and then parked at a certain location. Someone dived underwater to chisel the bottom of the ship, and left when it was about to leak. Now that they chiseled it again, they could chisel through it in a few strokes. Remember, whether it's the Japanese Empire or not, just say it's the Japanese Empire internally, but don't go looking for trouble with the Japanese Empire. Li emphasized and looked at Zhongsun Xian's concubine. I won't say anything. Why don't you kill me now and let my family go? Zhongsun Xian's concubine understood. Then you can't let anything happen to you, Inspector Zhongsun. Just like before. In a month's time, you can probably have a child again. Li Yi just glanced at her. He wouldn't harm the people around him for this. His concubine didn't have it easy either. It's finally frozen. Let's see if we can walk across it. Qin Li stood by the Yellow River. The Yellow River had a large flow, and it was likely to form an empty layer in the early stages of freezing. Then it would collapse and freeze again. Now that the river had collapsed twice, the new ice was not smooth, and the height was lower. The sister lake upstream had also started to freeze, so the flow decreased. In winter, there was basically no flowing water at Hunan's Zhengzhou prefecture. Even if there was, it was very small. It had even reached a point where the flow was cut off, and even a little bit of water was frozen into ice. The people who were going to try walked over, dragging an ice cart with more than 500 kilograms of things. Several people pulled together, wearing shoes with nails on their feet. They wanted to see if the ice was okay. If it wasn't, they would wait a little longer. Someone on the shore was pulling a rope. The rope was tied to the waists of 10 people, and they walked over. If it collapsed, the people on the shore would pull with all their strength and pull them up. Guanlin's family was waiting in a temporary tent on the shore, and a lot of medicine was boiling. The 10 people were wearing helmets, cotton military coats, and thick gloves. They had agreed that if they fell, they would immediately cover their necks with their hands, front and back, and then lower their heads and hold their breath. The people on the shore would frantically pull on the rope. Chapter 12:10. 10 people pulled the ice cart forward on the ice. There were sacks on top of the ice cart, and there was soil in the sacks. People stood on both sides of the river. The winged knights lent their binoculars to the Tubo tribe. This is the binoculars. It can really see very far. You can see the faces of the people on the other side clearly. We used to fight with people with binoculars, and suffered a lot. 2 crystal pieces, one on each side of the tube. Transparent glass looks good. But I don't know if it can be imitated. Don't think about it. I heard that Princess Jincheng has it. They are Tubo's praises. How can they not think about it? The people of the tribe looked at the binoculars in disgust. They changed the way they called them Tubo. The 10 people continued to move forward. It was actually very easy to wear nailed shoes and pull the ice cart, provided that the ice surface was relatively flat. Li'i was in the 80s, and people in the northeast like snow on the ground. They pulled an ice cart to sell things at home, or drag things back from the market. If it was winter hunting, they would need an ice cart and a big horse-drawn climbing plow. A good climbing plow was like a small house, and 2 horses or elk were needed to pull it. The people on the ice walked, and after a quarter of an hour, they reached the middle of the river. The people on the shore became nervous. Under normal circumstances, the shore was the least likely to freeze. There was soil, and the temperature would be transferred. The main worry was that there would be a hole in the middle of the river. After another quarter of an hour, the people and the ice cart successfully reached the other side of the river. The people on the other side cheered, and then the people on the other side also shouted, "We can walk now." In winter, the goods on both sides of the river will be transported directly on the ice. When there is another heavy snow, the goods from other places will also choose to walk on the ice. Winter is better, and there will be no starvation. The tribes were more looking forward to the smooth transportation of baggage than the Tang army. They were waiting to get enough food through exchange and work this winter. Quick, tell the good news to other places. Downstream, find a place with turbulent water flow to observe the ice layer. Guojian ordered. In the past, even in the Hushi Jidushi, it would snow in winter. When it snowed, it would be difficult to walk. Now that there was a new means of transportation, it was better to snow. I reckon that all the places where it snows will make sleighs for transportation. Winter might create a good opportunity for war. Zhang Xiaosong expressed his own opinion. West of Hushi knew how to use snow sleds, Tujue and commando cavalry, let alone Tubo. The horses won't be able to bear it unless they have enough refined materials. Zhang Zhongliang rejected the idea of supplies. In the heavy snowy days of winter, it was already good enough that the livestock could reduce their exercise. If they were counting on the horses to carry a large amount of fodder on the snowy ground for a long distance, the fodder needed to have grains. Just feeding hay was not enough. Those with better conditions would also be fed fried beans or bean cakes, wheat bran and salt. If the horses ran outside and didn't eat well, how could they fight? Our horses eat a lot of food every day. Since there is no war at the front, should we transfer some of the horses back and rear them? Wang Juankui was afraid that the rear would not be able to hold on. One military horse, including the grains and fodder, could eat 15 to 16 caddies of food a day. The grass was easy to deal with. Previously, they had cut it and tied it into bundles, piling it up like a mountain. Grains were food. What was fed to the horses could also be fed to the people. The horses that did not run out to carry out missions were fed 5 to 6 caddies of grains a day. The horses that participated in patrolling and hunting were fed 7 to 8 caddies of grains a day. If they did not feed them, they would definitely lose weight. Even if the horses did not go out, they still had to run around the stables. They had to exercise. Qin Li listened to their conversation and interrupted. Let the horses pull the carriages for transportation. Arrange it. I will write a letter back to ask if there is any supply over there. On the ship, Li Yi and the others had finished eating. The 3 women were sent back with a set of clothes. What did you find out? They don't know anything. They only said that someone shouted that there was a leak in the cabin. Everyone ran up and was then pushed down. The winged knights, who was in charge of saving people and asking about the situation, replied, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. First of all, they know that I am good at swimming. This has been a few years. Now, I don't even swim in the river outside." Li Yi hated riddles the most. He wanted to judge. The story of him saving the ducks and catching the black fish was rumored to be miraculous. For a long time no one mentioned it. The other party would first judge that he might go down personally to save people. The people on the ship did not panic, indicating that they knew the leak was not serious. They had to keep an eye on them and see who they would contact later. There were many guesses, but it seemed that all of them were true. The more likely situation was that all the guesses were false. In theory, in such a situation, the entire ship should be arrested and tortured. However, on such a festive occasion, it was enough to send someone to keep an eye on them. At this time, the ship stopped and could not continue forward. The front was divided into many thin streams, and the source of the Ba River could not go up. The steam engine ship began to reverse, rudder, forward and dawdled in that area. The observer there shouted, "Left rudder 2, right rudder 3, and so on." "Li, this old man asks you, how many horses are there in front?" Yao Chong came over with an enamel teacup. "Is this enamel big cup good?" Li did not answer the number of horses in front. Everyone knew the number. Their own horses and the horses they caught added up to more than 150,000, more than people. Zhang Xiaosong had 10,000 elite cavalry, for each person. It's good. The soldiers can't each have an enamel military water bottle. Do you know how much grass the horses eat in a day? On average 10 caddies. Including the food people eat, it consumes 2 million caddies a day. In terms of money, plus the transportation, it's about 7 million caddies, 7,000 caddies. 7,000 caddies a day, 70,000 caddies 10 days, 700,000 caddies 100 days. And it takes 150 days to see green, 1,050,000 caddies. Li directly told the cost, not counting the canned food, arrows, cement and medicinal herbs. If not fighting, why would he count the arrows? Previously, Shu had sent a lot of arrows, including the cement and coal too. 3 million caddies was enough. However, the cement was mined. The cement factory could make a profit in the future. The coal mine also made money. So little? Yao Chong thought it was too little. There are many dead people. The dead are compensated, and there are rewards for meritorious service. But the horses and other livestock are ours, especially the place. Li spread his hands. How much more do you want? Everything in 5 months adds up to 3 million caddies. How is it little? Bai Gu also brought over an enamel jar. He felt that Yao Chong was too arrogant. If there were no good weapons, generals and soldiers in this war, they could spend 4 million caddies now. The imperial court's revenue a few years ago was more than 8 million caddies. Half of the revenue to fight a war. The Tang dynasty would have been destroyed. No, it was impossible to fight at all. There was no money. The revenue was not a surplus. How could there be money to support the crazy attack? This was including the cost of cement and coal from now until the arrival of spring. What about before? Isn't the revenue this year 30 million caddies? Yao Chong wanted to calculate according to this. 10 million caddies are gone. They said it was to repair the railroad tracks. 10 million caddies are reserved. Then there's the fleet and the war. It's all gone. Bai Gu spread his hands like Li. Are you bluffing? Yao Chong stared. Chapter 12:11. Yao Chong believed that 10 million was enough to pay the officials, but he did not believe that 10 million was enough to build a railroad or a ship. There was no sign of a railroad yet, so why take out 10 million first? Wouldn't there be new revenue next year? There was also the ship. How much did you need to spend on the steam engine, ore, sails, and the ship itself? The front line only lasted 150 days. After 150 days, the grass would turn green, and the horses and livestock would be easier to raise. Bai Gu did not answer and looked at Li. Next year, we will start building the railroad tracks from Chang'an to Luoyang, and then to Haizhou. In the future, the goods from other places will be transported directly to the port there, and transported back by the railroad. Of course, we can build a warehouse in Luoyang to store some goods, and order them once a month. Li did not say how much it would cost. Of course, it would not cost 10 million. Even if it included the train, it would not cost much unless there were many trains. You need 10 million? Yao Chong still did not believe it. Based on the materials and manufacturing costs, of course it would be less. But isn't the technology cost also a cost? Li pointed at himself. Where is the technology cost coming from? Don't you know your current status? Yao Chong wanted to smash the vat, but he stopped. He could not bear to do so. He was angry. If others wanted to sell good technology to the imperial court should pay them. Why should Li give them money? Others could not enjoy the power. Li could beat up whoever he wanted. If he said he could not beat them, he would not beat them. He said the city gates were not closed, but the city gates were still open day and night. The axes were probably broken. I am talking about the research process. If there is a mistake, isn't that also a cost? Li took a step back to hide. At the same time, he felt a little wronged. Was it easy for him to create the steam engine? How much time and resources did he spend to develop it generation after generation? There was also the nautical chart he drew, the nautical equipment he created, and the safety he provided at sea. How much was that nautical chart worth? Xiao Yi, you can't earn money in this aspect. If you don't earn money from the technology, what's the use of money? Lu Huaishan spoke up for Yao Chong and observed Li Yi's expression. He was worried about his family. What if Li Yi got angry and didn't give him any dividends? How could his family live a good life? I'm addicted to making money. Even if I earn all of it, I'll donate it all, Li Yi mumbled. Now that he was asking the imperial court for money, it was indeed useless. He had nowhere to spend it, so in the end he still had to give it to the people of the Tang dynasty. Lu Youqiu tried to smooth things over. Let's earn some money first. But you don't need 10 million to build a railroad or a train, right? Yes. You want to use money? Bai Gu spoke at this time. We just want to know, Li Riji answered. Yin Xizhen nodded without saying anything. She wanted to know how much money the imperial court had. With a large financial surplus, even if he did not spend it himself, he would still be happy and confident. The people in the group only hoped that the Tang dynasty would become stronger. They wanted to see the Tang dynasty conquer the world while they were still alive. When Li Yi saw everyone's attitude, he told them the truth. We'll have a lot of money this year. Excluding everything else, we still have 15 million. Everyone's eyes lit up. The surplus was twice the total revenue of the Tang dynasty 5 years ago. However, we'll have to spend at least 13 million this year. Give us the budget and leave 2 million for emergencies, Li Yi said. The group looked at Li Yi silently and waited. As expected, Li Yi explained, money must flow. When the imperial court's financial surplus is too large, it means that everyone has neglected their duties. They didn't make a proper budget and didn't think of how to use the financial surplus to serve the people. Even if I don't take the money for the railroad in advance, I'll still spend it. For example, the roads around Dongting Lake must be built to Chang'an and Luzhou. Good roads. The climate and hydrological environment there are suitable for farming. I want to raise pigs. Then I'll build a railroad along the canal. It will extend from Henan to Suzhou. Then, the farmed animals around Dongting Lake will flow down the Yangtze River to Suzhou and be transported to other places through the railroad and canal. Li Yi began to explain. He knew what everyone wanted to hear. They wanted to hear about the plan. They wanted to be able to actually operate and not just make plans. The land route from Chang'an to Hubei was open, but the farmed animals would be transported by the Yangtze River. This would drive the economic development of the entire Jiangnan area and satisfy the daily needs of the people. He told everyone that he had also arranged for the next year's income to be given to Shu. There were many mountains in Shu, but Chengdu was a plain. The cost of building roads was high, but they still had to be built. A smooth road was conducive to governance and stability. The faster the army arrived at a place, the more secure the locals would feel. Leave 2 million for the annual revenue. At most, I'll just provide temporary support. Duke Yao also said that I have no use for money. I don't need to use money to show my status. If you have time, think about how to spend money. Usually use it on infrastructure, including water power. Li Yi said again and left, leaving a group of people looking at each other. It was the first time they had heard of such a theory. It was not enough for the imperial court to have more money. It had to be spent. It felt that anyone who did not know how to spend money was committing a crime and would be beheaded. What kind of theory is this? It does sound very reasonable. Yin Sijin, who had been a minister for many years, was confused by Li Yi's words. Li Yi had not told them about GDP, Consumer Price Index, Purchasing Manager Index, Industrial Production Index, and other knowledge. Now, it was not related to the financial industry. Otherwise, there would be more things. It included the tourism industry, local industries, and handicraft projects. Let's go back and continue reading. Xiaoyi wrote some things in the book. It's just that it's hard to understand. Bai Gu had a headache talking about this. It was difficult for him to understand if he only read the book and did not practice it. Li Yi went to the laboratory to take out the other data and looked at it. There was no problem. He found Zhongsun Xian. When we go back, you can get off the boat and do as written. You have to exercise more. Your stomach is fat. I also go to the workshop often. Zhongsun Xian was relieved and tried to eat as much as possible. Find a piece of land and water the soldiers. Then I will sell you ice skates and teach you how to make an ice cart. You can skate by yourself as exercise. At the same time, you can rent out ice carts for 1 coin and ice skates for 2 coins. Make money by selling hot food, like I used to eat skewers in Zhuangzi. Li Yi saw that Zhongsun Xian had changed and was willing to let her make more money. Li Yi, why are you so good to me? Zhongsun Xian asked softly. Why are your words so disgusting? Li Yi had goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly retreated. What did I say wrong? Zhongsun Xian was confused. He said you are manly. His concubine blinked. Don't say it. I am disgusted too. Zhongsun Xian also had goosebumps. Chapter 12:12. Stop for a moment, not so fast. Li Dongzhu, I just caught some fish. Here's some fish for you. On the way back, the fishermen shouted when they passed by the place where they were fishing. When the boat passed by just now, they realized that the fast boat belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then they quickly caught fish and waited. They knew that they couldn't pass in front and had to come back. Dongzhu, Songde didn't know what to do. Slow down the boat. Use a rope to go down the baskets and put the marinated beef in the baskets. Li looked through the binoculars. Baskets were taken down one by one. Inside were porcelain plates with cut marinated beef. The fishermen knew at a glance. They took out the plates, put the fish in them, and waved to the people above. After the meat is eaten, put the plates on the altar as a tribute. When there's something, put it in, and then take it out to eat. The fisherman who got the first thing was happy. He prepared to put the plates on Li Yi and Li Longji's longevity tablets. There were fruits or pastries. They were put in the plates in the morning and eaten in the afternoon or evening. Father, isn't that for the dead? The fisherman's son reminded him. Haven't you eaten the tributes for the gods? The fisherman insisted. The boat was flowing downstream, but because there were too many people blocking the way, the boat was much slower than when it came. In the end, only the rudder was used. The steam engine was not connected to the propeller. The people of Lantian County gave things. A few families together filled a basket of eggs. They temporarily found a boat to wait on the river for the steam engine boat to come back. They were rich now and had a good life. They knew who it was because of. It wasn't easy to catch Li Yi, so they had to give him the things. Li Yi took a basket of eggs and gave half a basket of dried fruits, pine nuts, hazelnuts, and sometimes mushrooms in return. The people on the boat used binoculars to look at the things prepared by others below. According to the value, the things given in return had to be higher than the things they received. Li Yi accepted the kindness, but he didn't take advantage of it. Dongzhu, someone used a basket to put a child. It's a very small child, probably 2 or 3 months old. What's the gift? Songde shouted. He saw it. The people below were waiting to bring the child up. Return my ass. I'm going to change my clothes. The boat broke down. The child is sick. Li Yi immediately thought of the reason when he heard that the child was going to be sent. They weren't sending him here. They were sending him here to see a doctor. The anchor was lowered, and the child was brought up. Li Yi hurriedly carried him into the small hospital on the boat. First, he checked his body temperature. It was 39 degrees Celsius. Then he did an auscultation. There was a problem with his lungs. Diagnosis: acute pneumonia. Quickly give him oxygen. Then use a sputum aspirator to suck the sputum and take a sample for testing to see what was going on. The nurse helped to cool him down physically. Ice packs were used. Not long after, Li Yi came back. Azithromycin injection, I'll do it. Li Yi's expression was calm. After mixing the medicine, he applied it to the baby's head. If his hands were pricked, he would move. If his feet were pricked, it would be too painful, and he would cry with all his might. Tell them to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The child needs to be hospitalized. The mother must go and breastfeed him. After Li Yi finished dealing with it, the baby's face looked much better. Just now he was out of breath. He didn't even have the strength to cough. When he breathed, he was snoring. He couldn't even cry. It was uncomfortable for an adult to be sick, let alone such a small child. However, he couldn't express it specifically. Everything was up to fate. The nurse turned around and ran out. Li Yi suddenly said, "See if there are any women. If there are, hang them up and go back together. They still need to drink milk. Remember to check." In less than half an hour, 5 people came over. One of them was an old man and an old lady, and the other was a young couple. The other one was a woman who looked younger than the man of the young couple. According to normal calculations, there were parents, son, daughter-in-law, and daughter. The 5 of them were checked before they saw Li Yi. The old man bent his legs several times and stood up straight again. He looked at Li Yi eagerly. "There's no problem. It's acute pneumonia. He won't die here. If there's work at home, go back to work. The child's mother will stay to breastfeed him." Li looked indifferent. He deliberately gave the patient's family a psychological impact. "Give all the work to the eldest son and the second son. This is my third son's child. The eldest and second daughters-in-law are disappointing. They gave birth to girls," the old lady said. She looked at her third daughter-in-law with a gentle gaze. Her stomach was not disappointing, and gave birth to a grandson. It's up to the man to give birth to a boy or a girl. It has nothing to do with the woman. Li corrected her. "Don't look for a woman for everything. You're a woman yourself." It's the eldest and second son who are disappointing." The old lady immediately changed her words. "Can I take a look at my grandson?" The old man didn't care about his son and daughter-in-law. He wanted to see his grandson. "Take a look. Don't make a sound. He's asleep." Li nodded. In fact, he was quite happy that he had saved a child. The family of 5 went over to take a look. Sure enough, the baby was sleeping there. The drip was slowly dripping. The nurse held the infusion tube with her hand. The 4 nurses' hands were on the infusion tube. It was cold and needed to be covered with their hands. The key was that the infusion bottle was held by a male nurse standing on a stool. He was also holding the bottle in his arms. "The water is cold. You don't need to do it." The female nurse explained the situation in a low voice. The family looked at the child again and smiled. After they went out, the child's aunt, who was the woman, stood beside Li Yi. "Li Dongzhu, today I found out about the boat where someone fell into the water. You know, Li Yi didn't expect that he could get useful information from helping a child see a doctor. I know. I saw the Japanese Empire people on that boat. I even scolded them. A few sisters who were with us scolded them for being shameless, for hosting the Japanese Empire people." The woman nodded vigorously and continued. "Then when your boat went over, someone fell into the water. I wanted to find someone to tell you, but I heard that your boat was going to come back. My baby is very sick." The woman was very conflicted when she spoke. It seemed that she wanted to express something, but couldn't say it. "Do you think that when you tell me this, I will suspect that you are telling me this for your nephew? In fact, whether you tell me or not, I will be saved as long as the child is sent here. However, the situation you mentioned is very helpful to me. Can you tell me about your sister's situation? I will send someone to verify it. If it is confirmed and you have done a good deed, I will secretly give your family 2 cows as your dowry. I will keep it a secret for you, and will definitely not tell anyone. I will also tell your sisters clearly and give them benefits." Li really wanted to recite a poem at this moment. The mountains and rivers are heavy, and there is no road. but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't want to. My family is rich. I am just afraid that someone will harm you. You are my family's benefactor. My family didn't have a good life in the past. The woman shook her head. She didn't want others to say that she told Li Dongzhu about this for benefits. That's two different things. Two beautiful cows. They are young. You can take care of them and find a husband who will treat you well. Li Yi understood everything. He knew what the other party was thinking, but he had to give her what he should. Chapter 12-13. After some persuasion, Li Yi promised to give her a set of cosmetics and a small mirror. The woman happily rested with her family in a room on the boat. They were worried sick. They had 3 sons and only 1 grandson, and he was sick. They shouted to their neighbors and asked their 2 sons to take care of the house. They were finally relieved. In their opinion, if Li Dongzhu couldn't save the child, it was definitely because the child was unlucky. They heard that Li Dongzhu even dared to beat up the king of hell, and said that a child's life was not over yet. The winged knights went down and looked for the woman's sisters, who were actually the other women she usually interacted with. The Japanese Empire is basically confirmed. As for whether there is someone behind the Japanese Empire, I'm not sure. Li Yi explained the situation to Li Longji and the others. When the group heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that some big family would make a move. If that happened, it would mean that the big family could no longer tolerate Li Yi and wanted to get rid of him. The result would naturally be a bloodbath. They would fall one by one. They couldn't defeat Li Yi. They were worried that they didn't know what was going on, and that they would start a local rebellion and harm the people. Since it was the Japanese Empire, it was easy to deal with. It meant that the big families didn't dare to make a move. How's the child? Wu Jieyu now had a child about the same age as the child, so she was more concerned. No problem. It's just acute pneumonia. I used antibiotics in small doses. If it's not too serious, I won't use an intravenous drip. I'll just take medicine. Li was thinking about the problem of medicine. If he could avoid taking medicine, he would. If he could avoid antibiotics, he would. He had to take antibiotics. If he could take it orally, he wouldn't inject it. This was a rule that he had to understand when he was studying. Now he could only inject it. In fact, Li had thought about it. The people of the Tang dynasty, or rather the bacteria of the Tang dynasty, had no resistance to antibiotics. But the child was in too much pain. It was better to inject it. If the child was stable, he would change it to oral administration after the injection. If it didn't work when feeding milk, he would eat it when feeding water. The protein in milk had an effect on the medicinal properties of some medicines. Xiao-yi, no matter where you go, there will be people helping you. What should I say about this? Baigu sighed. Don't worry about not knowing your friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Li Yi said. That's true. Who doesn't know you when they use the exchange coupons? Song Jing said with jealousy. He did not know that in the future, there would be a person who would be praised as wherever there is well water. One can sing Lu Ci. He only understood that wherever the Li family Zhuangzi exchange coupons of the Tang dynasty went, they would know about the Li family village in Bahui Chang'an. Let's not talk about the distance, but the eyes of countless people in the capital office were watching. If he sensed that someone was trying to harm Li Yi, he would definitely send a letter secretly. As the prime minister, he was under a lot of pressure. He was afraid of offending Li Yi. The words of the prime minister were not as effective as the words of the Dongzhu and Zhuangzi. Who could describe his feelings? Song Jing even felt that if he wanted to punish Li Yi, the people would immediately get rid of the emperor's side. All the people in the capital office were benefiting from Li Yi. Even Wang Mang could not do that. But Li Yi was not Wang Mang. He did not contact the other clans. He only guarded Zhuangzi, and then contacted the emperor. The key point was that he was lazy. Sometimes he would sleep until the sun was so high up in the sky, but he was still sleeping. Brother Yi, if that's the case, what do you think we should do? Li Qingqi narrowed his eyes. He wanted to use the navy to fight the Japanese Empire. Rent. Li gave an answer. Rent what? Li Longji was puzzled. Rent a boat. Rent a steam engine boat mainly for fishing. We will talk about it when we have more steam engine boats. Let's talk about rent now. Let them take out the rent first, and then wait. We will use the rent to develop the Tang dynasty. I have an idea. For example, we can sell steam engine boats. Li Yi began to set a trap again. He learned from the old Russians and made an agreement with India to sell things. Then, India will give him a portion of the money first, and the Russians will use the money to develop their domestic economy. After 2 years of development, we will tell India that the price will increase for various reasons. You will have to pay more. If you don't pay, we will refund the money. It may seem reasonable, but it is not the same. The currency will continue to depreciate. If the Russians refund the money, they will take advantage of the devaluation, and there will be no interest. This is under normal circumstances. If it is not normal, the Russians will not even refund the money. For example, if it is an aircraft carrier or a submarine, we must send people to learn in advance. How can we refund the money for learning a little bit of technology? You have learned everything. You can either buy it with more money or forget about it. We will not refund you a single cent. The Tang dynasty is also possible. Who wants to build it? Come on, pay the deposit first. You also have to pay the deposit first. It is not refundable. The contract clearly states that due to various factors, if there is any delay, the deposit will not be refunded. When Li Yi was talking to everyone about how to operate it, he remembered the Japanese Empire's mini-computer. The so-called mini-computer is a house with a lot of equipment. It is called a mini-computer. His country needs to pay, and the people who actually operate it are from the Japanese Empire. They also need to pay a salary. What needs to be checked? The data must be handed over to the Japanese Empire, and then the Japanese Empire will help to calculate. The premise is that it does not involve military matters. At that time, the mini-computer is very big, and its calculation. Later, Li Yi's old mobile phone is better than that mini-computer. Let's put it this way. If Li Yi is using a smartphone with 64 gigabytes of memory to travel to the 1980s, with his mobile phone, he can take care of all the computers in the world at that time and crush them with computing power. At first, the computers as big as a house are calculated in kilobytes and then in megabytes. Smartphones are based in gigabytes. 1 megabyte is equivalent to 1020 kilobytes, and 1 gigabyte is equivalent to 1024 megabytes. The difference between a 64 kilobytes mainframe computer and a 64 gigabyte smartphone is 1,000,000 times. This refers to the storage capacity, not the computing power. The computing power of a smartphone is not as simple as 1,000,000 times compared to an ancient mainframe computer. The hardware is one thing, but the software's addressing function and algorithms are more powerful. Now Li Yi wants to rent the steam engine ship to others. Our people will operate the ship, and you can only tell us where you want to go. We will not go to places that are too dangerous. When renting the ship, you have to pay a deposit. If it is damaged, it will be your fault. We will deduct your deposit from the amount that it costs to repair the ship. You can choose not to rent or force us. The others were once again dumbfounded. What the fuck, there's such a thing? Empress Wang touched her belly with one hand, and Li Yi's head with the other. Uncle, what other tricks do you have? No one felt that there is anything wrong with her action and nodded. Sister-in-law, I am helping people. I am not cheating people. Li Yi wanted to dodge, but he was afraid of hurting Empress Wang's body. He could only let her touch his head again. Chapter 12-14. It's good to help people, but you have to make the price clear to prevent people from being fooled. Empress Wang was satisfied. It had been a long time since she rubbed her uncle's head. Yes, Li Yi replied gloomily. What else could he say? As for making the price clear, he thought of his Snow Village sausages. Some places had sausages that were sold wholesale in batches, and the purchase price was a few cents per sausage. The Snow Village sausages in the Northeast were uneven. If the sausages were sold at 30 cents per sausage and were sold for 15 cents, the leaders of the Bureau of Commodity Prices should be put on trial. If they were local sausages, they would be sold for $4 per sausage. If they were sold for 15 cents, the gross profit would be $11.75 times. If they were sold for $2 per sausage, the gross profit would be $7.66 times. If the sausages were the same, the people in Snow Village would be blinded by greed. They should be punished and not pitted. If the sausages were different, and they used local red sausages, which had a lot of lean meat, then it would be another problem of who was dealing with the development of the local tourism industry. The price of the sausages depended on the type of sausages. Li had been cheated in the Northeast. A sausage made of starch that cost less than 50 cents was sold for $3. At the same time, he had also encountered a good place. For example, white sausages were sold for $6. He felt that he had made a profit because the cost of the sausages was only around $2.70. As for the rental issue, he felt that he should wait for the fleet to come back and bring back a lot of good things before discussing with the Japanese Empire. If he wanted to settle his grudges quickly, he could use this reason to deal with all the envoys of the Japanese Empire in the Tang dynasty. But as Yao Chong said, how much power do you have? Therefore, Li had to consider the overall situation. It was easy to kill the envoys of the Japanese Empire, but it was not easy to take advantage of them. For his own emotions he could kill. For the people of the Tang dynasty to get more benefits from the Japanese Empire in the future, he could not kill them. Who would rent it? Wu Jiyu once again cleaned up Bao Er's poop and diapers, and she also actively participated in the discussion. Li looked at her and felt helpless. This person was too smart. The main thing was that if there was an opportunity, he had to participate, even if it seemed like he had little say. Li thought of his country's will to participate in the World Trade Organization. At that time, the Western countries had given various harsh conditions. At that time, his country had joined in under enduring circumstances. In the end, more than 10 years had passed, and everything had changed. The Western countries were dumbfounded. Fuck, how did you guys develop so quickly? Therefore, when the North American countries saw that the situation was not good, they quickly threw aside the rules and imposed unilateral sanctions. Right now Wu Jiyu had to participate. Only by participating could she change things. Otherwise she wouldn't even have a chance. In the Japanese Empire, other barbarian trade associations rent them, because steam engines are not affected by the wind and are faster. Our Tang dynasty should set up a rental association. I will provide the technology, and generally not care about other things. I think it's better for Big Brother to handle this. This is no longer a matter of business but diplomacy. Li was willing to promote, provided that the Tang dynasty had enough ships to supply others. Okay, treat it as renting. Yao Chong once again stood on Li Yi's side. Yes, Lu Huaishan also understood. It's important to collect information. How about the safety of our people? Bai Gu thought. There's no need to think about it. Everyone is responsible for operating the ship. We just need to choose loyal people. There's no need to put any explosives in it. So what if the ship is seized? Do they have enough coal to seize a ship? Can they operate it skillfully? A ship can't change anything, unless they know how to copy it. Li was not worried at all. He explained to those who had not figured it out yet. Steam engine ships were mainly fast and stable. They were rented to others and operated by the people of the Tang dynasty. Others could use them to transport goods, or to set up nets to catch fish. Why not use the Tang dynasty to transport goods and catch fish? Because they needed the support of the local forces. If the local forces did not support them, it would be more difficult to resupply, and there might not even be a suitable dock to dock. If Li was given to the local forces, they would deal with other problems. In international trade, there was no such thing as corruption. Li was very emotional about this. Whether it was foreign medical equipment entering his country, or his country's minerals and oil companies entering other countries, even the electronics and communications industry. First of all, he had to give benefits to the people who could speak. The benefits given by individuals were called bribery, and the benefits given by groups were called public relations fees. The funds raised by individuals were called fraud. Even if there were no problems, the government would find ways to deal with him for money. The government's funds were called credit. Even if there were problems and many people lost money, the government would just casually say something. And that was it. This was no longer a problem of only allowing the government to set fire and not allowing the people to light the lamps. This was a case of those who steal the hook will be punished, and those who steal the country will be honored. To put it bluntly, no matter what the regime preached, the essence was the law of the jungle. The law of the jungle within the country, and the law of the jungle internationally, were all brainwashing. Li thought it was quite good. Brainwashing. Other people had not had the time to brainwash the whole world, but they had done it first. Then after going there, how do you tell the other party about the Tang dynasty and convince them? Yao Chong understood. When he was tempted, he had doubts. Li Yi had a good temper. He was very patient in the face of other people's endless questions. Old Yao, let me ask you first. Do you want me to give you an idea, or are you waiting for me to give you a loophole in my idea? Li Yi did not say how to convince the other party. Instead, he directly targeted the person. Yao Chong was stunned. He felt that this question had pushed him to the wall, and was not easy to answer. He thought about it, and was about to speak when Li Yi spoke again. Think about it first. I'm going to write a book soon, and it overlaps with the one your son is going to write. The key is that I can finish it at any time. The content is the same and more comprehensive. Li Yi smiled and said what he was going to do and what stage he was at. Then why did you let me say it? Yao Chong was angry. Isn't this answering your question? You're convinced. Isn't it simple? This is how people interact with each other, let alone countries. It's snowing again. This time last year, I still had a holiday and went home to reunite with my wife. Qin Li stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. His calm tone was full of melancholy. He did not care about the separation, nor did he care about the winter. He just felt sentimental when the snowflakes melted in his palm. If he had to give him a definition at this time, it would be purely pretentious. For example, Li Yi's textbook in Zhu Ziqing's Moonlight on the Lotus Pond. Zhu Ziqing himself did not know that he was so awesome and thought so much. In the end, the language teacher required the students to answer questions according to the same understanding of the prose. It was not a test of literary talent, but a dogmatic recitation. Chapter 12-15. Qin Li missed his family and his wife, and so did the other non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty. Those who belonged to the Jidushi were all government soldiers. When they were not fighting, they lived with their families. When they suddenly ran to the source of the Yellow River, they could not see their families. Some of them could see their fathers and brothers. While they were thinking, they were glad that they did not need to fight anymore. If they did not fight, they would not die. Today, the soldiers seemed to be in good spirits. The last tribesmen entered the city and settled down properly. The rest took turns to raise livestock outside. Wang Juankui smiled. He did not want his own people to die. Guojian was also happy. In the early stages we had fewer casualties. In the later stages we won without fighting. I'm still a little confused. How did we fight the war? Zhang Zhongliang patted the snow on his hat and looked into the distance. Zhang Xiaosong's eyes were very bright. He reviewed this year's war. The courage to fight, powerful weapons, and heaven-defying logistics. Yes, their logistics were indeed heaven-defying. The Winged Knights insisted that they were the Winged Knights, and at the same time, they belonged to the Bashui Corps. Haha. Zhang Zhongliang smiled and shook his head. They could be called a corps so casually? Things are here, things are here. They're coming from the back. Sacks after sacks. The orderly ran over and shouted, "What are they?" Zhang Xiaosong looked at the orderly's excited face and knew that it was not normal food. Chestnuts, a lot of chestnuts. They said that they had left a lot for other cities along the way. The rest were sent here and to the front. The orderly swallowed twice. There were no chestnuts in the Longyu provincial governor's position. In the past, chestnuts from other places were sent here to cook and sell. The price was not low. He had only eaten chestnuts twice since he was young. The key was that he could only eat a few each time. Looking at the number sent here today, he estimated that he could eat to his heart's content. Where did the chestnuts come from? Don't tell me they were sent from the capital? Guozhiyun was distressed about the transportation fee. It was so good to send rice and wheat. Chestnuts can fill our stomachs. Let's go and have a look. Qinli was also hungry. He wanted to eat. When they arrived at the delivery area, they saw a horse-drawn sleigh. However, this sleigh looked very awkward. What sleigh? Why does it look like a carriage? Wang Juankui stood beside the sleigh and looked at it. The delivery man grinned and said, "We came from Shu County and used animals to pull our carts. When we arrived at a place with snow, we removed the heavy wheels and replaced them with skis. When we get back, we'll put the wheels back on and leave someone to guard them." Li Dongzhu said before that we should add something under the wheels. We think it's better to remove it. Chestnuts from Sichuan. That's right. Li Dongzhu gave another 100,000 chestnut exchange coupons, saying that he wanted the soldiers at the front line to eat well and buy chestnuts. Is it expensive? Buying so many chestnuts will raise the price of the local chestnuts. How is that possible? How many people do you have? How many caddies of chestnuts per person? How many people do we have in Shu County? During the question and answer, Qinli opened a sack and took out a handful of chestnuts. He said happily, "Set up a big pot. Our winged knights know how to fry chestnuts. Let's look for small stones first. Peel the shell and fry it." The orderly picked up a chestnut and looked at it. Fry it and peel the shell. If you want to eat it directly, then eat it directly. If you don't want to eat it directly, then stew it directly. Look at the chestnuts now. It seems like we need to cut them open. Everyone go and help cut them open. Otherwise we can't peel the shell off. Qinli had experience. He observed the chestnuts and knew that they had to be cut open with a knife. The tribesmen ran over to watch. Compared to the Longyu provincial governor's men, they were even worse. They had never eaten chestnuts before. Bailala picked up a few chestnuts and looked at them. He didn't understand. Dug out from the soil? It doesn't have a handle on the tree. It's grown on the tree. It has a handle on the outside and has thorns. After peeling it open, you can only eat the chestnut meat inside after peeling it open. Qinli gestured. There was a chestnut tree in the capital, and he had peeled it before. Is it delicious? Bailala still didn't understand, unless he was allowed to see how it grew. You'll know when it's done. Qinli left. He found someone to set up the big pot and collect the small stones. They still had to wash them first. During this process, everyone cut the chestnuts. When the time comes, they just had to pour the sugar water over them. Everyone split up and got busy. The tribesmen also helped to cut the chestnuts. 2 hours later, pots of sugar-fried chestnuts were ready. Wearing gloves, they used a sieve to remove the sand stuck to the chestnuts. One by one, the glossy chestnuts were ready to eat. How do we exchange? Bailala saw his tribesmen looking at him eagerly and decided to pay the price. What do we exchange for? After you entered the city, did we ask for anything from you? Come. Each of you take a few to try first. When the next batch is done, there will be more. Qinli put on a pair of gloves and brought a handful of chestnuts to a child with a runny nose. The child stretched out his hand. Shirt pocket. It's hot. Qinli told the child what to do. The child grabbed the hem of his robe and lifted it up. He put the chestnuts in it and ran to find his friends to eat. The tribesmen who ate chestnuts for the first time were shocked by the texture and taste. They didn't know that there was such delicious food in the Tang dynasty. No wonder they always had to fight the Tang dynasty. But now they could still eat good food without fighting. I've eaten canned chestnut chicken before. It's my first time eating it fried. Guozhiyan also hadn't eaten fried chestnuts before. After eating one, he wanted to eat another. He was addicted. The winged knights continued to stir-fry the chestnuts with an ordnance spatula. Looking at everyone, this batch of chestnuts couldn't be made into other dishes. The tribesmen took small bites. They were happy not only because of the taste of the chestnuts, but also because they didn't have to exchange for food. Now they belonged to the Tang dynasty. They helped to guard the front line and also received supplies. When spring came, they could graze wherever they wanted. If they could come back at night, they could enter the city. There were many cities. Why would they fight for things that they could get without fighting? Bilala looked at the satisfied faces of his tribesmen and came to Qinli. who was topless and doing his best to stir-fry the chestnuts. "Brother Qin, when spring comes, can you build a city at the back? We can help. The city wall can be lower and not so thick. We can help to build it. This way, we can watch the water plants, and we can settle the livestock in the city. Otherwise, I'm afraid that something will take them away at night." Bilal wanted to be able to find a place to stay at any time. In the past, he couldn't return to the tribe because he couldn't rest well outside. There had to be people taking turns to watch over him. He found that the city was built quickly. Since that was the case, he might as well build more. "I'll write to Dongzhu about this, and see what Dongzhu will do." Qin Li couldn't make a decision. Building the city was fast, but burning and grinding the cement wasn't fast. Plus the transportation. How long would it take to earn back the cost? He knew what Bilal meant. They didn't need to build houses in the city. They had tents. They only needed a city wall to lock the livestock in. In that case, a 10-feet-high city wall would be enough to defend against wolves and leopards. Even if a leopard could jump in, it wouldn't be able to jump out with the sheep. There were many people herding the sheep. If a leopard bit a few sheep to death, it would be worth the sheep's money. Moreover, the sheep could be eaten, or they could add an eave inside the city wall. If a leopard clung onto the city wall with its claws, when it wanted to run, it wouldn't be able to grab onto the eave. Chapter 12:16. Make some small military coats. Since the Tubo tribe has become part of the Tang dynasty, we should provide them with supplies first. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi arranged for the workshop to make small military coats. Normally, even if they were to make small military coats, they should first give them to the children of the border soldiers. However, the current situation was special. They could only give glycerin to the families of the soldiers and provide the coats to the tribes first. "Dongzhu, do we need to give the hazelnuts?" Songda asked again. "No, we don't even have enough for our own people. Send some soap. The hands and faces of the children over there are all covered in soap." Li calculated. Daily necessities were more useful than snacks. After the matter was decided, a batch of goods was sent out from Chang'an. It would probably arrive in the 12th lunar month. Zhang Juling came back with many pigeons he raised in Guangzhou. The tax collected would be put into the national treasury. Yan Zhaoyuan and her accomplices were sent to prison and detained. As for how to deal with them, they would have to wait until the evidence from Zhaoyuan was obtained. After Zhang Juling finished the handover, he came to find Li Yi. Bai Gu and the others followed him. Anyway, there was no difference between working in the political affairs hall and working in the Li family Zhuangzi. There were enough people to hold a small court meeting. The key was that the food in the Li family Zhuangzi was good. There was a heater in the house, and the temperature was controlled to be neither hot nor cold. 6 million is just the beginning. The merchant ships of the Tang dynasty have not gone out to trade yet. Otherwise, Bai Gu was thinking about the money. He had 30 million in revenue. Excluding the rent was still paid to the officials. The income of the officials was now twice as high as before. The salaries of the officials in the governor's office and Henan province were more than twice as high as before. If they made mistakes due to lack of money, they would be punished to death. Song Jing did not say anything. He had always been against collecting taxes. Now that he saw the money, he had nothing to say. The merchants of the Tang dynasty still sent goods to trade. The merchants of the Tang dynasty still sent goods to trade. No one objected to it. Similarly, it was a lucrative business. If they did not collect taxes, the Tang dynasty and the barbarian merchants would earn more, and all the money would be taken away by them, which would not benefit the imperial court of the Tang dynasty at all. The Yin family of Driving County, who was arrested, can actually get more than 200,000 yuan in benefits in such a short time. Sea trade is indeed a good thing. Sui was astonished. It was said that being an official in Guangzhou was not good, but now it seemed that with a bit of thought, one could earn a lot of money. Are there any smugglers? Li did not consider how much money he could make. Wasn't it normal for customs to make money? Zhang Juling shook his head gently. Everyone has their eyes on the rewards for normal goods. They can't wait for someone else to smuggle it. It's easier to make money after reporting it than to sell it themselves. Li Yi frowned. The coastline is too long. I believe that as the total volume of trade increases, especially with the Tang dynasty's fleets, some people will definitely want to evade the tax. When the merchants of the Tang dynasty went out to record the goods, they would collect a 10% tariff on their exports and a 21% tariff on their imports when they returned. The reason why they did not pay when they went out was that the goods were worthless in the Tang dynasty. If they lost 30% of their gross profit all of a sudden, the net profit would be reduced by more than 30%. When faced with high taxes, how could the merchants not think of ways to escape? You can send people to guard the suitable places to dock. Bai Gu suggested, if it were me, I would use the method of docking the big ships at sea at night and moving the small boats like ants. If the big ships are not easy to dock, the small boats will be fine. Li casually gave an example to break Bai Gu's arrangement. In that case, you can't stop them? Bai Gu sighed. Yes, there's no need to stop them. Let them obey the rules. Li thought for a while and came up with a solution. He said to everyone, the Li family Zhuangzi will make new good things that are valuable outside. Whoever wants to get the goods must trade at a designated place. If they want to evade the tax, they are not qualified to participate. As long as the profits are enough, the merchants will naturally be willing to pay the tax. In addition, Li Yi continued to talk about the strict punishment method. If they smuggled once, others would not know. After a long time, the news would inevitably leak out. If they caught them, they would directly confiscate their property. No matter how much money they had earned before, it would all be gone. As long as they confiscated a few times, others would not dare to touch them. The punishment would not be based on the amount of money they had earned. Everything would be gone, and their property would disappear. Those who participated in the smuggling would be punished. Those who wanted to save money would definitely be afraid. In this way, most of the loopholes would be blocked. The small part, there was no other way. At that time he had many methods. There were still people who smuggled and were caught. The difference was that their property would not be confiscated. Li did not know if there would still be people who smuggled, if the property was confiscated at that time. When I came back, I heard that some merchants were looking for a place to build a cement factory, and then use concrete to build a pier. Zhang Juling mentioned something. Some of the current piers were directly docked. The locations were better. There were also piles of stones and wood that extended out. After the method of making cement was announced, the merchants were tempted. They wanted to build a pier and sell things on it. Or after the ship docked, the people who carried the goods would go up to work and collect a sum of money. Then they would build a warehouse and collect a fee for keeping things safe. In this way, the Department of Shipping would have to set up a station there to collect taxes. Not allowed. Li Yi's attitude was firm. The scale, quality, and management of the pier must be controlled by the imperial court. Tell them to do it according to the rules. How about that? Yao Chong thought that privately building the pier would save the imperial court money. There will be disputes, such as the price of goods at the pier, and whether the food provided will be poisoned. The builders of the pier will use whether the helpers can go up to work as a condition to form a force. The safety of the warehouse. They will also help smuggle goods and help hide the quality and quantity of the goods. The Department of Shipping will send too many people and increase the cost. The few people sent will not be able to watch over everything. Li knew how profitable it was to run a pier. Food, accommodation, storage, berths, and transportation. Money could actually be earned by the merchants by paying taxes. However, it was difficult to manage the pier. If the merchants saw something good at the pier, would they kill and rob? They could even burn down the warehouse and say that it was burned down. Whether it was the barbarian merchants or the merchants of the Tang dynasty, they suffered huge losses. How could they justify it? The imperial court could not send people to help manage the pier. Then whose pier would it be? If there was a problem with the pier built by the government would be responsible and compensate for it. When collecting taxes and collecting fees, they had to provide a good business environment for the merchants. This way, they could attract more merchants to participate and expand the scale of trade. Let's fix it. Bai Gu prepared to fork out money. He could think of profits. I know how to fix it. I will provide the blueprints and construction methods. I will also help with management. Yes, especially management. I am the most skilled. Li Yi pointed at himself. He meant to give me some benefits. Xiao Yi, you don't need to invest. You can just take out the things. No one will dare to stop you. Bai Gu said with a look of concern. Yes, you don't need to invest. You can also give ideas. Yao Chong supported. Ah, you guys. Li Yi carefully looked at the group of people. Some of them did not speak, but nodded. Chapter 12:17. After the meal, Li Yi told them all the methods. But in the end, he did not invest in the shares. He was just joking. The imperial court does not allow any private investors to invest in the docks. Otherwise, there will be problems. If private investors participate, they will corrupt the imperial court officials and then seize benefits from the docks together. Without private investors, it will be easier to check the accounts when problems arise. Once I invest, others will use this as a reason to invest. You can trust me because I have money. Li Yi reminded everyone not to open their mouths. Only the imperial court is in charge. The officials in charge know how much money is earned, and it belongs to the imperial court. When private investors invest, the officials in charge are waiting for dividends. When they see the private investors getting so much money, they will feel sad when they think about how they have no money. For more money, the private investors will rope in the officials and then falsify the accounts together. The private investors earn more, and the officials from top to bottom earn. After earning and earning, the imperial court's income will gradually decrease. Just like the officials in the Qing dynasty who collected salt taxes. They were corrupted by the illegal salt traffickers. When there is a problem, it is useless to just change the officials. If a new official is sent, his subordinates will trip him up. Unless people are transferred from other places, including the army that captured him. If the news is leaked, the local forces will kill the official in advance. What I mean is to give rewards. The better the docks are run, the more the imperial court will earn. The officials and other personnel will be rewarded more. If they do not make mistakes but do not achieve results, they will be transferred. Mistakes will naturally be cleaned up. Even if they do well, they cannot let an official stay in that position for a long time. Li Yi talked about personnel issues while drinking tea. It was similar to how the House of Subjugation always changed people. To prevent a certain person or group of people from getting too powerful in one place. The Enlushan Rebellion, in the later period of history, was caused by not changing people. The new year is in less than 2 months. What are the arrangements before the new year this year? Su Yi felt that being the Minister of War was boring, so he asked Li Yi, I am fine. Your political affairs hall should think about it. I am not the Prime Minister, so I don't need to worry about it. Li Yi said with a serious face. Li Shihua and Li Dehu came together. They are still on the way. The people in front of them arrived first. They should arrive in Chang, and in 3 to 4 days. Song Jing mentioned 2 people. One was from the Khitans, and the other was from the Shi tribe. Li Shihua wanted to marry a princess of the Tang dynasty, but was rejected. However, trade was strengthened. He also wanted to come to the Tang dynasty, to take a look at the actual situation, and gain some benefits from trade. The items that were once worthless in the northeast were exchanged for items from the Tang dynasty and kerosene lamps. Li Shihua? If he comes over, I'll give him a checkup. When Li Yi heard this name, he thought of this person's lifespan. At the same time, he thought of another person. It wasn't Li Shihua's younger brother. In the end, his younger brother was killed together with Li Dehu. If he was killed by Kutuyu, it would be difficult for the Tang dynasty to intervene. The northeast region must be in the hands of the Tang dynasty, and the 3 restored protectorates must be effective. When everyone heard that Li Yi was going to examine Li Shihua's body, their expressions turned solemn. They looked at each other. A few people had their bodies checked before, and some had already been sick. This included Yao Chang's eldest son, who was an official in Henan province. He didn't have a checkup, but someone went to wait for him in advance with medicine. This was more frightening. When Li Yi said who he was going to examine, it was probably that person. Xiao Yi, how do you think our bodies are? Bai Gu felt a toothache. I'll examine you once a month now. It's pretty good. Keep it up. Li Yi didn't know who died in this group. He had already changed the fate of others. The only thing he could do was to examine them once a month. If anyone suddenly felt uncomfortable, he would have to take a look. 3 days later, Li Shihua and Li Dehu arrived as expected. A large group of people, more than 2,000 people, and many sleds. They sat on the sleds, and the other sleds carried goods and supplies. Li Longji was summoned at Hanyuan Palace. Li Qingqi showed up and came to Li Yi with the goods of Li Shihua and Li Shihua. Li Shihua couldn't marry the princess, so he brought goods for trade. He asked what good things the Tang dynasty had. Brother Yi, look. Li Qingqi carried a small basket. In the basket, there were white and yellowish oval things. Tussa cocoons? Yes. Now is the time when Tussa silkworms are spinning cocoons. With our current technology, we can't refine and spin silk after eating the cocoons. If we refine the silk first, we can't eat the cocoons. We have to steam them first and add other ingredients. So we eat the cocoons. As for the silk, we can use it as stuffing for clothes, bedding, and pillows. Li Yi was hungry again. He wanted to eat the fried tussa cocoons. In fact, it was just dry stir-fried with a little salt. There was no need to cut it. This dish was not suitable to be eaten with rice. It did not look like a dish. It was good for drinking. Children liked to eat it as snacks. How much is the right price? Li Qingqi picked up a cocoon and shook it. The cocoon could move. It was alive. Many cocoons in the basket also moved from time to time. It looked very cute. Let's make small rotary knives first. One at a time. It's fast and easy to make a rotary knife. How much did he bring? Li asked about the quantity first. The more the quantity, the cheaper it would be. If the quantity was small, it meant that the local people had not expanded the scale of breeding and could raise the price. Li Qingqi shook his head. I didn't weigh it. Judging from the quantity, it should be more than 10,000 caddies, including the shell. 10 coins per caddy. Li Yi gave a high price. Li Qingqi sent the cocoons from afar to encourage the local people to breed more. 10 coins per caddy was enough. It was expensive in terms of transportation cost. In the local area, 1 coin per caddy of cocoons was already expensive. There are also a lot of pine nuts, hazelnuts, mushrooms, human bodies, roe deer skin, mink skin, dried bellflower, and others. I didn't look carefully. Li Qingqi took out a handful of pine nuts from his pocket. They were raw. If the princess doesn't want to marry him, give him a bicycle and a small mirror. Give him a big mirror. It has to be worth a princess. Li Yi was very happy. It seemed that Li Qingqi liked trading. He decided to give benefits to everyone, even the ordinary tribesmen. Of course, he would not give a mirror. For example, each person would give a big bottle of glycerin to apply. For those with a little status, they would give a pressure cooker to stew meat at home. When the people from Li Shihua and Li Dehu went back to spread the news, people from other places would rush over if they wanted something. Especially the people from Bohai Sea. They were waiting for them. He said that one of his thermos bottles was broken. It has been packed and sent over. He wants a new one. Also, he needs a lot of kerosene. Li Qingqi shook his head as he spoke. The leader of such a big tribe actually wanted a broken thermos bottle and wanted to change it. There was nothing wrong with it. That was what he said at the beginning. As long as it was broken, he would change it. Even if he was in a bad mood, it was fine. Change it. Send a few more. Send an enamel jar too. It's not easy to come here. Actually, I'm more worried that he's dead. Check his body. If he's not sick now, we need to bring medicine back for him. What illness could he die of? Malaria? Cold? Heat stroke? Li Yi said with a smile. He couldn't find any information. The information didn't mention any illness. Chapter 12:18. Li Qingqi and Li Yi split the goods brought by Li Shihua and Li Dehu into half and converted them into coupons. In total, there were 89,200 carvings, which rounded up to 90,000 carvings for the two of them. For the Tang dynasty, 90,000 Siyuan was not a lot. For the Khitans and Zais, it was a huge sum. After the goods were taken away, the money and gifts were sent to the two people. Li Shihua had 66,000 Siyuan, and Li Dehu had 24,000 Siyuan. Li Longji distributed the gifts on behalf of the imperial court. Each person received a big mirror. They had not been to Wentian Orchid Pavilion, so they did not know where the big mirror was. They were very excited when they saw the mirror. It was so big. How did it be made? The ordinary people who came with the team received a 1-liter porcelain bottle of glycerin and 2 pieces of soap from Li Longji. Those with higher status received a pressure cooker in addition to the glycerin and soap. The pressure cooker was operated by a palace made on the spot. She taught them how to cook rice and how to cook meat. A whole chicken was cooked in a short time. In Hanyuan Palace, a large group of people knelt and kowtowed to express their gratitude. It was good stuff. It seemed that submitting to the Tang dynasty was the right choice. The news spread that day. The other envoys of Honglu Temple were jealous, but they were not. The other envoys are complaining. They think His Majesty should give them the same treatment. When Li Chengqi went to Li family Zhuangzi to get the goods, he told Li Yi about Honglu Temple with a smile. He bought pine nuts and hazelnuts and gave them to Zhuangzi to fry. Zhuangzi fried them well. He did not need to spend money. Jia Jinshan also has some. His Majesty always rewards him. Li Yi pinched the pine nuts with a pair of pliers and gave the reason. The leaders of the Khitans, Zais, and Shadua came to the Tang dynasty. Was it not normal for the Tang emperors to reward them? The leaders of the other clans also rewarded them when they came. For example, Su Lu came to the Tang dynasty in person and arrested him. However, Tubo and Zanpu, who were negotiating now, could not be arrested. Of course, Zanpu would not come either. Do you still have Chun Songzi and hazelnut from last year? Li Qingqi suddenly brought up a topic unrelated to what had just happened. There's no more. Pick out the edible ones and make them into dried fruit candy. The Jadushi of Hushi liked to eat it, so they called it marun, referring to the walnut kernel. It was very dense and contained a lot of sugar. A small piece weighed half a kilogram. He didn't finish last year's dried fruits and new ones came. He didn't want to eat last year's dried fruits. Add in the walnuts and sorghum syrup from the capital and make them into cut cakes and send them to the front lines for the soldiers to eat. Li knew what Li Qingqi was planning. The dried fruits on his zhuangzi were never broken. His method of preservation was good, and there were very few problems with them. Seeing that he couldn't keep it any longer, he gave it to the farmers to eat. New dried fruits appeared. Li Qingqi wanted to buy the dried fruits from last year at a low price from Zhuangzi. When Li Yi received the news that Li Shihua and Li Dehu were coming over, he began to make marley candies. Marley candy was high in sugar and honey. It could be kept for a long time and tasted good. Both adults and children loved it. At that time, something happened to him. The people of minority ethnic groups could sell it normally, but they insisted that it was cut cakes. Most people didn't know the density of marley candy. One cut would weigh several kilograms. It was too expensive. The people of some places didn't have enough fighting strength. The minority ethnic groups relied on their ethnic identity and martial strength. Coupled with the local law enforcement department's bias, the situation changed. Later, the other minority ethnic groups still hoped to make money by selling mutton skewers. This group of people who sold cut cakes ruined the reputation of their ethnic group. No, they organized and dealt with the people who sold cut cakes. Li always believed that the price of these cut cakes wasn't expensive. Good cut cakes had a lot of dried fruits. The key point was that they couldn't cut as much as you wanted to buy. Instead, they had to buy as much as they could cut. This was like setting rules for others, and even forcing them to change the price at the last minute. But now this thing was good. There were people in Anshi who made it, but the ingredients weren't enough. If the ingredients were too good, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Li Yi wanted to send it to the soldiers at the front lines, so that everyone could eat a little during the new year. This year, the imperial court collected a lot of honey from various places. It couldn't be used to make big honey balls. They also restricted the use of honey in making incense. It was just right to mix it with sorghum and dried fruits to make cut cakes. It was extremely sweet. People with bad teeth would probably have to pull out their teeth if they ate it. Anyway, the children in Zhuangzi weren't allowed to eat it. If they wanted to eat it, there were normal caramel candies and crisp candies. Crisp candies were malt candies. They were also quite sweet. Li Qingqi showed a disappointed look. What does a horse candy look like? I made some. Let me show you. It's very beautiful. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Pine Tree moved quickly and ran to push the cart. The density of Marley candy was too high. It didn't look good cutting a piece. Not long after, Pine Tree pushed the cart over. There was a big piece of Marley candy on it. It looked like a cluster of flowers. Red, green, pink, yellow, black, white, purple, and green. There were all kinds of colors. There were even patterns. Li Qingqi saw a whole piece. There was a knife next to it. He couldn't bear to cut it. Why did you make it like this? Li Qingqi was embarrassed and complained to Li Yi. Cut as much as you want. I'll cut it for you. Li Yi took the knife and cut it thinly. He stopped halfway and cut it horizontally again. He put a small piece on the table and weighed it. It was half a catty. If it was 80 yuan per catty, this piece would be 40 yuan. If he moved it half an inch, it would be at least 600 yuan. It was so heavy. He cut the half catty cake into small pieces. Everyone try one piece. It's sweet. It's sweeter than eating candy directly. Li picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Li Qingqi was the second to reach out and observe Li Yi's eating behavior. He copied him. The palace maids and eunuchs also ate. There were 8 of them. The other 32 were serving the others. They were all in Zhuangzi and wouldn't go back. How is it? Li Yi ate a small piece of cake in half a minute. It's sweet, but it tastes good. Li Qingqi picked up another small piece. It had a lot of nuts. Of course, it was delicious. They are outside during the spring festival. I have to send some fireworks to them to celebrate. Li Yi didn't eat it. It was too sweet. How much did this batch cost? Li Qingqi motioned to the palace maids and eunuchs to cut it themselves. The cost is more than 100,000 yuan. Plus the fireworks, the imperial court paid about a quarter of the cost. Li Yi had already calculated the cost. It cost about 130,000 yuan to give the soldiers in front some candy and fireworks. It was not the selling price but only the cost. If it was replaced with provisions, it could solve a lot of problems. He just had to send useless things. Not much. Li Qingqi didn't think it was useless. Sending provisions was a regular logistics. Sending these things was powerful. Sending candies and fireworks to the soldiers in front proved that the Tang dynasty had the ability to exchange the money for provisions at any time and continue the war. Sugar was food, and fireworks were like fireworks and explosives. So I will continue to enjoy the tax-free treatment. I don't plan to pay taxes. Li Yi said with a smile. Baigu will probably be worried again. Li Qingqi laughed. Chapter 12:19. At noon it began to snow. The government office of each county sent bailiffs to the village to check the situation. The village chief had already checked several times and asked if the houses in the village were okay. If they found a problem, they should say it in advance. They should not wait until the houses collapsed and people died. The people took out bamboo snow-pushing boards, bamboo shovels, and bamboo brooms to prepare. When the snow stopped, they would sweep the snow together. When they were sweeping, they had to leave a trail for the sleigh to run. If the snow was swept clean, would the sleigh be parked outside the village or the county? The sleigh could run up the river from the water network and run directly in front of every house. If the snow was not enough, they would have to move snow from other places. In the entire history of China, such a thing had never happened. In the Tang dynasty where Li Yi lived, the government office of the Tang dynasty could do this in winter. Brother Yi, it feels unreal. Li Longji came back at noon with a woman. Li Yi did not ask, and the others did not mention it. Obviously, the woman had to sleep with him at night. Wu Ji would take care of the children. Empress Wang was pregnant. Li Longji did not want to spend 2 hours in Xingqing Palace. He did not want to live in Xingqing Palace, so he brought the woman over. The woman went to find Empress Wang and Wu Jiyu. She had to build a good relationship with them. She also had to meet Li Dan and noble consort Lu. Living in Zhuangzi, it was impossible not to meet them. Li Longji was eating hot pot with Li Yi in the shed outside. There were only 3 of them. And Li Qingqi was also there. The 16 guards and the winged knights were on standby. If there was a problem, they had to rush over immediately. Li Longji never thought, or dared to think that the water network of the government office could be used in winter. Li Yi was boiling mutton. He cut it himself, and put a piece of mutton on the side. After eating, he cut 2 plates of mutton and washed his hands. Some people once dreamed of having electric lights and phones upstairs and downstairs. Later, they found that it was not comfortable to live in a building, and it was not convenient to use wired phones. At the same time, they also dreamed of having their own car. They could not even afford a bicycle. Later on, he realized that he could get it whenever he wanted. There were expensive ones, and cheap ones. Some people had the extravagant hope of wiping out the enemy from dozens of miles away during a war. Later, they found that they could do it from thousands of miles away. Nothing is impossible, as long as we are a bit more courageous and a bit faster. Li Yi was open-minded. Wasn't it just development? When he was young, he didn't even have a phone at home. Later on, he had many things. Society had developed too quickly. The current Tang dynasty was nothing. They didn't even have a tractor. The snow sleds all brought their own shovels, waiting for the warm sun to melt the snow. The places they always ran to would lack snow, so they quickly went to the side to lay some snow. In winter, when the people went on a long journey, for example, from Taowu County to Chang'an City, they did not walk. Instead, they all took sleds. Otherwise, how could they survive the night when they walked from Wannan County to Chang'an in the snow? In the past, he could also walk. He calculated the location of the village, set off from a place, and walked as fast as he could until he reached a certain village and stayed there. It was fine if he didn't have a job. If he could find a job, he could earn less money by wasting a day. Who would be willing to walk? We can hit the enemy from thousands of miles away? Li Longji did not care about the extravagant hope. He was seeking confirmation. Yes, the key is that we have the kind of weapon that can destroy the entire capital. At that time, no one will really dare to use force against us. Li put the meat on the plate and sighed. Attack from above the 9th heaven. Li Qingqi put the oysters into the hot pot. He was relieved. The more powerful Li Yi's technology was, the more relieved he would be. Li Yi always wanted to maintain his current position of imperial power. He wanted to ensure that his 3rd brother was the emperor. In this way, he could do whatever he wanted. He could make money as much as he wanted. He could develop the coastal area however he wanted. Without suspicion and jealousy, Li Yi would not allow him to usurp the throne. His 3rd brother and the others were relieved. Build the railway. First, stabilize the border and build the railway. The steam engine ship will cooperate with other ships to go out. Is 3 years enough? Li Longji was not willing to develop slowly. He wanted to speed up. He wanted to create a flourishing era, a real flourishing era. Li Yi poured out the water in the pot that was boiling the wine. He picked up the thermos bottle and poured more water. He continued to boil the wine. It depends on how determined we are. How determined do we need to be to complete it in 3 years? Li Longji made up his mind now. 1 year. As long as we spend money, the railway will be built to the seaside by this time next year. There is an economic account. The same railway will take 3 years to build and cost 2 million coins. In 2 years, it will cost 5 million coins. In 1 year, it will cost 15 million coins. Do we need time or money? Do we need to keep the technology a secret at a low cost or a high cost to protect it? Li Yi was calculating the production of steel. There were more steel-making furnaces, so he had to increase the security measures. Because they had to be placed outside, there was not enough space in Zhuangzi. At the same time, he increased the mining of iron ore and coal. The cost would increase exponentially, just like the 2 hospitals he built when he was sick. Usually, it would be good if it could be used in 3 years. But at that time, he asked to calculate by days. How much machinery would be used? How fast would the materials be mobilized from all over the country? In the Tang dynasty, it was also possible to build railways. It depended on how much money you were willing to spend. 2 million coins in 3 years and 15 million coins in 1 year. Which one would he choose for the same project? Li Yi knew that according to the speed of his country's construction at that time, he could build the railway used in the Tang dynasty in half a month. All the sections would be under construction at the same time. Even if he used planes, he could also send the materials over. Is there such a big difference? Li Longji was at a loss. Li Qingqi did not bother himself. He asked directly, "Brother Yi, which one do you think is worth it?" "It will be carried out completely according to my plan. 1 year's worth of time. By the 3rd year, the money earned will be more than 15 million coins." Li Yi had calculated the throughput. If the railway was built to the seaside in one go, it would reduce the pressure of the Yellow River transportation and save a lot of time. He would first stop at the canal. Otherwise, if he went to the Yellow River through the canal, how could the speed of river transportation compare to the railway? The key was that the railway did not only move 2 points, but also all the positions along the way. It also included the prefectures around the capital. They would send the materials to the capital and put them on the train. Then he could build a new dock at Lianyan Harbor. If the barbarian merchants were willing, they could sail their ships close to the shore and get cheaper goods. At the same time, Lianyan Harbor was close to Xinhua and the Japanese Empire. It was beneficial to facilitate the trade between these two places. The Japanese Empire needed the things of the Tang dynasty. It was unrealistic to enter the Yellow River by sea. Ships were different. Stopping at Lianyan Harbor was convenient for the exchange of materials. Another effect was the popularity of the people. The people of the Tang dynasty naturally felt proud when they saw the railway and the train. They looked at others differently. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.